still missing and wandering around, but they will eventually hopefully get here. But I think that we should get started because we have some commitments, and Her Excellency Razan has also some commitments. I think I waited 40 years for this opportunity, which is basically getting momentum on the recognition of intact rainforests. I want to make one distinction, which is very important, and I was made aware of this by IUCN. There is a distinction on intact rainforest, and intact rainforests generally are considered forests, but some of them are in the process of regeneration, etc. But the primary landscape forests are the ones that are truly intact, that have suffered no regeneration, no degradation, etc. So what we're going to be focusing here when we talk about primary rainforest, it is those forests. It's not those that have been reconstituted or are in the process of getting reconstituted. They are truly about intact rainforests. So the opportunity here is, of course, to highlight the fact that we have no chance of getting the climate change goals without it, but I am going to leave those remarks to you. And then to have the opportunity for 3 important and critical basins for the health of the planet to be presented by the local representatives. We have at least the Papua representatives in here, and we're still awaiting from the Brazil representatives who just arrived yesterday, and I'm sure will show up at some point. More than anything, I'm super thankful for Her Excellency Razan Al-Mubarak to take the time to be here and present this. I know that Razan's commitment to the rainforest and to biodiversity is incredible. And I will tell you, Peter Drucker said that the role of leadership is to do right, and the role of management is to do it right. And I have had the privilege of working with Razan in both capacities, and thank you for doing right and doing it right. You're quite a beacon of inspiration and an example. As you know, Razan is the president of IUCN, and also climate champion for the UNFCCC and the COP28, as well as presiding many biodiversity with Mohammed Ben Zayed Fund, etc. And so has a tremendous connection with nature and with forest and all of that. But I also want to emphasize one thing. Bertolt Brecht said, there are those who struggle for a day and they are good. There are those who struggle for a year and they are better. There are those who struggle for many years and they are better still. And then there are those who struggle all their lives, and these are the indispensable ones. So I'll yield the floor to the indispensable Razan Al-Mubarak to give us some words of wisdom. Thank you.
I have incredible remarks that have been prepared, but as we are part of the IUCN family, I prefer to speak from the heart. Many of you in this room have worked closely within the IUCN family and really indeed within the whole nature movement to do something that to us is extremely obvious. We know that we cannot achieve the 1.5 degree pathway without nature. We know this. We see this in our daily work. We also know that 1.5 is actually not a goal. It's an existential and planetary limit. And we also know that it will require a complete transformation of our energy systems. We must decarbonize our supply. We must decarbonize our centers of demand. And I want to say that the momentum in that field is growing. I mean, Richard, I've been exposed to private sector, non-state actors working on a very positive trajectory. Perhaps not enough, perhaps not fast enough, but the momentum is growing. And therefore, what is happening here right now at COP28 within the negotiations to ensure that we have a significant response to the global stocktake is critical. What is also critical is how we also respond to the global stocktake from a nature perspective. I see you, Marco, in the room, and I have been leaning on many institutions, including IUCN, to make sure that nature has a voice, and a fundamental voice. Yesterday, I was privy to an incredible nature moment at the World Climate Action Summit, where more than $2 billion was pledged for nature, and specifically on oceans and forests. And whilst the number does seem impressive, what is critical is that it actually translates, and this is the leadership to management, to real impact on the ground. How this finance is then translated to action, how it is monitored to breathe confidence that conservation, when done right, is extremely impactful, not just for climate, but also for people, lives, and livelihood, is something that is very, very important. And today we have technology on our fingertips. We have ways to be able to measure the impact, both positive and negative, in a much more expedited way. And as nature conservationists and those who are actually on the front line, I call for a meaningful dialogue on how best to measure our impact. Because we must all do better. And I know that we will, because the will is there. I'd like to therefore conclude by just really thanking all of you for your attention. I know it's a very busy agenda. I'd like to thank the leadership of our patrons of nature, and here specifically Richard, who has promised me, after the dust settles, and also Francesca, to ensure that we never lose touch of what is happening on the ground. Whilst we're here and we're negotiating and we're engaging and we're talking about policies and we're looking at transforming the financial markets and ensuring that the financial flows reach those that are on the front line, we should never lose touch with what's happening on the ground. And I've learned from my engagement with indigenous peoples over the last, I would say, 12 months, is it's only by going that you know. And so, so let's go, let's know, and let us ensure that we communicate what we know in ways that can be translated in financial flows to those that need it the most. So thank you very much, and look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Of course. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Her Excellency Razan. Thank you. There are certain facts that are very important to know. Intact rainforests don't need to be invented. They don't take the time for renewables to transition. They don't take geoengineering. They are today the most effective, best geoengineered capacity to sequestrate carbon, to store it, and to keep climate. They are there. There is the lowest hanging fruit that gives us the solution. And so it depends on us. We don't need to invest, wait, etc. What we need to do is basically protect. They are so important that when we have done some analysis at the science base of what would it mean for this intact rainforest if they were to go away, just to give you an idea, the estimates are that if what has happened with intact rainforests had not happened, and if it actually continues this way, the impact on climate alone is anywhere, depending on which model you do, from 0.5 degree centigrade to 1.3 centigrades. Now think about where we would be today if we were already at 1.3 centigrades lower than we currently are. We would not be in the crisis that we're in. We would have a little bit more time to continue decarbonizing the processes, etc., but we would not be in the critical point that we are. The carbon sequestration and storage of intact rainforests is equivalent to the entire emissions of the United States 5 times over, 3 times over China. Imagine what it would take an investment and geoengineering to create carbon sequestration and climate stabilization of that capacity. It would be so many trillions that it would be impossible. We have them. And what do? We screw it up. Indigenous people, local people, biodiversity, all of it is there today. So what is missing is basically the mechanism to compensate and incentivize for those forests to keep giving us the most valuable crop there is. Society pays for all of these crops, whether it's soy, whether it's corn, etc. The most important crop in the world is climate crop. And we have the fields. The fields are these intact rainforests. We must, as a society, create a mechanism to pay for climate crops. These examples that we're going to see here today are from the 3 most important basins of rainforest and intact rainforests. They are from Brazil, from the Congo Basin, and from Indonesia, and more specifically from Papua. And in Papua, there is also an initiative that Professor Charlie will share with us. We are changing a little bit of the run-off show because we lost some people that are probably in the maze of the COP28 jungle, and probably didn't bring machetes for this kind of jungle. But what I will do is I would like then to really lend the floor to Professor Charlie, who's really a very inspirational leader in the provincial government of Papua in Indonesia and has dedicated so much of his life for that. I think we have a slide on his background, but again, because we have some people missing, I don't know if it's there. Can we put up the background of Professor Charlie, if you have it? Yeah. And by the way, those who have not been into West Papua or Indonesia or anything, there is such a thing as heaven on earth. Is in my opinion, the most beautiful tropical paradise that combines the marine with the jungle in the most intact and pristine way. And Professor Charlie, I give you the floor. Hopefully they'll put your bio in there, but if not, please share with us a little bit of your background and the project that you have, and then we'll have additional slides, etc. Hello. So we had to change a little bit the run-off show, so if you're prepared to have the Charlie, we're ready to do that. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, especially for the organizing committee and IUCN, also Dr. Snyder, to invite me on behalf of governments, academia, and also local community indigenous people from Indonesia, more specifically West Papua. Before I will presenting or sharing what we are doing in Papua, West Papua especially, I would like to share a short video. Could you please play the video? Thank you. Indonesia memang saat ini menjadi pemimpin di dalam upaya-upaya untuk mengendalikan perubahan iklim. Dan kita juga sudah berhasil menurunkan emisi di dalam beberapa tahun terakhir dari 2 penyebab utama tadi, dan juga degradasi hutan. Hutan yang begitu unik di Papua ini memiliki fungsi yang sangat-sangat besar bagi kehidupan umat manusia di planet bumi ini, karena dan tentunya dengan kaitan eratnya dengan budaya dan juga kebutuhan hidup masyarakat asli di Papua.
Saya ingin menyampaikan kepada semua pihak, ya, baik di Indonesia maupun di dunia internasional, bahwa di tengah-tengah dunia yang luas ini masih ada pulau yang hari ini ada 6 provinsi dengan keanekaragaman hayati dan fauna yang baik di darat maupun di laut. Karena memang kehidupan masyarakat Papua itu kan 80% lebih itu ada di pedalaman, ada di pelosok-pelosok yang ada di hutan-hutan. Sehingga kehidupan itu menjadi bagian dari kehidupan alam itu.
Saat ini kalau kita dengar ada isu ataupun bukan isu lagi ya, menjadi masalah global saat ini terkait dengan perubahan iklim, pemanasan global. Nah, itu sementara kalau kita ikuti, kita pahami dari pengetahuan dan juga kearifan lokal budaya masyarakat di Papua, ini sebenarnya tidak akan terjadi kalau kita mengikuti cara-cara hidup mereka begitu. Jadi dalam hal bagaimana mereka mengambil sumber daya alam tersebut, itu secukupnya begitu, sehingga bisa dipastikan bahwa kebutuhan untuk masa depan itu bisa mereka jaga dengan baik.
Papua pada potensi dan yang sangat penting, komitmen. Bukan hanya untuk masa depan masyarakat Indonesia.
Perubahan iklim dan kehilangan
intact forests, tropical rainforests, lowland rainforests, including mangrove forests in Tanah Papua, in Papua. It's 50% of remaining forests of Indonesia. So 50% remaining forest, tropical rainforest in Indonesia, home in Papua alone. And then this is very important if we think based on the climate and also biodiversity perspective. But it's also important from traditional or local community point of view, because it's not about how to try to sequestrate the carbon emission, but tropical rainforest is provide needs that actually local people they need for their life. And then in the last few years, especially when we had a special event in Manokwari in Tanah Papua, which was we come up with Manokwari Declaration, which is everybody, all stakeholders, governments, NGOs, local communities, and also from academicians and also from private sector, we commit to keep and conserve at least 70% of our forest cover. So it's actually a really big commitment for us, especially in the if we see it from a government perspective, which is the provincial government of Papua and West Papua. It's already make a pledge and then have a commitment to keep the rainforest, but at the same time, from local, from the people point of view, that we need development, we need to increase the economic grow, and then especially how to increase the people welfares. So in the last 2 years, local government, provincial government, with NGOs, and then national government, especially the corruption eradication committee, working together to review palm oil license in 2 provinces of Papua, and then from the review we come up, we keep, and then we could secure at least 600,000 hectare of virgin forest, which is this area. It's like 2 times from the total area of California in America. So that's actually, it's really important. And then also from the commitment, from the declaration, Manokwari Declaration, we also established a special initiative we call Crown Jewel of Tanah Papua, or CGP. So this initiative actually related with the intact forest. This is an integrated landscape management approach with a multi-stakeholder collaboration platform. So this is the first time, we think that this is the first time this approach, especially integrated landscape management approach with a multi-stakeholder collaboration platform in Indonesia. And then the area, CGP area, is actually, the area total is 2.7 million hectares. And then most of them is a primary forest. In the past, belongs to 1 province, West Papua province, but now because there is some developments, especially with the governance in Indonesia. So now we have 6 new provinces in Tanah Papua. So the crown jewel is actually belongs to West Papua and also Southwest Papua province. So this terrestrial conservation landscape is connected to our birdheads seascape, the conservation coastal and marine area, which is birdhead seascape is about 2.5 million hectare. So this approach is actually, we want to use a new approach we call reach to reef approach, which is if we could keep the rainforest, the terrestrials, means that at the same time we could conserve or to keep coastal and also marine area. Because we know about the in the tropics the precipitation is very high, and then runoff will be sediments and etc. will be become a not really good idea for the marine life. Okay. Yeah. Sure. And then this initiative, it's very important. And then now we working closely together with all stakeholders from central governments, provincial government, even in the ground with the local communities, indigenous peoples. So we try to working together. And then now we need to coordinate and these collaborations with the nationals and locals, governments, community NGOs, research institutions. And then we want to establish, this is case of landscape management boundary. So this now we are going to establish really formal boundaries for this area, and also we want to integration a conservation landscape with the seascape, and then we now in the process of legislation process, which is we hope that the regulation, provincial regulation, or even in the high level, in the national, or maybe in the future will become one of biosphere reserve to how to, related with sustainable developments and also protect biodiversity and also carbon stock for the forest of the area. And then, we think that, and the important thing is establish the long-term governance, arrangement, and then also financing mechanism for this initiative. So we could keep this could keep going. And then when we talk about sustainability, it means that we need to create all system sustain, including the finance. So I think this is a very brief introduction what we are doing in West Papua province with the initiative Crown Jewel of Papua, which is established in West Papua province. West Papua province also known as conservation province in Indonesia, but also sustainable development province in Indonesia. So I think that's my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
I know on a topic as important as this, we would like to have a lot of time, so thank you so much for the concise presentation of something that important. Marco, you want to step in and help us do the introduction to the next chapter and all that, since you have such background on this and credentials, etc., please.
Hello, Richard. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I have to say, first of all, because you came out in the open saying that Papua is your favorite place, I'm going to say that the Congo Basin, the next block of forest we're talking about today, is my favorite place. And I had the most transformational experiences in Congo and in Central African Republic. So just a little competition here that maybe it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. And we have a special guest to talk about the Congo Basin, not me. But let me just say one thing. The Congo Basin is a place that is filled with stunning statistics. Now, it's early in the morning. I have only 2 coffees, so I don't remember all of them. But we're talking about a forest block of 200 million hectares, 20 million square kilometers. This is like 6 times the UK. We're talking about a place that is storing between 150 and 200 billion tons of carbon. And every time that we look deeper, we discover more carbon. La Couverte Centrale of DRC has been discovered to have 16 times more carbon than estimated, 30 billion tons just in that 4% of the DRC, and will discover more and more reserves of carbon in the Congo Basin. Biodiversity, amazing, but also risks. And the risks is that by unsettling the ecosystem of the Congo Basin, we're going to create 2 major problems for us. The first one is, of course, the impact the Congo Basin is having on the global rainfall patterns, particularly in Africa, of course, and particularly in East Africa. 80% of the precipitation in Ethiopia and the region in East Africa comes from the Congo forest. And the other one is that by disturbing such a delicate balance of biodiversity, we are creating very many risks of zoonotic spillover, as we discovered, with tragic consequences for society locally and globally. So, Congo Basin is an absolute must-protect area, but we have the pleasure to have with us Her Excellency Rosalie Matondo, the Minister of Forest Economy. That's a super cool title, Minister. I think it's exactly the right title for what we're discussing today. They will tell us about the effort of Congo, her country, in protecting the forests, but also what they need to really be effective. Because as you said at the beginning, Richard, there is not a mechanism, solid, permanent, long-term, and equitable to support the conservation of intact forests. And that's exactly what we want to advocate for in this event. So, Your Excellencies, please, the floor is yours.
Morning. I want to tell you that my English is so bad. Then I need this man with me. He says so important things for Congo Basin Forest that I think that he will continue to talk about. Alors, merci à l'UCN de m'inviter pour parler de notre pays, de notre bassin du Congo. Ah, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Je voulais donc remercier l'UCN de m'avoir invité ici à la COP pour parler encore de ce bassin du Congo, ce deuxième poumon écologique de notre planète.
Many thanks to IUCN for inviting me here and to speak about the Congo Basin, which is the second lung of the world.
Mais en termes de séquestration du carbone, effectivement, c'est le premier bassin qui séquestre le mieux le carbone parce que la déforestation est très faible.
So it's a very effective basin because the deforestation is very weak, very low.
En République du Congo, par exemple, la déforestation est de l'ordre de 0,06% seulement par an.
Only 0.06% deforestation per year.
Et les causes de déforestation, c'est l'agriculture itinérante sur brûlis et la production du bois énergie.
So the causes of deforestation are the production of energy wood and itinerant
agriculture.
Of agriculture and itinerant agriculture.
Donc vous voyez bien que si nous ne réglons pas le problème de la pauvreté des communautés qui vivent autour et dans les concessions forestières, nous allons perdre ces forêts.
So if we don't address the issue of poverty in communities who live in the forest, we're not going to be able to fight deforestation.
C'est pourquoi nous faisons le plaidoyer pour que les financements internationaux puissent avoir un regard particulier sur ce massif forestier qui est très important pour la planète.
So we ask that particular attention is paid for financing in these areas.
nous devons réfléchir sur les mécanismes de paiement pour services environnementaux, comme je prends toujours l'exemple du Costa Rica. Comment nous devons mettre en place des systèmes de mécanismes de paiement pour services environnementaux pour que nous allons de l'avant dans ces efforts de conservation.
So we have to fund environmental service provision, payments, so that we can advance in this area.
Alors, en vous parlant de la République du Congo, c'est 23 millions, donc 10% des forêts du bassin du Congo.
We're talking about 10% of the forest basin of Congo.
23 millions d'hectares de forêts denses humides.
23 million hectares of forest.
Dans ces forêts, nous avons donc 15 millions qui sont des forêts de production.
15 million of forest production forests. Sorry.
Mais la production gérée efficacement avec un esprit de l'exploitation à faible impact.
But it's very monitored so that it has a low impact.
Avec seulement 1 à 3 arbres exploités par hectare.
With only 1 to 3 trees exploited per hectare.
À l'intérieur de ces concessions forestières pour exploitation, nous avons mis en place les plans d'aménagement.
So in these areas there are special plans for management. Thank you.
Avec ces plans d'aménagement, nous avons donc les forêts de production, les séries de production.
So we have forest production areas.
Nous avons des séries de conservation à l'intérieur.
Within that, conservation areas.
Et puis nous avons des séries de recherche.
And also research areas.
Et nous avons une série de développement communautaire.
And also community development areas.
Et ce zonage est fait automatiquement, systématiquement dans toutes les concessions d'exploitation.
And these community development areas are automatically included in all.
Et le Congo est donc leader en matière de forêts aménagées et certifiées.
Which makes Congo a leader in forest management and certification.
Dans la sous-région. Et deuxième volet, c'est la conservation. Nous avons 5 millions d'hectares aujourd'hui de forêts conservées.
5 million hectares of conserved forest.
Quand nous avons, mes collaborateurs ne sont pas encore là, je suis désolée, mais j'avais une fiche importante à vous présenter qui montre qu'aujourd'hui, nous sommes à 27,29% de notre territoire affecté à la conservation de la biodiversité.
So 27.29% of the territory is dedicated to conservation.
Pour vous dire que le Congo est en train d'aller vers l'objectif que nous sommes fixés à la COP15 de Montréal, commune Montréal.
Heading towards the objective that was fixed at COP15 last December in Montreal.
Pour régler le problème de bois énergie qui est la source de déforestation, comme je l'ai dit.
To deal with the problem of wood that's used for energy, for deforestation and energy.
About wood production and firewood production.
Firewood production, thank you.
Nous avons pensé et nous avons proposé à la communauté internationale, à la COP27 par notre président, une initiative, c'est la décennie africaine et mondiale de la forestation et du reboisement.
And there's an initiative that's been announced as the decade of afforestation.
Nous devons le faire dans le monde entier.
There should be a global initiative.
Parce que si nous laissons que les populations puissent exploiter les bois énergie en forêt naturelle,
if we allow wood to be exploited for energy,
in
natural forests,
nous allons perdre donc ce leadership, nous allons perdre cette position que nous avons de conservateur de ces écosystèmes.
We will lose the leadership position that we have in
donc
terms
nous devons créer des plantations pour que l'approvisionnement en bois énergie soit issu non seulement des forêts naturelles mais des plantations.
So there are plantations that are being created to ensure that the energy production is properly supplemented.
Et à l'intérieur de ce programme de reboisement que nous avons au Congo, nous avons mis un volet agroforesterie.
And in this initiative for reforestation, there's also agroforestry.
Parce que nous devons aussi régler le problème de l'alimentation des populations et la production agricole.
Because the feeding and nourishment of these populations has to also be addressed within this area.
Et ce que nous appelons l'agriculture climato-intelligente à l'intérieur des plantations forestières.
Which is Thank you for the technological. Sorry, you beat me on that one.
Ok.
Thank you so much.
Merci
Thank you
beaucoup.
so much for that. I am, of course, entrusted with the evil task of keeping timetable and something that is timeless. But I also believe there is a very valuable video, right? A short video that we want to share with you about a project that is in the Congo Basin. So you have a docu-forest, yes. So if you can run that, and thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Again, in the observing time, we're going to move now into the area of Brazil, and specifically the area of in Mato Grosso of Xingu. I have had the pleasure of being there, and it is also one of my favorite places in the planet. I'll eventually have to make the Congo as well. And for that, I invite to the front Patricia. And Patricia is the former Sao Paulo Secretary of Economic Development and Science and Technology, and she's appointed as a partner and on the mandate to accelerate systemic growth and help to transform Brazil into a green initiative. Thank you, Patricia.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you in such an important discussion about how we can contribute in a more regenerative way to protect the forests that we still have in our world. And the only way to do that is first protecting the people who live in those forests, who are the guardians of those forests. I've just come back from Mato Grosso again, Richard. We talked a few weeks ago, but I went to Xingu and also to other areas between Pará. Xingu is between Mato Grosso and Pará. I went there in July twice, and then last week I went to Mato Grosso again. It was the first time that I took my kids with me to that area, and was a very impressive trip because I took them was a business working trip, and but it was my long weekend with my kids. So they said, "Mom, you're working too hard. Can we go with you this time around?" And I took them with me. They are 8 years old. They are twin girls. And when we arrived there, we actually had an issue in the plane, so we arrived quite late. We spent 12 hours to arrive to Mato Grosso, and then we went to Chapada dos Guimarães, which is a beautiful area. When we arrived in the morning, I was super tired, but they said, "No, we are not sleeping. We are going to the waterfalls. You promised us that you'd take us to the waterfalls." We went to the waterfall, and then they went to swim in the waterfall, and all the adults were there said, "No, we don't want to go in because it's too cold." They went in, they've been to many waterfalls. The first thing they said, Mom, the water is hot. Why is the water in this waterfall so hot? And for kids, they are a little bit more clever than us. They still notice the difference. So for them, it was not cold water. For them, it was a hot waterfall. And actually, in Mato Grosso now, they've been having droughts. And it's been 3 months since they had rain. They were having many fires. And after that, we went to Pantanal. We arrived in Pantanal, and there was a fire next to the river. So the first thing that the kids said, Mom, why we have fires so close to the water? And then I was trying to explain that we have a drought and why Pantanal sets fires so easily. And the third thing that they said, when people talked about fire in the forests, I imagined that there was only forests. But Mom, the kids are playing next to the fire and their houses are too close to the fire. What's going to happen to their houses? So I was there with no explanation about the water, about the fire, about the kids, about the houses, but realizing that we normalize what's happening in the world. And then we went back to a safe area in an island, but they could see the fire from distance, so they couldn't sleep. And they were completing almost 30 hours awake, and they were there asking people what they would do about the fire. And I was very lucky that God helped us that night because it started raining after 3 months. So it rained. And then when they saw the fire, getting lower, they went to bed. It was 3 in the morning the next day. And was a lesson to me because we are like frogs boiling in the water. We are not realizing what's happening. But it was the first time that I took my kids with me, and they paid attention a lot of things that I usually don't, and most of us don't as well. And Xingu has a lot to do with that because they are the people who are protecting those forests without resources to fight the fires, to change the reality. And the second most inspiring trip that I did recently was to Pará, next to Xingu. Xingu is right in the border between Mato Grosso and Pará. We have a few ethnies taking care of that area. The main ones are the Kayapós and the Kayamurás. The Kayapós, they have a chief that's very well known worldwide, Raoni. Raoni, we went to a mission with him in July. They managed to put together more than 40 ethnies together to discuss what they could be doing to protect the land. And a few weeks prior to that trip, I went to Pará with the Kayapós as well. Raoni is from the Kayapó ethnicity, but in the other area where I was, I went to a place called, where they have a project called Menire, where the women take care of all the programs there, and especially regenerative agriculture. So usually with the indigenous people, women take care of the agriculture. And my grandmother was an indigenous woman, but my grandfather was a miner. So with my family, things changed a little bit, and the men took care of the agriculture. And my learnings were about that agriculture that was very hard lifting, heavy lifting. And then spending time with those women was a learning experience to me because the way they take care of the land is actually quite sensitive, quite caring. It's very different from what I learned from my family, even though my grandmother was an indigenous woman as well. And I spent a week there. It was the first time that I had the feeling that we contributed in a more positive way and we left it better than what we found there. And the reason why I found that was because I went with a friend of mine who is an architect, and he's spending many, many years with the indigenous communities. And most of the time that he spends there, he asks questions instead of going there and just trying to teach you what to do. He asks, how to help and how to do things in the way they do. His name is Marcelo Rosenbaum. If I have time, I will share a few pictures with you as well. But they don't speak Portuguese, the women in that area where we were. So most of the time there, we are learning to do things in a different way based on the time and matter. That's not how we do things at COP, for sure. We go there, we stop, we listen, we communicate with gestures, we eat the food the way they do. We take all the garbage and the litter that we produce together with us back home. So there was a lot to unlearn and relearn with those women that we spent that week there. But the main learnings, and that's why I would like to start from there, because the presentation is quite wordy, full of numbers, full of data. But if you remember anything from what I said now, I think there is a thing for us to do that's really unlearn, ask more questions, be more humble. And the second thing is take our kids together with us and protect them from everything that we have in the world, because easily we will teach them how to forget the sensitivity that they have to the world. And taking my kids with me was a wake-up call. I really felt like a frog boiling in the pan. And I feel more responsible now and accountable. And I went back to the school. I had a meeting with the teachers in the school, to interact and see how we can help the kids to be able to learn more and to teach us more of what we need to do as we evolve in this journey. With our pages here that I will share with you quite quickly, as I said, they are quite wordy and full of numbers. You may not even see from distance where you are, but we will share the presentation with you as well. We are working on a project for Xingu. We are calling it, it's part of the Unite for Nature initiative. In the next page here, I don't think it's changed. Yeah, now. Can you go to the next page, please? Is it me here? It's not. Yeah, now it went. So in the first page that you will see here, we are talking about a new approach to help the indigenous community to protect their areas. Usually what we have is the conservation areas are the areas that are protected, but what we are learning is that that's not enough. It's the previous page, the first page, it's the one with Xingu 2030 in the title. More, whoops, yes, no, not that one. The first page, one back, yes, that one. So here we are provoking with a new approach that's conservation together with restoration and land and water and management improvement. The reason why this approach is so important is because the conservation areas, protecting the conservation areas is not enough. So as an example, in the case of Xingu, what's happening is that the rivers are getting contaminated, but the rivers don't start in the protected areas. They start in the surroundings. And the reason why they are getting contaminated is because there are mining areas and also illegal mining areas in the region where there is still a lot of contaminated substances being thrown in the water. And that water goes in the indigenous communities, and that's the water that they drink, that's the water that they use for agriculture, and that water is not helping to protect the communities, the kids, and so on. So for that to change, we need to start protecting the surrounding areas as well, conserving and restoring the surrounding areas. So that's why, in this case, zero deforestation is not enough. Because in Brazil, we have 20% deforestation rules, which is actually quite strict comparing to what happens in other areas of the world. But in this case, it's not enough, given the situation that we are describing. And then improving the land use and management is also another priority in the region, and going beyond integrating the agriculture, cattling, and restoration strategies. Here, again, a more strict rule and strategy is necessary because you need, for example, to use different types of fertilizers. And what we are trying to suggest here is tougher and requires a very important dialogue with producers there, because the fertilizers that you use, for example, in Europe at scale, will not be applied for this region. So when we talk about fertilizers, usually we talk about 3 types of fertilizers: the nitrogen-based fertilizers, the potash-based fertilizers, or the biologic fertilizers. In this case, we should use only biologic fertilizers at scale, but that's not being used nowhere in the world. So what we are suggesting here is very challenging approach that's not being used at scale in other areas, but it would be necessary here to protect this sacred land where the indigenous people are, because they drink the water straight from the rivers, they use all the food straight from earth there, and the kids there, they don't have fluor in the water. So in that land where I was, most of kids that are 10 years old, they don't have teeth anymore. You know, teething and the health diets for kids is an urgent matter because they are having access to the diet that we have, but they don't have access to the water protection that we have. So that's why the way we tackle the approaches needs to be different, and we need to protect the ecosystem in the surroundings as well. So this is the strategy that we are suggesting here. In the next page, just for you to see in details, we are talking about territorial management, we are talking about protection from fire, we are talking about how we tackle external drivers of degradation, and how we create income generation opportunities. I mentioned the example on fire and why this is so challenging, and that's why we need to work together. In the next page, just to close it, we organized this in a way that we divided the analytical approach in 6 main areas so that we could analyze what we need to be doing in each one of the areas. And in the next page, as you will see, we organized a structure to take care of that, where we have an analytical framework, but we also have a delivery vehicle to make this become a reality. And just in the last page, for this to happen, we need many different stakeholders working in the ecosystem. We need the government engaged. We need the producers, the farmers, the small business engaged. We need academy engaged. We need industry, NGOs, and the financial community. Just this was a quick presentation, and I spent most of the time talking about the people there, because the data, the analysis, the maps, you will have access to, but the stories are what will change the reality of the people there. And I hope you can engage together in this journey. We need now to fundraise for the projects, and the projects, the modeling projects, also the analytical projects, but also funding at scale to change the reality of the communities there. So thank you very much. Thank you, Richard, for the partnership, and thank you all for having us here.
Richard, you're gonna have to. Richard, you're gonna have to take one for the team and make your presentation 1 minute. Richard Smith is the director of the PCI Institute, which is a Brazilian Mato Grosso governmental, and you can fill us in a little bit on your work. I'm gonna keep you to it for the 1 minute so that we can do the closing. So bear with us for the next 3 minutes so we close. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you very much for IUCN for the invitation. Thank you very much for Systemic for the invitation too. As Richard, my fellow, was saying, I'm Richard Smith, and with this name, but I'm Brazilian, and I live in Mato Grosso. I'm leading the PCI strategy, which is a strategy from the Mato Grosso's government together with private sector and civil society also. And we have goals to 2030, so it is the same timeline of the project for Xingu. And we have a, sorry. We have a jurisdictional approach for the whole state of Mato Grosso. So the Xingu Basin would be one of the top priority areas to work. And as Patricia was saying, to work with Xingu means to work with indigenous peoples, where you have the federal government governance, and you need to go deep with communities to build strategies, but also out of the indigenous territories. We have the state government and municipal level governments and producers for soy and cattle that are really, really important to be engaged in a common strategy for the whole state of Mato Grosso, and of course with a specific strategy for the Xingu Basin. So we've been doing a lot of work inside and outside the indigenous territory, and we are now developing this concept that Patricia presented. And we hope that on the next steps we have the opportunity to align the development of the concept. I will not go on the PowerPoint because we don't have enough time for that. But the idea is that we go deep in alignment of the proposal with indigenous communities, with the state level government and stakeholders. And we are really looking forward for the next step. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Richard. Really appreciate it. So what brings us here? What brings us here is a matter of life and death, period. And often we say, when we get upset about things, we say, well, we're not curing cancer. Yeah, but we are. At COP, we are actually curing planetary cancer, what exists and what we need to prevent. We're not viable without these rainforests. Like I mentioned before, the elimination of storage and carbon sequestration is equivalent to anywhere between 0.5 centigrade to 1.3 centigrades. That's not viable for the planet. So it's not a matter of if. You know, Nietzsche says, he who knows why overcomes how. We know why. What has become increasingly difficult is to figure out how we're going to do this. And why is it so difficult? Because climate crisis is a global issue, but all of the answers are jurisdictional, because in terrestrial territories, every country owns it. And the indigenous people and the local people have the land and have the solutions. And so the wisdom is to go to them and help them thrive, because in protecting the forest, the biodiversity, and their landscapes, that's how we're going to do it. Ultimately, we have no chance because it is jurisdictional. And what we have seen here is 3 opportunities and 3 concepts in the concrete of how to apply solutions. This COP is all about action. All action is implementation, and all implementation is specific and is bound by specificity. So what we were privileged to see here is the 3 basins without which we're not viable in the planet. So our life rests in supporting them. So I'm exhorting everybody to make the contribution, the multi-stakeholder support, so that we really have a viable solution and life. So thank you so much for sharing with us. It was rushed and everything, but we don't have that much time anyways. So thank you for everything.
Bonjour à tous. Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à cette activité de présentation du programme cadre de gestion des aires protégées de la Côte d'Ivoire. Elle sera faite tout à l'heure par le colonel Issa Diarasouba, qui est à l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves. Avant cela, on aura juste un mot introductif du directeur général de l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves, le général Tondoussama Adama, qui est avec nous et qui nous fait l'honneur d'être là. Sans trop tarder, je vais laisser donc la parole pour le mot introductif du directeur général.
Merci, maître de cérémonie, mesdames et messieurs. Nous voudrons vous dire, vous souhaiter la bienvenue sur le stand de l'IUCN. Nous profitons de l'occasion pour renouveler toute notre gratitude à l'IUCN qui nous permet de présenter la stratégie de gestion des aires protégées de Côte d'Ivoire sur son stand. Merci beaucoup pour cette action. Il faut dire que c'est un réseau qui sera présenté tout à l'heure. Il y a deux stratégies. La première stratégie a couru de 2012 à 2017 et la nouvelle stratégie qui a démarré un peu en 2019 pour une période de 15 ans. Donc, bonne séance à tous. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais donc laisser la parole sans trop tarder au présentateur de cette nouvelle stratégie, le colonel Issa Diarasouba.
Merci bien, monsieur le modérateur. Bonjour à tous. Nous allons vous faire l'économie de la stratégie de gestion du schéma directeur des parcs nationaux et réserves naturelles de Côte d'Ivoire, dénommé Programme 4 de gestion des aires protégées. Nous en sommes à la phase 2 et qui court sur la période de 2023 à 2037, donc 15 ans de programme. Donc, nous allons faire cette présentation suivant le plan qui suit, faire un bref rappel de la réforme du secteur, ensuite présenter le schéma de planification en cours actuellement, donc il va courir de 2023 à 2037, et présenter également le budget qui correspond à ce programme. Donc, en guise de rappel, il faut savoir que la Côte d'Ivoire a décidé de réformer son secteur de la conservation, le secteur spécifique des parcs nationaux et réserves naturelles, à partir de l'année 2015. Et un diagnostic a été mené qui a relevé un certain nombre de limites du système de gestion des parcs nationaux et réserves naturelles de la Côte d'Ivoire. Ces limites-là portent entre autres sur les limites du cadre juridique institutionnel, l'insuffisance d'une approche concertée et de même que le manque d'adhésion des populations. Donc cela aboutit à une réforme avec la définition d'un programme à partir de 2002 sur 15 années qui a défini comme objectif spécifique de mettre en place un système de protection et de valorisation efficace et durable des parcs nationaux et réserves naturelles et d'en élargir le réseau. Donc, ce programme a comporté 4 composantes principales, celui du renforcement du cadre juridique institutionnel, de l'amélioration des performances du personnel, de l'appui à la mise en place des opérations de la Fondation pour les parcs et réserves, dont le directeur exécutif, Dr Fanny Ngolo, est ici présent, et un programme consacré donc aux opérations de gestion qui portait donc sur la protection, l'aménagement, la valorisation de ces aires protégées là, ainsi que de leurs zones périphériques. Donc, au terme de la mise en œuvre de ce programme-là, des acquis majeurs sont enregistrés. Ces acquis-là portent notamment sur l'adoption d'une loi spécifique aux parcs nationaux et réserves naturelles qui ont permis de modifier la domanialité des parcs nationaux et réserves naturelles en les faisant passer du domaine privé de l'État au domaine public de l'État. Ensuite, il y a eu la création d'une agence spécifique, donc l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves, chargé de la gestion technique du réseau. Et il y a tout un volet également consacré à l'implication de l'ensemble des parties prenantes, notamment par la mise en place des comités locaux de gestion des aires protégées. Donc, en guise des acquis majeurs, puisque ce programme-là a couru en 2002 et 2017, donc au terme des 15 ans, nous pouvons enregistrer les acquis majeurs suivants. Il y a 14 aires protégées qui ont été dotées de plans d'aménagement et de gestion. Donc, il faut savoir que le réseau a été aujourd'hui élargi à 18, mais au moment où le programme finissait, 14 aires protégées avaient un plan d'aménagement et de gestion. Nous avons 10 aires protégées au terme du programme qui étaient totalement restaurées, préservées sur 18. Il y a 9 aires protégées qui appliquaient des mesures de gestion durable, notamment un dispositif de suivi écologique. La quasi-totalité des universités nationales était couverte avec des conventions avec le gestionnaire. Et il y a 3 centres de documentation qui ont été aménagés pour les aires protégées d'Azagny, du Mont-Sangbé et de Taï. Au titre donc de la gestion concertée, nous avons 15 comités de gestion locale qui sont fonctionnels et l'ensemble des travaux d'aménagement sont effectivement concédés donc aux villages riverains. Ces populations-là bénéficient également d'AGR, d'initiatives visant à l'amélioration des infrastructures sociales de base, et ces populations bénéficient également de dispositions particulières en termes d'accès aux sites pour la pratique pour la mise en œuvre de leurs pratiques traditionnelles. Donc, un certain nombre de formations aussi ont été développées au profit du personnel de l'OIPR et des mesures incitatives ont été mises en œuvre pour améliorer la performance du personnel. Donc aujourd'hui, c'est un réseau élargi dont nous bénéficions qui a 18 aires protégées, dont 8 parcs nationaux et 10 réserves naturelles qui représentent à peu près 7% du territoire national, donc 6,98% pour être beaucoup plus précis. Donc, quel est l'état actuel de conservation du réseau? Vous avez aujourd'hui en Côte d'Ivoire 3 catégories d'aires protégées. Des aires protégées sans occupation humaine. Là, on a 10 aires protégées qui représentent à peu près 81% en termes de superficie. Vous avez 7 aires protégées, soit 15% en termes de superficie. Vous avez encore des occupations agricoles, mais qui sont dépourvues de présence humaine permanente. Et vous avez un cas spécifique, donc le parc national de la Maraoué, qui abrite encore des présences humaines et agricoles. Donc, au terme donc, du premier programme, nous avons quelques sites emblématiques, en tout cas dont la gestion aujourd'hui fait la fierté de la Côte d'Ivoire. Dont nous montrons quelques images. Vous avez le parc national de Taï. Vous avez vu passer une espèce endémique, donc l'hippopotame pygmée, dont la vision est très difficile, mais dont la plus grande population en Afrique de l'Ouest aujourd'hui est concentrée dans le parc national de Taï. Mais vous avez aussi des espèces emblématiques telles que le léopard, dont les populations sont en nombre conséquent. Vous avez aussi les éléphants de forêt au parc national de Taï, qui aujourd'hui connaissent un état de conservation si satisfaisant que la distribution sur l'ensemble de l'aire protégée se confirme d'année en année. Donc, vous avez 2 parcs emblématiques, comme j'ai dit, qu'on va juste présenter. Ça, c'est le parc national de Taï. Mais vous avez aussi le parc national de la Comoué, qui, au cours du premier programme, n'est-ce pas, a été retiré de la liste du patrimoine en péril de l'UNESCO, eu égard aux efforts de conservation. Donc aujourd'hui, les espèces sont restaurées. Là, vous voyez qu'un seul troupeau d'éléphants. Mais les inventaires aériens ont montré que nous avons des effectifs conséquents d'éléphants aujourd'hui dans cette aire protégée. Et puis, toujours ce parc-là, comme je l'ai dit, on fait des inventaires aériens. Et aujourd'hui, ces inventaires-là, ainsi que la surveillance aérienne qui ont été mises en place, nous permettent de constater que le parc est restauré et les effectifs de faune aussi sont véritablement en place. Donc, pour assurer la conservation de ces sites-là, une surveillance aérienne aujourd'hui est déployée en appui donc, aux opérations de terrain qui permettent d'en renforcer la protection. Donc, vous avez là quelques images du survol aérien avec un ULM qui aujourd'hui piloté par les agents, n'est-ce pas, de l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves. Donc, vous avez là quelques images, je laisse passer. Et puis, la végétation véritablement de ce parc-là, qui est le plus grand de la Côte d'Ivoire, mais aussi en termes d'écosystème soudanais, le plus grand de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc, c'est ainsi présenté le bilan du programme cadre de gestion des aires protégées au titre de la première phase. Donc, un bilan a été établi, comme vous venez de le voir, et nous avons élaboré un nouveau schéma de planification pour les 15 années à venir. Nous allons vous présenter les éléments saillants de ce nouveau schéma de planification, dont la vision est la suivante: faire du réseau des aires protégées de la Côte d'Ivoire un symbole d'engagement national pour un développement harmonieux, bien entendu, qui va contribuer, n'est-ce pas, à la lutte contre les effets du changement climatique en Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, au titre de l'objectif spécifique, il s'agit d'assurer la pérennité donc, du réseau des aires protégées en associant l'ensemble des parties prenantes. Il est structuré autour de 6 résultats principaux, dont un résultat, le dernier, consacré, n'est-ce pas, au changement climatique, étant donné que nous sommes à la COP28. Voilà, globalement, il est structuré en 6 résultats et chacun des résultats a un certain nombre d'activités principales. Voilà, je vous ai déjà présenté l'objectif spécifique. Nous avons aussi développé les hypothèses et risques qui pourraient courir, en tout cas sur ce programme-là. Et parmi ces risques-là, il y a la question des épizooties, donc des zoonoses. On a eu la COVID-19, on a des maladies telles que le H1N1. En tout cas, aujourd'hui, les maladies liées à la faune sauvage sont de plus en plus récurrentes et menacent, n'est-ce pas, l'économie et la sécurité au-delà de nos frontières. Donc, c'est des éléments auxquels il va falloir faire attention. En termes de budget, nous sommes à peu près 142 milliards de francs CFA pour les 15 prochaines années. Et le programme consacré, n'est-ce pas, à la gestion opérationnelle, donc au renforcement du système de gestion, couvre l'essentiel de ce budget-là à hauteur à peu près de 105%. Donc, mesdames, messieurs, voici ainsi présenté à la fois le bilan du premier programme cadre de gestion des aires protégées ainsi que de la phase 2 à venir sur les 15 prochaines années. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci au colonel Issa Diarasouba. Il est responsable du suivi, évaluation et de la planification au niveau de l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves. Il est par ailleurs coach IMET. Comme il l'a indiqué, il a fait un bilan de tout ce qui a été fait au titre du premier programme cadre de gestion des aires protégées. Et il a décrit au niveau donc de ce bilan un état satisfaisant d'à peu près 80% du réseau des aires protégées, avec un cas, on va dire, quelque peu emblématique que tout le monde connaît en Côte d'Ivoire, qui est un cas d'école où l'occupation humaine est marquée, le parc national de la Maraoué. Et il a aussi mis en avant tout ce qui est comme action concertée avec les populations, qui a été relevé comme l'une des faiblesses au cours de la première phase du programme cadre de gestion des aires protégées. Il a ensuite mis en évidence le programme cadre de gestion des aires protégées de la deuxième génération, qui met un accent, comme vous l'avez vu, sur les questions de changement climatique et du genre, dans l'un des résultats qui est dédié donc à cette thématique, et pour lesquels il est attendu une mobilisation de près de 150 milliards sur les 15 années. Mesdames et messieurs, vous avez l'opportunité de poser des questions, de faire des commentaires sur cette présentation et à l'effet donc d'en tenir compte éventuellement pour la suite du processus en Côte d'Ivoire. Je vous remercie.
Ok. Moi, c'est M. Thiem Touré Souleymane. Je suis chargé des systèmes d'information de politique environnementale au niveau de l'IUCN PACO. Alors, j'ai quelques préoccupations. Merci déjà au présentateur, colonel Issa Diarasouba, pour sa brillante présentation. Alors, moi, j'aimerais savoir, ce réseau d'air protégé, est-ce qu'il prend en compte... Oui, juste savoir si ce réseau prend en compte toutes les aires protégées, même celles qui n'ont pas de document officiel, par exemple. Je veux savoir. Alors, la seconde question va en fait s'orienter vers le programme. Est-ce qu'il y a des axes prioritaires qui sont définis? Et vous avez parlé de 15 ans. Est-ce qu'il y a des domaines clés sur lesquels vous allez d'abord vous attaquer avant peut-être de dérouler? Ou bien il y a un programme qui est déjà établi et on le suit comme ça? Voilà. Et la dernière question, je crois que je l'ai un peu oublié, je vais voir ici. Oui, je crois que c'est bon pour le moment. Merci.
Ok, merci M. Thiem Touré. On va laisser donc la parole à M. Issa pour intervenir sur les 3 préoccupations.
Merci bien, M. Thiem Touré. Merci à l'IUCN. Le DG a remercié tout à l'heure l'IUCN. L'IUCN en Afrique de l'Ouest est un partenaire de l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves. Et vous parliez tout à l'heure d'IMET. L'IUCN nous appuie dans les évaluations IMET. Donc, pour ce qui concerne les questions, je vais démarrer. Le DG de l'OIPR est là, pourra apporter plus de précision que moi. Donc, au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, vous avez plusieurs sites qu'on dirait globalement sites protégés. Voilà. Donc, au sens strict donc, de la définition de l'IUCN même, on a d'abord les parcs nationaux et réserves naturelles, si on veut prendre la définition de l'IUCN de 2008. Et puis ensuite, vous avez aujourd'hui tout ce qui est sous le vocable OECM. Donc, autres mesures efficaces de conservation effective, n'est-ce pas? Donc, sous ce vocable-là, il y a un autre département, le ministère des Eaux et Forêts, qui administre tout ce qui est, je dirais, forêt sacrée, forêt domaniale, réserve botanique, voilà, qui sont aussi des sites protégés, mais qui ne sont pas sous la gestion de l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves. Et puis, vous avez la SODEFOR qui administre tout ce qui est forêt classée. Voilà, donc tout ceci, ce sont des sites protégés. Voilà, qu'aujourd'hui, la définition, en tout cas, de l'IUCN est en train de progresser, je ne vous apprends rien. Donc, il y a un certain nombre de domaines qui n'ont pas de documents officiels, mais dont la gestion est avérée sur le terrain. Donc, la Côte d'Ivoire ne déroge pas à ces règles-là. Vous avez vu ces différents types de domaines. Mais sur le plan institutionnel, chaque structure est affectée à un domaine. Voilà. Donc, vous avez globalement en Côte d'Ivoire 3 domaines. Celui géré par les parcs nationaux et réserves naturelles, donc OIPR, les forêts classées SODEFOR, et les autres domaines, c'est le ministère des Eaux et Forêts. Donc, voici ce que je puis dire. Maintenant, pour ce qui concerne le PCGAP, il est focus sur les parcs nationaux et réserves naturelles, mais en termes de contribution de tous les acteurs. Donc, par exemple, vous prendrez les réserves naturelles volontaires. Ce sont des aspects qui sont évoqués dans le PCGAP, dans le document, même si ces sites ne sont pas sous la gestion de l'OIPR, puisque le programme cadre va au-delà des considérations institutionnelles en termes d'acteurs. Si vous prenez l'éducation environnementale, On va vous parler de l'apport du ministère de l'Éducation du ministère de l'Éducation nationale, par exemple. Donc, voici ce que je peux répondre pour ce qui est de votre première question. Pour ce qui est des priorités, des domaines clés, bien entendu, vous l'avez vu, cela transparaît dans le budget. La gestion opérationnelle des sites est celui qui consomme le plus de ressources et est celui qui est, je vais dire, la priorité avant les domaines transversaux. Pour être concret, si vous prenez un site, dans notre contexte actuel, sans dispositif de surveillance, de protection, je vais dire, tant que ce dispositif de protection-là n'est pas efficace, n'est pas en place, ne tourne pas, n'est pas opérationnel, les autres mesures ne peuvent pas fonctionner. Les autres mesures transversales ne peuvent pas fonctionner. Donc, naturellement, on va démarrer par ces programmes. Et cela transparaît dans le budget. En termes d'approche aussi, les différentes modalités d'intervention ou fonctions de gestion, il y en a qui viennent avant d'autres, même si aucune fonction n'est prioritaire par rapport à l'autre, mais vous ne pourrez pas faire d'écotourisme si vous n'avez pas stabilisé les effectifs de faune. Donc, si vous n'avez pas fait de protection et si vous n'avez pas fait de suivi éco. Donc, cela transparaît dans notre stratégie. Donc, mais cela est beaucoup plus, je vais dire, dans l'opérationnel. Le document ne va pas dans l'opérationnel. Il donne les orientations, les grands cadres qui, eux, vont être déclinés dans les plans d'aménagement et de gestion qui seront le plus proches possible de l'opérationnalisation. Et puis, vous aurez des plans annuels, etc., qui, eux, vont aller directement à l'œuvre. Voici ce que je peux dire. Je ne sais pas si M. le DG veut...
En fait, quand il a présenté le PCGAP I, on avait sorti 3 limites. On avait dit que le cadre juridique et institutionnel n'était pas adéquat. Et puis on avait dit un autre élément, c'est qu'il n'y avait pas une participation de toutes les parties prenantes. Donc la première phase a consisté à assurer ces éléments-là. La première action, ça a été l'adoption de la loi 2202 du 11 février 2002. Ça a permis de mettre en place, et il a dit dans la présentation, ça a permis de surclasser, on peut dire, les parcs nationaux qui sont maintenant dans le domaine public de l'État. Ça veut dire que pour déclasser et classer une parcelle, il faut aller devant la loi, il faut aller devant l'Assemblée nationale. Donc vous voyez que ça devient plus compliqué. Maintenant que nous, on a 2 chambres en Côte d'Ivoire, ça veut dire que si vous dépassez l'étape de l'Assemblée nationale, il faut aller au Sénat. Donc c'est un peu plus compliqué. Le ministre en charge de l'espace ne peut pas se permettre de déclasser une partie. Vous voyez, le statut est renforcé. Donc ça, c'est important. Le deuxième élément, on a dit qu'il fallait mettre en place, il faut motiver les agents qui y participent. Il faut rappeler qu'il y a une vingtaine d'années, quand on affectait des agents dans les parcs nationaux, ils considéraient que c'était une punition. Donc, il y a eu un cadre organique qui a été mis en place. Et puis, troisième élément qui est important, peut-être qu'on n'en a pas parlé beaucoup, vous savez, le nerf de la guerre, c'est l'argent. Vous savez qu'en bénéficiant que des subventions de l'État, on ne peut pas assurer toutes les fonctions. Donc, en Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons décidé qu'il y ait une fondation des parcs nationaux qui vous soutenir le financement des parcs nationaux. Donc, vous voyez, on a répondu à ces 3 premières questions. Et la dernière question, c'était l'implication des populations. Et là-bas, on était obligé de mettre en place des comités de gestion locale, comme il a expliqué tout à l'heure, de sorte que la gestion de l'air protégée n'est pas l'affaire seulement de l'OIPR, mais c'est de toutes les parties prenantes. Une fois qu'on a mis en place ce dispositif, il fallait l'objectif spécifique précise qu'il faut que le réseau des aires protégées soit bien préservé. Donc cet objectif, c'est ce qu'on a fait durant les 15 premières années. C'est vrai qu'il a présenté le réseau. On a 10, c'est-à-dire on a 80% où il n'y a aucun problème. Quand il n'y a pas de problème, ça veut dire que là, on est sûr qu'il n'y a pas d'habitation à l'intérieur, il n'y a pas de champs. Mais il nous reste encore à peu près 18% où il faut mener encore des actions. Mais pour la deuxième phase, sûrement, il a allé un peu plus vite en sautant l'aspect même qui ressort. C'est-à-dire que quand on a fini de sécuriser ces espaces, il faut amorcer l'aspect développement économique par l'écotourisme. Donc voilà des priorités qu'on s'est données pour les prochaines années. C'est-à-dire au bout des 15 prochaines années, il faudrait que la destination des parcs nationaux puisse intégrer le circuit touristique de la Côte d'Ivoire. Donc voilà des actions que nous allons mener. Merci.
Monsieur Touré, je ne sais pas si vos préoccupations ont été prises en compte. OK. Merci beaucoup. Je ne sais pas s'il y a d'autres préoccupations. Sinon, voilà, c'est à cela que j'allais venir, juste donner la parole à Dr Fanny de la Fondation pour les parcs et réserves pour un mot.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis le Dr Fanny Ngolo, le directeur exécutif de la Fondation pour les parcs et réserves de Côte d'Ivoire. Alors, la Fondation pour les parcs et réserves de Côte d'Ivoire était un fonds fiduciaire et, comme l'a dit le DG, qui a été mis en place pour soutenir donc, le financement durable des aires protégées en Côte d'Ivoire. Vous savez que la conservation est un domaine qui a besoin de beaucoup d'argent et sur le long terme. Alors nous sommes dans des pays qui ont besoin de beaucoup de financement parce qu'il y a beaucoup de priorités en termes d'éducation, santé, etc. Et la conservation souvent n'est pas au premier plan, mais même si de plus en plus les États s'en préoccupent. Et aujourd'hui nous sommes là dans le cadre donc du changement climatique qui intéresse donc tout le monde. Alors pour revenir à la Fondation, comment est-ce qu'il fonctionne? C'est donc un fonds fiduciaire qui permet donc de mobiliser des financements et sous forme de capital qui est investi sur les marchés financiers internationaux et les revenus sont reversés à l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves pour la gestion des parcs nationaux. Alors c'est un mécanisme qui a maintenant fait son chemin. Depuis 2014, nous octroyons donc des financements à l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves pour couvrir un peu les frais de conservation des parcs nationaux. Alors il faut dire que pour le fonds de dotation, il fonctionne comment? Nous ne touchons pas au capital, ce sont que les revenus qui sont donc reversés. Donc il y a une certaine pérennité qui est donc assurée au financement. C'est vrai que ça ne suffit pas. Dans un premier temps, l'accent est mis sur le fonctionnement, les frais de fonctionnement des parcs. Je dirais donc, vous avez parlé de priorité. Justement, la première priorité, c'est la conservation et la surveillance, voilà, comme l'a dit le colonel Issa. Donc, je veux dire, ces types de financement doivent vraiment assurer vraiment les fonctions premières des parcs nationaux. Bien évidemment, cela ne suffit pas. Il n'y a pas que des frais de fonctionnement, il faut aussi des frais d'investissement. Et ça, c'est là que nous avons les grands défis qu'il faut relever. Et nous avons besoin donc de beaucoup de partenaires pour apporter non seulement assurer les frais de fonctionnement, mais aussi assurer les investissements. Les parcs en ont besoin, les remettre à niveau. Et il faut aussi cette combinaison de financement pour que les parcs puissent valoriser les ressources que nous avons. Conserver pour conserver, c'est bien, mais si on peut générer des ressources, je crois que c'est mieux. Voilà. Alors donc, voilà un peu présenter rapidement la Fondation. Merci.
Merci, docteur. Je pense que son intervention met fin donc à cette présentation du programme cadre de gestion des aires protégées deuxième génération, qui est donc au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire. Je voudrais à ce stade dire merci à l'IUCN pour l'organisation de cette présentation, au directeur général de l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves, le général Tondosama Adama, au docteur Fanny Ngolo, directeur exécutif de la Fondation pour les parcs et réserves de Côte d'Ivoire, au colonel Diarasouba, présentateur du jour chargé du suivi d'évaluation au niveau de l'OIPR, et moi-même, colonel Kouadio Yao Roger, directeur du parc national de la Comoué en Côte d'Ivoire. Merci à tous et à bientôt.
Check. And which was the other? Check, check. Can they hear me?
Yes. We can hear you, yes.
Check, check.
Hello, greetings to you. Thank you for making the time. Is it okay? Yeah. Thank you for connecting wherever you are in the world, and thank you for those of us that are in the room, this beautiful IUCN Pavilion, for making the time to be here with us for this historic event. Maybe I shall switch to the other microphone. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, I think that's a bit better like that. All right. So wherever you are in the world, and for those of you in the room, thank you for connecting with us live from Dubai, COP28 at this beautiful IUCN Pavilion. This side event is organized by the Work Commission on Environmental Law of IUCN. The topic is legal nexus of the triple planetary crisis, convergence of treaty regimes for climate change, biodiversity within and beyond national jurisdiction, and plastic pollution. We'll be benefiting from the insights of an amazing array of experts. And I believe to a large extent, we're also making history here. Yesterday already, in this very room, we made history by having for the first time the 7 commissions of the IUCN together. This time we're making history again for having this important side event that is exploring this triple environmental planetary crisis through a series of very relevant lenses, environmentally of course. To set the stage, I'm very happy to invite my dear friend and colleague, Dr. Niloufer Oral, who will be speaking about climate change and gaps in treaty regimes. Niloufer, if you'd like to come here on top of this, on front. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ayman. Well, may I say that I'm deeply honored to have been invited to this very important historic event, and to thank the WCEL, of course, my very dear friend. Oh, easier for you. Actually, it would be easier. All right. Is it on? Yeah? My very dear friend, who's the current chair of WCEL, and someone who I had the great pleasure of knowing many years, Christina Voigt, Professor Christina Voigt, and of course, Ayman, her deputy, and all of you. I thank you all for coming. And I was just remarking and talking about how important IUCN and WCEL has been in my life. And I can't believe it's been 20 years that I've been part of this wonderful family and organization that does so much for the conservation of nature and has such a leadership voice. And so I hope to continue for many more years. So now, I will be talking about, it said climate change and gaps, but I thought I would take a broader perspective, actually, given the title. Unfortunately, we are in a triple planetary crisis, and it's not as if it just happened overnight. So I want to go back in time a little bit when some of these very important framework legal regimes came about. So the area that I'm most active in, of course, is the oceans. And for those of us who are in ocean law, we know the Constitution of the Ocean, the Law of the Sea Convention, 1982 was adopted, but negotiated during the 1970s. But climate change was not an issue then. The term biodiversity did not exist. Yes, pollution is very much part of that convention, but not marine, not plastics or microplastics. So these are all issues that came up much later. Likewise, the UNFCCC and the Convention on Biological Diversity, they were part of those Rio regimes, 1992. And while climate change obviously had just emerged, biodiversity, these were new concepts. And in truth, the approach was siloed. We had a regime for these three major areas: biodiversity, oceans, and climate change. However, it has become increasingly clear that we cannot take this siloed approach. And each of these, sadly, instead of, it's been 30 years, over 30 years, and in the case of the Law of the Sea Convention, over 40 years since it entered into force, the problems have not been ameliorated, they've grown, and now we are in a planetary crisis. However, on the positive side, that we can see that these regimes have been actually taking the path of what I would say, looking for cohesion, looking for synergy. So how do we, for example, the Law of the Sea Convention, what is a pre-climate change regime, it became a challenge as to how we can incorporate climate change into the convention itself. And this is where the BB&J agreement comes in. And I think the BB&J agreement, well, I say an acronym, and I'm now starting an initiative against acronyms, but it's such a long term, but the conservation of sustainable use of biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, high seas. So, and that, I think, is the first codified agreement that's been negotiated that has taken the triple planetary crisis and brought in biodiversity, has also brought in climate change, and also, I think, marine plastics as well, under one roof. On the other hand, the other regimes have also been trying to build up this synergistic, cohesive approach. For example, the Convention on Biological Diversity, traditionally very terrestrial, actually, but also not a climate change regime per se. We see that there have been decisions, and we now have the new framework. So we see definitely that interaction is taking place. And of course, the UNFCCC, one of the issues that I had been looking at quite a bit was where the climate change regime and the ocean regime really were not, there wasn't a cohesiveness. And yet we know the ocean is the the largest sink for carbon dioxide and the greatest absorber of atmospheric heat, yet has really been an outlier to the climate change regime, but that's changing as well. So I think in concluding, what I want to say is that yes, we do unfortunately have a triple planetary crisis. We did start the legal process through a very siloed approach, but I am positive. I do see that there is an increasing movement towards looking to bring these together, convergence, cohesion, so that we are no longer operating in this separated approach, which really, in order to address these crises, because they're not separate, they're all interrelated, we need to have the legal regimes really operating in synchrony. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we have, thank you very much, Dr. Niloufer, for these important remarks. And we're very happy and glad to have you as part of the steering committee, of course, of the IUCN Work Commission on Environmental Law. Thank you very much for your commitment, engagement, and support. Much appreciated. Among your many hats, you have a lot of different responsibilities, so thank you again. And you concluded on the importance of synchronicity, moving over silos, and in that regard, we have an important opportunity to do just that in the panel that's going to follow. And now I'd like to invite you to join me on the stage here, my dear colleagues that are present here in the room, but also those that are present online, so that they make sure that their cameras are online and they're ready to speak. So I'd like to invite Dr. Alexandra Lemon to join me as part of the panel, as well as Mr. Teshras Rao to also join me on the panel. And of course,
Before I start, I wanted to commend the work of the Commission that has been chaired in the past year by Professor Christina Voigt and by my friend Ayman Cherkaoui. It's really great seeing you here today. And I think this is an opportunity to promote a very timely discussion on two main subjects. The very first subject that I wanted to address today is how the twin crises of climate change and biodiversity can be tackled, and what's the contribution of particularly international environmental law. And being a climate lawyer myself, primarily, I wanted to also consider how climate change is transversal to several international regimes, and how we can consider those to reinforce one another, and how we can build synergies among these regimes, as opposed to a division of tasks, and as opposed to competition among regimes. So one of the very first things that I wanted to say is that, as of course you all know, biodiversity and climate change have important reciprocal implications, and they are backed by strong science, and they also inform solutions for the climate crisis, for other human rights threats, for water security, food security, disaster risk management, and of course health. I think it's never too much to remind that biodiversity loss and habitat loss is directly related to the risk of further pandemics due to the fact that zoonotic diseases are, we as humans are becoming closer and closer to vectors of zoonotic diseases. So I think this is fundamental for us to consider. When we consider the possibilities of reinforcing regimes with a view on the transversality of climate change, I think it's also, as Professor Nilofer Oral just mentioned, I think it's vital that we consider our largest sink. So I think it's relevant that we consider possibilities for synergy and for mutual reinforcement among regimes from the standpoint of mitigation and from the standpoint of adaptation. So for instance, one of the most discussed topics when it comes to the synergies and between ocean law and climate change law is the fact that 3% of total global GHG emissions come from maritime transportation. But there are also other subjects that I feel we should, as scholars and as jurists, we should perhaps delve more deeply into. For instance, the fact that blue carbon from coastal areas has been facing a loss from 2 to 7% yearly. So this should be something that should be prioritized in public policy. There's also the need to reinforce scientific research with, of course, the help of legal scholars with regard to fertilization of seabeds so that we can reinforce reinforce the natural sink that, as I mentioned, the oceans are a large carbon sink that has been, of course, losing a bit of its resilience because it's been doing a lot of hard work in terms of removing, functioning as a carbon sink. There's another topic that I think it's relevant for us to address, which is the admission by the UNFCCC of mitigation activities in the EEZ and in high seas, which is something that I feel should be further discussed as a means of building solutions that bring together oceans regimes and the climate change regime and the marine ecosystems. With regard to adaptation, there is the need of increasing resilience and integrated regimes for coastal management, reinforcing early warning systems, and of course there is the need to look into non-climatic stressors such as water pollution and predatory fishing. So today I wanted to address you very briefly in the interest of time, and I wanted to thank for the opportunity to be here today and to address you, and also I wanted to thank you for the opportunity of being a member of the World Commission on Environmental Law and especially the Climate Change Law Specialist Group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandra, for these important remarks. We'll now be going online to hear about the, sorry for using acronyms, the BBNJ that was referred to previously by Nilofer Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement from the chair of the Ocean Law Specialist Group, Dr. Simi Payne. Simi, the virtual floor is yours. Can do that, so we can see you making your comments, and we'll make sure to find a way to share your amazing presentation to the participants later as well. Thank you.
I do have very pretty slides, but they're not essential. So, well, what was on the slide that you can't see was a complex diagram showing linkages between some of these planetary boundaries. And what I was describing was these connections between greenhouse gas emissions, ocean warming, ocean acidification.
For these important remarks. As you indicated, we'll now look towards the plastics treaty. We've been discussing implementation of the BBNJ agreement. Now we'll be discussing one that is still being designed as we are speaking. And to do that, we're very glad to have with us online Dr. Alexandra Harrington, who's the chair of the IUCN WCL Plastics Treaty Task Force. Alexandra, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ivan, and thank you all for being a discussion about the plastics treaty at COP. But when we think about it, especially in the context of the triple planetary crisis, this is one of the places where a discussion of the plastics treaty is perhaps most vital, especially as it is currently ongoing. We had our third negotiation session at the beginning of November, and we have two more scheduled, only two more scheduled. So for April and for November into December 2024, and the ambition coming out of the UNEA resolution was very much that by the end of 2024, we have a document that then would be forwarded to the formal diplomatic meeting reporting requirements and the discussions we're currently having as to how to best ensure that we have information coming out in the plastics context that is quite critical and is important for us to be able to evaluate and benchmark there, while also not asking states, especially least developed countries and small island states, to replicate the reporting that they are already doing for UNFCCC and for CBD. So really bringing those reporting systems together to form their own nexus. We're also very much seeing a convergence at points such as just transition, and indeed where we have references to just transition largely in the preamble and surrounding COP decisions for the Paris Agreement, we actually have at the moment a planned article in the draft of the Plastics Treaty that would address just transitions. We also have increasingly a focus on Indigenous and traditional knowledge, which again overlaps not only into many of the elements of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, but also we have those references obviously coming out of the CBD and its various protocols, as well as the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And finally, we also have a really profound stress on the impacts of plastic pollution, as well as the impacts of potential shifts to alternatives and alternative means of consumption and production, and legacy plastic, so plastic that is currently a form of pollution and would need to be remediated in some level on vulnerable communities. And here again, we see a number of nexuses because quite frequently these are communities located in areas where they are suffering from impacts already of climate change and efforts to have either adaptation and or mitigation for those impacts, as well as trying to figure out how to handle plastic pollution both now and into the future. So it is a very much emerging topic, but it's one that I'm very happy to be able to bring you to think about how we preserve nature, how we think about nature in this context, and how we also think about all of the various treaty regimes that we have created thus far, moving into the new realms of plastic, of the plastic treaty, as well as the BB&J treaty, as well as other treaties that might come up into the future, where we can build on the lessons that we have, we can build on the existing frameworks that we have legally to create treaties that are not in competition, but in fact are very much complementary. So thank you, and I'm happy to turn the floor back to you, Ayman.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for enlightening us with all those important perspectives on this ongoing negotiations. Now we'll go back to the room. I'm very happy to give the floor to my dear friend, Mr. Teshas Rao, who I've known through different connections, but in this particular case, he's speaking as a member of the Early Career Specialist Group of the IUCN Work Commission on Environmental Law that is brilliantly led by Marina and Alvin. The floor is yours, Teshas. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ayman. I just want my slides on screen. Yeah, thank you so much. So first off, huge thanks to Marina Trindade and Marina Venancio for all of their coordination of this event and for putting me forward to speak on behalf of the Early Career Specialist Group of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law. I'm really grateful to be sharing this panel with such amazing speakers, but also to have senior leadership of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law in the room. So thank you very much for being here, because your welcome for early career researchers and your support of early career researchers is something that we are all extremely grateful for. My presentation focuses on a topic that I think links up some of the discussions that we have already seen and some of the interventions that we've already heard, focusing on the role of designing treaty architecture and implementing and creating compliance or creating the environment for this treaty architecture to actually be viable after the treaty comes into force, which is a position that we see the BBNJ agreement is now going to soon be at, but it is a position that we estimate that the plastics treaty will come into at some stage. So it's something that I think very much ties these two or the three things that we've been discussing together. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Yep, there we go. I have a clicker. I forgot about that. But I'd like to touch initially on the importance of robust implementation mechanisms, which play, in my view, a key role of translating treaty provisions into concrete actions at the national level. These mechanisms need to be adaptable to each country's context, allowing for flexibility while maintaining the treaty's objectives. That balancing act is a very fine one that negotiators spend a great deal of time on, that needs to be respected in light of principles of international environmental law and principles of international law more broadly that states have agreed to, while allowing states an element of sovereign control over the way in which they implement their own obligations. The mechanism that I think we are all here for, that we are all following under the UNFCCC here at the moment at COP28, is the nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, which are especially coming into focus in light of the global stocktake. This morning, I was in negotiations. I was following the negotiations that are taking place and the informal consultation taking place on the global stocktake text. And in discussing the text for loss and damage especially, it is clear that states have put in a great deal of effort that they wish to be recognized while creating this backward-looking part of the global stocktake, but equally wish for it to be recognized in the forward-looking component, which is evidence of the fact that states have a great deal of respect and a great deal of faith in the fact that their implementation mechanisms will be acknowledged and will be shared with other states as best practices that can actually be followed. Moreover, and taking a step back from this system, a lot of the legitimacy that international law gains and a lot of the faith that states have within international law is grounded in the fact that they can understand and acknowledge that they do have the right to implement the way that they see fit in light of their circumstances while agreeing to certain common ground that cannot be deviated from within treaty text. That, I think, is the key part of implementation mechanisms across all of the treaties that we see within international environmental law, that we have seen a great deal of growth in over the last 20 to 30 years, especially as we approach Rio Plus 30 very soon. I'd now like to turn quickly to compliance mechanisms as a tool for accountability, which sits separately from implementation mechanisms in some cases, but sit alongside them in others, including the Paris Agreement. Compliance mechanisms within international law theory and within legal theory at large aim to ensure that parties adhere to their commitments. And there are many ways in which this can be done. There is the punitive, more enforcement mechanism that a lot of dispute settlement bodies and a lot of bodies at large within international law go for. But given the nature of the common responsibility that states feel towards environmental issues and this triple planetary crisis that we have been discussing, I think the evolution of environmental law and the evolution and the contribution of environmental treaties is in creating these mechanisms that are extremely transparent, that are non-confrontational, non-adversarial, and are facilitative in their nature because they do encourage a great deal of participation and a great deal of trust and cooperation among parties, which is critical in light of where these implementation and compliance committees sit in the broader architectural scheme of the treaties themselves. Given that these meetings are taking place year-round between COPs and at COPs as well, it is extremely critical that states do not lose faith within that process between these meetings or between these body meetings. I also would like to say a bit about the relationship between and the intersection between compliance and financing, because there has been studies of the fact that treaties that have stronger compliance mechanisms in that they promote more facilitative participation by states rather than taking a more heavy punitive enforcement approach are the ones that are currently receiving a greater deal of financing by development banks and other bodies involved within the processes themselves, because those non-state stakeholders are viewing these compliance mechanisms as mechanisms that will actually hold states to account in light of their differential capacities, in light of the different projects that they've undertaken, as compared to more heavy enforcement mechanisms that are more punitive in nature, that punish states rather than bringing them into the process, which has been a key part of the UNFCCC since its inception. To shed a spotlight on this variance that we see, it's fairly easy within the UNFCCC to examine the distinction between the Kyoto Protocol Compliance Committee, which has two branches, the facilitative branch and the enforcement branch, and the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee that we have now, which works in this facilitative way and has already started functioning after the rules of procedure were adopted. I think there is a great deal of virtue that these implementation and compliance mechanisms can bring into international law to reignite the amount of legitimacy that we give the law with biodiversity, with climate, and with plastics, and with all emerging regimes right from the start, which is why it's very heartening to see already within the BBNG agreement that we have Article 54 and Article 55, which are the implementation and compliance mechanisms. And the Article 55 text within the BBNJ, Part 1, takes directly from Article 15 of the Paris Agreement, verbatim, which is a sign of the cross-fertilization that we are seeing within international environmental law at large. I think finally, a bit needs to be said about integration across regimes, something that I've alluded to earlier. I think at the moment, we are seeing a fight for the future of international environmental law, because there has been a great deal of talk about fragmentation across international law systems at large, and there's been a lot of conversations about different regimes advancing at different rates. However, when you see implementation and compliance mechanisms in particular, you see them working in concert, in harmony across different treaty bodies, across different protocols that are adopted. And we can see that already starting to take force within the UNFCCC framework and potentially influencing the BBNJ, which is why when the plastics treaty is adopted, my sincere hope is that there is already an implementation and compliance language that is inserted into the treaty to call on that treaty body also to activate as quickly as possible. Because the BBNJ has done something that I think no other treaties have so far by putting pressure on states that meet at the Conference of Parties to adopt rules of procedure for that implementation and compliance committee at their first COP itself, which means that the BBNJ implementation and compliance committee should be active very soon. Once the treaty goes into force. I also think that this requires a systemic approach that aligns reporting and verification processes to streamline efforts and share best practices, something Dr. Alexander Harrington also spoke to. And finally, I think this requires and necessitates that lawyers, particularly lawyers that are sitting as non-party stakeholders and observing these processes, take a more proactive role in advocating within the literature for these implementation and compliance mechanisms to be brought into the treaties, because we did see that play a role within the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee itself, and we can see that take shape with the Plastics Treaty, hopefully in the future. With that, I conclude my intervention here, and I look forward to hearing your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tashas. It's not very often that one gets to speak about implementation compliance in front of the co-chair of the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee. So we have about 7 minutes left, so let's make every minute count. At this stage, we'll be getting a couple of comments, questions, then I'll be reverting to the panel for some concluding remarks, very short. And then, of course, we have the actual closing of the session with the chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, Professor Christina Voigt. So are there any requests for, yes, please, go ahead. If you could introduce yourself briefly for the audience and then ask your question or make a comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Andreas from Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative. My question is only for one question for Tejas. First of all, amazing presentation, thank you. And really happy to see you finally in person. My question would be between two mechanisms, which is non-punitive, which is more incentive to increase compliance. Which one is more effective? Or do you think the two mechanisms is not to be like compared each other? And what is confusing for me, how do you see that for a certain topic, the incentive method is going to be more suitable? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get another couple from the audience, if they are. If they are not, it's perfectly okay, but I see one. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel. My name is Jackie Peel. I'm a professor of international environmental law at University of Melbourne. Hi, Simi. I'm sorry that you're new to you in person, and a wonderful panel presentation. I just wanted to evoke Tejas's phrase at the end, a fight for the future of international environmental law, and pose to the panelists, picking up on your comments, Simi, that we're having a lot of judicial activity at the moment in the international environmental law space. Whether you're more hopeful about the capacity for coordination across different issues through the treaty route or through the judicial route, or whether you see any dangers, particularly with the range of judicial opinions that are about to emerge to exacerbate fragmentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We got some amazing questions from the audience that evoke a lot of thought, but I'd like to invite the honorable panelists to be as short and to the point as possible. I know it's going to be very difficult and challenging, but let's start with Simi. Simi, would you like to come in at this stage? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So thank you for that question in particular, Jackie. I think that in terms of the treaty coordination, this is really something that the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty has to do because there are these other treaties for fisheries and shipping that have to be coordinated with the BB&J agreement. In terms of what the 3 advisory opinions, so one at the International Court of Justice, that the hearings and submissions are coming up in the new year, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights also coming up in the new year, and the Law of the Sea Tribunal, which we expect an opinion in March. IUCN presented both written and oral submissions and you can find those on the website for the tribunal, itlos.org. But I think we're all concerned that there's a risk that when you ask 3 different courts for opinions on government's climate change obligations, you may get contradictory answers. I think we're fortunate that the Law of the Sea Tribunal, which is science-based and has a narrower focus, will go first. And I think I'm actually quite optimistic seeing the convergence of views in those submissions that we are going to get useful opinions from all 3 tribunals that will be pretty well coordinated. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Simi. You're up next, Alexandra.
Excellent. Again, thank you for those questions. They really are some of the most important questions of the time that we're trying to figure out, and that's why we wanted to have this panel. I think from the perspective of certainly plastics treaty, all of the anticipated international decisions will be very critical. And not only their issuance and hopefully their own convergence around certain very important points will be quite critical, but also state responses to them will be very important. And obviously the concern is that if there is, as we hope, a sense of convergence around certain points and around the main issues and their importance, this can be quite valuable. But we also are slightly concerned that there is the potential for states to become very much wanting to isolate themselves or wanting to protect themselves from the ramifications of those types of agreements, decisions in their future agreements, and that could be a potential source of frustration for some of the elements of the plastics treaty as it is in its final negotiating timeline during the end of 2024, where I think then it falls to us as lawyers, as advocates, those of us who are involved in the negotiating processes, to explain where the intersections are when the decisions do come out, and to explain that those intersections in the decisions are potentially valuable tools for plastics, although they obviously won't address plastics per se, but that they are not things to be frightened of and they are not things to hide from or to try to work around in the final negotiations. And I think that really is where it's so critical that we have a voice, a legal voice coming from the World Commission that can be backed by science, that can be backed by our understanding of nature at IUCN, so that we can have that bridge between science and policy and law to address the issues that come up and to take all the benefits that we hope will come from those various advisory opinions and help to have policymakers and states understand how those can be benefits rather than burdens, because that is obviously the concern at this particular time. So thank you very much, Ayman.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Now, Alessandra. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to very quickly address Jacqueline's questions. I think there's a fundamental issue with regard to judicial activity, with regard to the treaties we've been discussing this morning. And I am, both as a practitioner and as a scholar, convinced that the next frontier in environmental litigation has to do with biodiversity litigation. We have a basis to develop biodiversity litigation upon. We have agreed at COP15 last year in Montreal, and we have finally reached an agreement with regard to a framework for the biodiversity regime, the Kunming-Montreal Agreement. And we also have a framework for disclosures with regard to nature and biodiversity, the TNFD, which remains to be seen if it's going to be as widely adopted as the TCFD. But we do have a basis for scrutiny that can lead to increased activity with regard to biodiversity litigation. And finally, with regard to regime coordination, which is, I think, the main takeaway of today's session, I wanted to remind that Professor Freestone famously lamented that the oceans regime were the Cinderella of climate change talks, never climate change negotiations, never invited to the ball. Well, oceans were eventually invited to the ball. I think 2009 is probably an inflection point in this trajectory. But I think our challenge as both scholars and practitioners is to ensure that we have a heightened dialogue among regimes, and we help devise solutions for increased synergies among regimes so that we don't have any more Cinderellas moving forward with regard to climate negotiations. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And thank you for those questions. I think I'll take them both in turn because I'm fairly optimistic about treaty processes at large. I think litigation is a great development, and it's excellent to see so much proceeding in courts, but all of that has to sit alongside everything that's happening in the treaties and the negotiating space. And I do believe that harmony is essential to achieving the ends that all of us here in this room believe in with the enforcement and the successful compliance with international environmental law. To answer the question about whether punitive mechanisms or facilitative mechanisms work better for particular topics, I think the trends largely show that we have moved away from punitive mechanisms entirely to facilitative mechanisms from the 90s to the early 2000s to now. And a large part of that is to do with the amount of faith and the amount of environmental litigation that was taking place in courts around the world, but also at the International Court of Justice, and the amount of faith that states had with the international mechanisms that existed in the international dispute settlement bodies. Because in the early 90s and the early 2000s, there was a distinct lack of faith in the international dispute settlement bodies that forced states to take a position that required punitive mechanisms to be incorporated within treaty negotiations and within treaty mechanism bodies. Is at least a correlation that I see over there. But now, with the increased amount of faith in international bodies at large and the increased amount of participation that's taking place, everyone's recognized that you don't need another dispute settlement body and you don't need another enforcement mechanism, and you'd rather encourage states to do the best that they can in their circumstances through implementation and compliance procedures. So that's my current response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And at this stage, without further ado, I'd like to invite Professor Christina Voigt, the chair of the IUCN World Commission Environmental Law, to provide us with some closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayman. And I will be quick because I know we're already out of time, but it is a particularly happy moment for me here as the chair of the World Commission on Environmental Law for two, if not many more reasons. But for two reasons, because it gives me the opportunity to thank our fantastic speakers for very, very insightful remarks. I'd like to thank Nilofer and Alessandra, Simi, Alexandra, and Tejas for sharing with us your knowledge and your insights. And of course, I'd like to thank you, Ayman, for your fantastic moderation. And I would like to thank Marina Venancio and Marina Trindade, two Marinas, for the event organization, and also Fabiano Andrade Correa for organizing this event. The second reason for why this is a very happy moment is that it gave us the opportunity to share with you the scope and the breadth of the work that the World Commission on Environmental Law is doing. Because you could hear we're working on the oceans, on climate change, on biodiversity, on plastics. We're doing so much more on the soil, on freshwater, on ethics. Yes. We're working on all 3 advisory opinions at the international courts that are currently ongoing because the IUCN has been invited or authorized to participate in all 3 of them. So we're doing a lot of work across the entire scope and field of international environmental law. And Ayman just reminded me that this is hot off the press, a new publication that we're launching, now, today, here, on measuring the environmental effectiveness of environmental law through environmental legal indicators, and we have the first 10 copies here with us today. Just to round it out, what we heard today is that we are looking at not just a triple planet, I think it's fair to say pluriplanetary crises, because they're more than just the 3 of what we've heard, but they're being dealt with in different treaties and different regimes, which from the outset do not really relate to each other. So that what Nilofer called synergistic, cohesive approach to the future. And with that, many, many thanks to you all who came here today and to our wonderful panelists. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Lori Marker, and I'm the founder and executive
Hi, everyone. Thanks a lot for joining the session just now. A new session, which is the headlight session of IUCN at this pavilion on youth leadership, is starting in 5 minutes. So we'd be grateful if those of you could just get seated. And if you want to keep mingling in the meantime, feel free to do so. Just a heads up. Thank you. Hi, everyone. If we could start to get seated, that would be great. I know there are quite a few people still talking to each other outside, but it'd be great if we can start to get seated. Thank you. You could just say next slide, please. Okay, yeah, let's get started. Great. Thank you so much, everyone. We're getting started. Great. Thank you so much, everyone. We're getting started and understand that usually it takes us quite a while to walk here, so we're just getting started. And thank you so much for joining IUCN's event on youth leadership. And the aim of this session is really, one, to showcase different types of young leaders that engage with the union, and also at the same time understand how the union can support these youth initiatives going forward. And especially still great to have our great colleagues and lineup joining us, including Sandeep, who is, of course, our global head of climate policy, and Camille, who's one of the change makers, and Ayadi, who is with Yango, the youth constituency of the UNFCCC. And in a few minutes, we'll also have Diana, who is our brilliant regional vice chair of one of our 7 commissions, which you will hear all about it and all the acronyms explanation in just a bit. So first, I really want to get a view in the room as an icebreaker. If you could raise your hand if you have been engaging with IUCN as a member organization or a member of the commission or a partner, or keep your hands down if you haven't been engaging. Ian is not raising his hand. Great. So I think it's great that most people have been engaging with IUCN and understand, how the union works. Does anyone really understand the whole thing? But I'm sure you get a better sense at the end of it. And I think also that it's so great to first see that there is an IUCN Pavilion this year, and also such a great year, great moment with 75th year anniversary of the union, but also it's the same time that we're brainstorming, of course, the strategy for the next 20 years of the union, what it would look like. And I think sometimes I always think it would be very ridiculous if an organization would brainstorm its 20-year strategy without the current generation of the young people, because in 20 years' time, some of the current main generations or non-youth would be retired, they'd be gone, right? So it would really be up to the current young people that would really have to, take the baton forward, that will deliver this, continue to deliver the mission of IUCN and make it more inclusive and fit for the world of today and tomorrow, which is so great that we're making this intergenerational panel today. And also that some of you know that IUCN has done various incredible work, and I will of course let Sandeep talk about it in a few examples, and you will see some pictures on the screen later. So without further ado, I will hand over to Sandeep to have a brief introduction of what is IUCN, what does IUCN do, how has IUCN been engaging with young people, and whatever else he wants to talk about.
Great. I'll use the mic. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Kathy, for that introduction, and delighted that we could have this event today and be joined by such important constituencies and representatives of the constituencies, as Kathy pointed out, the youth, which is the future of tomorrow. So Kathy asked me to start off by saying a little bit about what is IUCN. Many of you know what IUCN is. We are celebrating our 75th year. At the heart of it, we are a union of members. And what makes us unique is that we bring together both governments on the one hand, so we have over 200 states and government agencies that are members of our union, but also non-governmental organizations and indigenous peoples organizations. So we have over 1,200 NGO and IPO organizations from around the world that are also part of the union. And so the membership is one part of the union. We also have 7 expert commissions, which are networks of volunteer experts. We around, I think, over 15 to 18,000 experts around the world. So that's the second part of the union, which is the commissions. And the third part of the union is the secretariat, to which I belong to. It's headquartered in Switzerland. It's got 9 regional offices and over 50 country offices around the world. And we deal with a range of topics related to the natural world, to the protection of the natural world. And I can go into it forever, but I think the topic of today's session is, of course, what is IUCN doing on youth engagement? And so I'm delighted, in a sense, to try and give you a bit of a snapshot of our work in this space. So in fact, while I was preparing for this session, and I didn't know this earlier, but what I came to realize is that IUCN's work on youth actually dates back to the 1950s. So believe it or not, we were set up in 1948, and as early as in 1956, the union established and supported an International Youth Federation for Environmental Studies and Conservation, which united youth-led environmental organizations around the world as recently as up to the early 1990s. So just think about it, as to how far ahead of its time the union was in recognizing the importance of youth engagement. And of course, there have been a number of resolutions and recommendations that have been passed at various IUCN congresses over the years that underscore the importance of intergenerational engagement and the important work of engaging with youth. More recently, however, so let me just structure what I'm going to say in 4 parts. The first part, I'll talk a little bit about the recent history of our youth engagement. The second part, I'm going to talk a little bit about what our commissions have been doing on youth engagement. And the third part is going to be what are we, within the Secretariat, how we are integrating the youth and young people within our programmatic elements itself. And finally, I'm just going to wrap up by talking a little bit about the convenings that we do in this space. So speaking of the recent history, it was only last year it was back in 2020 that we undertook a review of the youth engagement that was happening in IUCN. And this was a review that was commissioned jointly by all the commissions and the Secretariat. And with particular support from the Commission on Education and Communication, an in-depth review was conducted that established a baseline of what sort of engagement was already happening across the union. So across our membership, across the commissions, across the council, across the Secretariat on this issue. And it was that process in 2020 that really paved the way for having a youth engagement strategy at the Marseille Congress in 2021. And following a mandate from the Council, youth engagement was mainstreaming at the IUCN Congress in Marseille in 2021. And this included, and this was in a sense really spotlighted through the organization of the first ever Global Youth Summit, which was the first of its kind, fully virtually held youth event that brought together over 8,000 youth participants from around the world for 10 days of intergenerational dialogue on a wide range of topics that IUCN works on. And at the end of the Congress, and in response to the outcomes of the Youth Summit, and in response to the review that had been carried on, the IUCN Director General and the 6 commission chairs at that time recommended the creation of a Youth Advisory Committee, which was the first ever youth, and of the first ever youth engagement strategy, and of a youth engagement team at IUCN. So you had these 3 components: the recommendation of the creation of a Youth Advisory Committee, the first ever youth engagement strategy, and a youth engagement team at IUCN. And in May last year, in May 2022, the IUCN Youth Strategy for the period 2022 to 2030 was presented to the IUCN Council and adopted by it. And the strategy itself was crafted through a consultative process designed by a team of young professionals, both from the Secretariat in the headquarters and in the regions. It included young professionals from the various commissions and from our Indigenous Peoples Organization members. And the strategy, in terms of its substance, really highlighted the importance of intergenerational dialogue and had both short-term and long-term actions included in it. And this strategy is available on our website. So if you just Google IUCN Youth Strategy, the first document that you find will take you to it, and I would invite all of you to read it. At the moment, IUCN is working to establish this IUCN Youth Advisory Committee, to bring together youth representatives from the Secretariat, from the commissions, and from the members, and as well as from the various partners that we have in this process. And the expectation is that it is this Youth Advisory Committee that will help guide the implementation of IUCN's youth strategy across the different parts of the union. So that's bringing you up to speed about the recent history. Secondly, on what's been happening in the commissions. Now, since its launch, the commissions have been at the forefront of leading the implementation of the youth strategy. And at the moment, you have young professionals included in commission leadership. In fact, you have over 20% of commission members across all the commissions being young professionals. And I can think of no better example that illustrates the inclusion of youth leadership in IUCN's, or youth in IUCN's commissions, through you, Kathy, as the vice chair of the most recently established 7th IUCN Commission, which focuses on the Climate Crisis Commission. And so this is something that we are really committed to continue building on. And indeed, many of these commissions are also now, I think, developing or already have in place youth person specialist groups. At the same time, IUCN is continuing to engage with various other youth constituencies, such as the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, the UNEP major group on children and youth, and various other Yango, and with several other youth organizations in this space. Thirdly, in terms of what we do within the Secretariat, in terms of our programmatic and project engagement with youth, again, this is something that IUCN is beginning to concentrate a lot more on in terms of actively engaging youth, both in terms of integrating young professionals within IUCN Secretariat staff, but also of finding new and creative ways of engaging the youth in a more meaningful manner in project design and implementation. So just to give you one example, the water team at IUCN is currently working on a Dutch-funded Valuing Water Journey initiative jointly with AquaFed, KWR Water Research Institute, and the Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center, which is focusing on delivering a series of intergenerational dialogues for younger and also senior professionals working in the area of transboundary water governance. And it is also in the process of designing a water leadership program to build the skills of young water professionals in the area of project management, resource mobilization, and advocacy, including through trainings that are going to be available on the IUCN Academy platform. Finally, I said that I'd be talking a little bit about what are the convenings that we are doing around the youth strategy. And here again, IUCN's Global Convenings and Events Unit has initiated over the last couple of years a Youth Changemakers program. And this is something that we do in conjunction with the annual IUCN Leaders Forum. And it was launched at the first Leaders Forum in Jeju in South Korea in October last year. And this initiative brings together 10 to 15 young leaders and change makers selected through a competitive process. So we had these 10 or 15 young change makers selected from a pool of over 3,500 applicants, for example, for the Jeju Leaders Forum. And the idea of bringing these change makers together is for them to pitch their ideas and to pitch their projects and startups to conservation leaders in the field, and for them to enable, to get secure funding, to build the contacts, to get the feedback on their projects. So think of a Dragon's Den sort of initiative which focuses on youth leaders in conservation. And that's what you have in the IUCN Changemakers program. And finally, this is an additional point. IUCN has also been working, I wanted to share that this year, some of you may know, that the UNFCCC has launched its 2023 Climate Action Award, which means to recognize the most innovative action that is being carried out on climate change around the world. And the focus this year was on the youth category. So what is the youth action that is being taken place through these Climate Action Awards? And IUCN has been honored to work with the UNFCCC Secretariat in the selection of the award winners in the category on youth that focuses on nature. And there's another work stream that focuses on energy transition that is being supported by IRENA. But, so this is again one illustration of the work that IUCN is doing to promote youth engagement. So I think I've gone well over my time, Kathy, but I thought it'd be useful to just set the scene by providing this overview. Thank you very much.
Great, super helpful, thanks. Great, and also just by way of introduction that we have Diana also joining us, who is the very brilliant Regional Vice Chair for the Commission on Education and Communications. So without further ado, and I think first, hopefully you get a really good overview of all the different types of work that IUCN does with young people, and we'll soon be going into a panel, and we'll talk about their different experience from engaging with commissions, from engaging as a young expert, from the perspective of a youth network, international youth network that sometimes collaborates with IUCN, and also, of course, from internal perspective. So to start with, I would really love if everyone can give a very brief round of introduction of yourself. What do you do? How have you been collaborating with IUCN? Very briefly. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Good afternoon, everyone. I have started my journey with IUCN several years ago, really probably 2017, as a member of IUCN Commission on Education Communication, and then have been engaged in Global Youth Summit that was organized in 2021, and the Global Summit had two separate parts to it. The online 2 weeks whole big program where I was one of the 10 youth representatives selected globally, and then participated at the live event in Marseille. And after Marseille, I was invited to become a regional vice chair for Western Europe at CEC, and then also got a second hat in the commission, being a co-chair on youth and intergenerational partnerships there, which is just as important as my regional vice chair title. And I enjoy most really this point on the CEC priority list, focusing on youth engagement and meaningful youth experience within IUCN. I have worked almost 10 years in academia, and that's how my background in teaching and research work is connected with the work of CEC, and how it was very meaningful for me to be a member, and then transitioning in different roles, really experiencing fully the learning opportunities and all the brightness and inspiration that there is in the union. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, there, sorry. I'm Camille from the Philippines, and I am a co-founder of Oceanus Conservation, where we work on abandoned fish ponds to convert them back to mangrove forest, as well as provide fisheries for the communities as well. This is my first engagement with IUCN through the Young Changemakers program, like what Sandeep mentioned. It was this year, out of 3,000 young people, 12 to 15 of us were chosen, and we had to pitch our project to global leaders, all the business leaders, and it was really nerve-wracking to be in front of them, but it was a great opportunity for us to showcase our work from all parts of the globe, from glass to sand, from conservation world, from solar. And what would be interesting is to have really a good program in the future by IUCN where we can get more mentorship and soft skills and a great opportunity to even have seed funding in the future. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Ayadi from India. I'm one of the advisors to the UN Decade and currently here representing Yongo, the Children Youth Constituency to the UNFCCC. I serve as the contact point for nature. And some of our work, again, lies not just in biodiversity restoration, but conservation in nature, and also going back to education, etc. I think we'll talk about it later more. Thank you.
Great. Sandeep, I think you already gave an introduction of yourself, so we can skip that. And to wrap up the introduction bit, introduction of myself, as you can see on the screen, I'm from the Climate Crisis Commission, which is the newest commission of the IUCN, and I'm their deputy chair. And with a background on civil society advocacy, especially on youth and gender within multilateral processes, especially the UNFCCC. So first, Diana, would love to hear you talk a bit more about your experience in terms of, yourself and other young professionals that you've seen in the IUCN. How have they, about their journey, about your story? Would love to hear a bit more.
Thank you, Kathy. Indeed, IUCN has a youth strategy that allows young people to participate in meaningful ways. As members of the commissions, as staff of the union, one can find ways to learn, progress, and really develop their career paths. I was very much looking for ways to find an entry point. As a young person, as a young professional myself, I am often in youth environments, and there is a reoccurring narrative saying that there is not enough done, and it's true in a way, right, for integration of young professionals in different structures and organizations, allowing space, spotlighting the work of young people. At the same time, I am being realistic and a critical thinker, understanding that 10 years ago, when I graduated from university, there were even times less opportunities for entry points, and especially if you're not coming from environment protection background, as in your educational background. I'm an economist, and for me, becoming part of the union that is focusing on nature conservation with all these fantastic biologists and people who work directly with conservation of species, I didn't know if I can find a space in IUCN with a background that I have. And for me, finding a community of like-minded people, also because the ecosystem of organizations and therefore opportunities infrastructure-wise, where I come from, Eastern Europe, is not so developed. And in fact, I'm based in Lithuania. There is not a single youth organization in environment protection. So you can imagine that we all have also different opportunities in terms of access points, and finding this way to step into the union, find like-minded people, become part of the community that allows you to learn and nourishes the talents and skills that you have was a big discovery and a big push moment for me. And therefore, this engagement, active engagement as a member of the Commission, really allowed me to make this experience within IUCN meaningful and positive experience, because I really had all the opportunities to be active as a member, participating in meetings that were held regionally by the regional vice chair, and then understanding the community, the needs of the community by being a member myself. I think this enabled me in my current role as a regional vice chair for Western Europe at CEC to know how to best deliver for the members that we have in our region, and what is it that they look for in the membership. And this whole experience of being part of the Global Youth Summit, a very extensive, beautiful event, in fact, unprecedented event, as in nobody else has ever organized a similar event of such kind. You could see COVID as a limiting factor where all of us were locked at home and so on, but making this online event where youth didn't have to think about the struggles of getting visas and funding to travel and participate in a high-level event enabled so many thousands of young people to participate throughout these 2 weeks. And that was a beautiful experience created for youth by IUCN. And I was really privileged to be part of it, being one of the 10 youth reps. Developing then, after these 2 weeks of intense intergenerational sessions, workshops led by youth and for youth, workshops, all of this has crystallized certain points that we could see are the points of attention and demands that youth has towards one in places of power within the union and outside, really, for decision makers to hear those outcomes of the Global Youth Summit that were presented then in Marseille Congress. And many of these resonate with youth strategy that we have in IUCN that is connected in very practical ways in empowering young people within IUCN, and that means the Secretariat, but also Commission members and members of the union, as in member organizations, to give space for young people, to empower them with capacity building, to create different educational products that allow young people to learn and enhance their skills and participate in meaningful ways. Maybe I can give an example right now. In CEC, we have recently developed a guide for youth oasis. These are the spaces that we create and refer to as oasis, youth oasis. And this guide allows everyone and everyone will soon have public access to it. We're going through rounds of consultations on it. But this is a document that allows to create youth spaces in conferences that allow meaningful youth engagement. And many of you participate in events. This could be a very useful tool for everyone to use. So these educational products, capacity building, ensuring that young people are part of the structures of IUCN, are ways of implementing youth strategy, and Sandeep has covered it very extensively with even more examples, so I'm not staying too much on it. But in brief, this is a very beautiful experience that I've been having throughout years, allowing young people to be visible, heard, and really embedded into the structure of the union. So from within, I can really confirm there is space for everyone at the table. Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot. And I guess it's great to hear the experience and perspective of someone from the Commission itself. And I guess Camille would also really love to hear your experience coming from, a startup youth-led initiative background, how you've been collaborating with the union through the Changemakers program, and your experience widely, for example, at the Leaders Forum, but also, perhaps other collaborations with the union or engagement with, for example, members of IUCN.
Hello, yeah, thank you. So just what Diana said, in the past, we never had that opportunity like how young people right now is. We never had mentorship. We had to grapple, we had to struggle, and I think that was something I've seen now growing my organization for the past 3 years, that I've seen that with the people, with the young people, with all their voices, it was a good opportunity later on with us that it trickled down for us. And I think what's nice during the Geneva's Forum was really going around and really showing that you can trust us as young people. Like the business leaders, I think there is that notion that young people are, young or not being taken seriously, and I've often experienced that back home in Philippines, where they never taken us seriously, like, oh, you're not yet there, right? And so I think I just want to mention all the impact that we've done as young organizations. So for example, I was able, just without mentorship, I had to write grants myself, and I was able to raise $100,000. I was able to do a protection of 250 hectares of mangrove forest, 200 members of communities trained, 70% survival rate of mangrove restoration, trained 40 members working on citizen science monitoring of mangroves and seagrass, and even 200 young people engaged for ocean literacy. And that's just for $100,000 US. So imagine having mentorship, having good funding. Imagine how many we can actually trickle down or impact a lot of other community members. And we are working on the front line. We work with community members. And that was something that I would like to really mention moving forward for the IUCN. Second would be a really good mentorship program. And the third also is like an opportunity like this. Is also really good for us to showcase our work and how I think one of the things that I've noticed is that there are good policies in place, but what I've seen on the ground, those policies I have not seen at all. Okay, like they just stay on the high level. They never trickle down to communities. They never trickle down to us NGOs. We never have an NGO alliance. And so that's the thing that I would like to see moving forward, where one of the things I would like to see is where there is like a rule that IUCN would like to see monitoring and progress that really it went to the ground. Like how can we measure that? And even implementation. And I can even see bigger organizations working on the ground, but really wrong practices. And it's a bit disheartening to see as small NGOs, as a growing, emerging NGO. And the fourth one is a good thing about the Geneva Leaders Forum was the partnership, because you can see who aligns to your values and who would like to be climate leaders in their own field. And for us young leaders, we do want to see people who would really put effort for, because it's a lot of pressure for us now. It's like they're giving, the older generation gave us this big chunk of like, oh, you will be the one to, solve the world. And what would be nice is to have that intergenerational where, yes, we have the tenacity, the push, but we need your help, your connections, your mentor, how to navigate in a world where it's so uncertain. So I think that's something that we like to see from the other generation as well. And I think lastly is, of course, the program, it would be nice as well, the young Changemakers program, if there's a possibility for a seed funding, because again, most often the case, and I will say this or represent this for all the youth as well, is that it's the issue always on seed funding. And it would be nice that there was that opportunity, if we cannot get it from the pitch events that we were able to do, at least there is that secure that we can still have that funding to work on our organization and our startups. That's it. Thank you.
Great, such an interesting story. And I think I was also really impressed by your presentation at the Leaders Forum, and especially seeing the logos of organizations that have been supporting your organization from a very early stage, and who they also happen to be IUCN member organizations. And Ayadi, I guess next over to you. We just happen to sit in this order. Perfect. Yeah, I guess from a Youngo perspective, right? In the past, back in the days, I think it was around 2020, 2021, Youngo Global Youth Biodiversity Network, which is Youngo's sister youth constituency with the Convention on Biodiversity. So together with Youth for Nature, we co-created the Nature-Based Solutions Youth Coalition. And I remember when the few of us first started, and we were dreaming, let's get 1,000 young people to do this 10-minute survey about their views on NbS, what risks they see, what are the safeguards needed, to really challenge already the views out there. And I remember thinking, yeah, we're just dreaming here. And then we got more than that, and with the support, of course, with IUCN and a few brilliant UN agencies. So there's really so much power in these youth movements. So Ayadi, want to get your views in terms of, how do you think Youngo can be involved in IUCN's work? The examples Sandeep mentioned, but also how could IUCN support youth networks like Youngo, in your opinion?
Thank you so much for the space, Kathy, and thank you so much, everyone, for listening to all of us. It's really hard to go on and speak about change after such amazing change makers like Camille herself. But just a brief about Youngo, as Kathy mentioned, it's the official children and youth constituency to the UNFCCC. We have about 10,000 young people and more than 1,000 NGOs and just organizations led by young people, made by young people, and that's sort of the network you're talking about to operationalize. So when you have such a huge pool of young people who really, really have the energy to engage, for example, on nature, on all these different intersectional spaces, what do you do with that energy? Everybody clubs into small groups and comes together to make more and more ideas, and you operationalize that into action, different reports and different projects. One of them, again, in 2021, was the Nature-Based Solutions report, which again formed into this whole, branched from an idea of gathering all these inputs and became a movement in its own right. This year, we had the Biodiversity Academy, a space made for 200 to 400 people. Again, underestimating the energy and the curiosity of young minds, we ended up with more than 2,000 children and young people in our hands who wanted to know more about, hey, how do you bridge the gap between nature and climate? Essentially asking, how do I move from the UNCBD space to the UNFCCC space? How do I bridge the Kunming-Montreal Global Diversity Framework back into climate? And how do I take it back to my place? How do I bring that back into local action? So networks like Youngo, as well as Gibbon, Youth for Nature, all of these spaces in their own rights are ways to not only collaborate horizontally, but also vertically. Because what we're talking about, again, through resources, not just information, not just capacity building, but also access to networks, to people who do have all the resources that we, with ideas, with hands, to do all the action, to, again, mobilize our communities, already have. We need that help. And that's the way that I do really see that Youngo can engage, not just in capacity building, because we really already are trying to do that. There's also a lot of space to, again, move from talk into the action again. So there are the three verticals that I can see personally, that because, again, young people not only want meaningful engagements, we also bring in with us many hats, many different identities, most often which do not have spaces in such negotiations. I myself, being a queer person, again, come from different spaces, not just one group. And that is the power of such intersectional spaces for young people. I think that's the brief on this.
Great, that's very helpful. And I guess also want to add that, I think it's so powerful that these youth networks, for example, Youngo and Gibbon, can play such a huge role in helping IUCN to achieve their mission. For example, whether it's looking at Global Biodiversity Network, Global Biodiversity Framework, but also at the same time, for example, building linkages between these two conventions, because these Youngo and Gibbon have been working so closely, literally like sisters, for the past many years. And I think that really also sends a great signal, and also, of course, help IUCN to advocate for our policy demands, for example, linkages between the two conventions, and also to send that signal also to parties, to member states, to different stakeholders, to help them understand how these synergies can be built and how beneficial they are. And I guess also, then going to Sandeep, I guess would love to hear your reflection on, after hearing all these incredible stories, experience, remarks from these young people, your thoughts on how IUCN could further support these initiatives, young individual professionals, or startups and international networks. So just want to hear your reflection on that, but also, what is perhaps your proudest experience collaborating with young people?
In terms of my reflections, let me start, by just saying how impressed I've been just listening to each of you. I mean, and the experiences that you've shared. In a sense, it really underscores the power of the youth, young people, youth movements in pushing us beyond our comfort zones. It sort of brings really to the fore the need for us to engage much more with young people than we have done. And it's probably not just, I would like to think that IUCN is ahead of the curve, but even so, I would say that we probably need to go a much longer way in this process. One of the beauties of working in IUCN is that it's such an inclusive space. It's like, you see, it's supposed to be the home of the union, and the union itself is so big, and the mission and the vision that we have is of a just world that conserves and that values and conserves nature, right? And we cannot achieve that mission unless we have the next generation actively involved in pursuing it. So in a sense, the onus is on us to create the spaces, to provide more support, and to actually be as open as possible to these new voices that we have. Because the danger always is that when you're 75 years old, and I refer to our organization, of course, that you have to keep up with the times, and you can't rest on your glory. And you have to be open to new ideas, new technologies, new modes of thinking, new patterns of behavior. And all of these newness, who knows it best? It's the generations that come on stream. And the one reflection I would have, though, that, is it's not only how we can support you, it's really how you can help us get better, and here again, I would think of, if it's a power of communication, it's a power of social media, like, I don't know how TikTok videos go viral, right? But you can do it. And if the power of new technologies, if the power of new knowledge can help advance our common cause, whether it's of justice, whether it's of nature conservation, whether it's of addressing the climate challenge, then we need to take all of this energy into account. So that would be, really my sort of big reflection. And in terms of what I've been proud of, I was there at the IUCN Leaders Forum in Geneva, right? And I can only sort of paraphrase what our Director General said. She said that was by far the best session in the entire forum. Yeah, and she was absolutely right. That really energized everyone in the room. People wanted to be there because they were seeing that, okay, we are not just reading of speeches, we are not reading talking points, we are not just going, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. But you had a group of young people who were coming with solid ideas and proposals of how they could solve real problems in the real world and what they were doing in their real lives and bringing it forward and sharing it with us. And all of us were in the room, like, pretty much watching with open eyes and saying that, wow, how can we support this better? So there I think, a lot more can and needs to be done, including on some of the points that you were making. That's one thing about pitching the ideas, how can we offer more mentorship? How can we keep it more sustained? How can we create avenues for seed funding? There's a lot more to do. There's clearly a lot more to do. But I hope that we have made, we have created the foundations, especially through the establishment of the youth strategy and the youth advisory committee, to take these forward in a more, in a more structured manner. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
And if we go that way around, I would love to hear each of you sharing your reflections, and especially how can the union support, for example, for Ayadi, how could the union support International Youth Initiative? And of course, for Camille, how could the union further support through young people through the Changemakers program, but also support broader, youth startup, youth-led initiatives, and of course, Diana, how could the union support its own young professionals, and and all of you could feel free to talk about challenges you experienced or suggestions that you would like to make. So, Yadi, over to you.
Coming from the global south and specifically South Asia, what we see is there's a multiplicity of diversity. You have, first of all, different languages. Then you have the singular person wearing multiple hats. So over here, right on the stage also, you can see that one person might be a student, they might also be a volunteer, they might also be starting their own initiative, and then they will be also cooking back at home or cleaning or helping their family, because there's only so many hands. And I think that's a space where networks or unions like the IUCN can come in, because we need help in disseminating the amount of information that we have. As Sandeep pointed out, it's the digital age. But again, we live in such a funny world. There's a duality that people don't have access to food on one side, and on the same home you have, like my city, Mumbai, on the same home you have the richest of the richest living there. And their problem is, how do I access the next technology? So I think to address such diversity, this is how we require such large networks with such rich knowledge bases to not only have dialogues with us, but also to give us a direction. Because as I said before, young people come with a lot of ideas, but we need help in operationalizing them, not just to make it into something big, but also to sustain that impact. And I think lastly, I would again want to touch upon what Camille said before, and a statement that we use when we work with the Youth for Nature also is that conservation without finance is only conversation. And I really, really think that we need to move forward into action, into impact, and keep sustaining that so that there's no need to restore nature. We can protect it so that there's no degradation. I think I would leave it at that. Thank you.
For me, I want to reflect on the experience that I've had, like for on-the-ground experience. I think most often that if we want to really push on the intergenerational dialogue, we need to make sure that both generations are very open-minded, and we have to really communicate well. Most often, definitions are different. Even like my father, if I say something that there's a new technology, he's not even believing me because he's in that generation. So there has to have, even like family members, they don't, it's hard to break that shell of family. So I think you really have to mention that they need to be open, and not just, like this spaces is actually a good opportunity to make sure that both generations are here. I would like to also share an experience that I've had working with community members. It's a mix of older generation and young. And what's nice to see during that time when we were teaching how to use smartphones to monitor the mangrove and seagrass meadows was that the older generation knows the forest and the seagrass very well. They're fishermen. They're there all the time. And they were the sons and daughters that were with them, and they said, like, you use the cell phone. So it was a father and a son and a mother and a son going together into the forest, and the son and the daughter would use the cell phone to monitor, and the father or the mother will identify, collect data, and all that. So that's already a good experience of being open-minded, learning from each other, and this young generation. Again, we have that energy, we have the push, we have the tenacity. It's just that we need the space. We need the space to put our voices forward. And I really want to also mention that, we, the young generation, or I would say early career professionals, we're seeing the damages already. And for me, I'm always heartbroken to see that, and I have to live to that. I'll have to live with it. So I feel like we need to really work together and make sure that we're not just given this space, but we need to put more action. We need to have accountability. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, when you think about the way the pavilions are set up this year, you realize that to be here, you were very intentional to choose to be in this session, and that is because all of you here in the audience, us obviously on the panel, are very passionate about making sure that young people have quality experience being engaged authentically and in the most genuine way, empowered in their growth, professional, personal, and that is all of us working together on making this happen. And because you, just like us, are so much for meaningful youth engagement in different structures and youth empowerment, intergenerational partnerships, I would like to challenge all of us to really make sure that coming out of this session, we take home to our organizations, large student organizations, youth organizations, NGOs, governmental sector, private sector, this message that there is space for everyone in the union. Being a regional vice chair of the commission, for me, of course, it's very important in my commission, but just like for Cassie in CCC, to really make sure that we have more members, empowered members, members who find benefit in being part of the commissions and having young people on board. Yes, we have space, but also let's invite them to commissions, because I would like to sort of have a summary, maybe even of my part personally, that there is a space for everyone at the table and that there is a way to participate meaningfully for young people in complex big structures like IUCN. And what I also find very encouraging and want to share as my insight from this whole journey with IUCN, being a person who presented the outcomes of the Global Youth Statement in Marseille on the stage then, together with the outcome paper, I was also asking for the genuine youth inclusion. At that time, I was only a member of the commission, and I didn't have so much of the insider view, so I was asking for this genuine inclusion. Today, being empowered with the role, knowing better all the structure and processes and people, I know for sure it's genuine. But I also want us to accelerate all the developments on youth engagement, and that is us all in the union and members of the commissions, but also those who are considering joining the commission or considering sharing the information to your young colleagues in your organizations, that they should be part of commissions, and there are many to choose from, and you can be part of many commissions, several at a time, and that we all together should push for, more progress on youth engagement. YUC is about to be established. Let's make that final push. I trust there is so much that can be done with the establishment of YUC and with all the running beautiful experiences and initiatives that there are in the union, like the Changemakers program, like the Global Youth Summit that may, have a bit of a different transformation, but should, in my opinion, continue as a form of a very beautiful, unprecedented event happening. And with that, thank you.
Yeah, definitely. And I think summarizing the call to actions, and just so folks get prepared that we're opening up the floor, so we'd love to hear your questions, your experience, positive or the challenges of engaging with the union in the past, and or how you want, what's your thoughts about what should be included in this 20-year strategy, right? I know there is or will be consultation going on very soon, but would love to hear your views on, the critical things that you think must be there. And of course, I think was it 2 weeks ago in Fontainebleau, there was this initial brainstorm of the IUCN Governing Council, and many people mentioned youth, and I was so surprised. And Stuart, who unfortunately can't be here, who's our deputy DG, and he was like, youth, youth, youth. And I was like, okay. So there are definitely more colleagues who may not be youth, but definitely care very much about youth because of their children or because of the work they do. So I think I think there's nothing but love from my end. So just want to have you start thinking about the question, and I guess also at the same time summarizing, I guess, the key takeaway from, what Diana mentioned would be, support, capacity building for these young professionals within commissions, and for Camille, of course, continued engagement with existing change makers from this year's cohort, from last year's cohort, but also to kind of design a program, and of course, in my idea, in my mind, have, staffed time dedicated on youth engagement to ensure consistency throughout not only once every 4 years, but like similar like how our Congress worked and how, you know, Congress resolutions get implemented, and same should be for our youth strategy, which is so great that we have the Youth Advisory Council currently and about to hit the ground running. So that's super great. And also, of course, with external youth networks, organizations continue to collaborate and to mobilize really the whole union to engage and support. And with that, any questions or reflections? Yes. And is there another mic, or shall I hand over my mic?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Mehnaz, and I'm Regional Vice Chair for West Asia Peace Commission. Whoever knows me, I am strongly pro-youth. I love youth engagement and everything. And today, what I heard from you guys is astonishing, and the impact and the achievement. You're handling it on your own and with the help with other youth. Now, I will make this short. Going back to what you were saying, that to have more youth engagement, and some of you, you were saying that, you start with the 200 and 2,000 come to the capacity building, and as well as you. I was thinking for the non-IUCN members, okay, in any of a youth programs, whether being it the climate or the strategy youth group, I have the names written here. Can IUCN send the youth members who are in these groups to the countries, like I'm talking about our region, and they become like an ambassador, because not every youth in these countries are IUCN members. And, when you go there and you talk what you are doing in your country, not only as an IUCN member, but as well as an environment activist, you will encourage them to join IUCN. And if they don't want to, they will be encouraged that they can do a lot for environment. They can start small, and they can listen to your stories. So if IUCN can generously send these active youth to certain countries or certain places, and they become ambassador for the non-IUCN members. Only this way, you can bring in so many youth, and even if they don't join, they can make great change, from the inspiring stories of you guys. So I really wish to see this happening. And Sandeep, I will be talking to you more, about this, okay? Thank you.
I think there's a question here.
Yeah, and just on that reflection, I think, of course, just for everyone's information, as Sandeep briefly mentioned, that all our 7 commissions, I believe is by mandate. Anyway, everyone has a young professional specialist group, and of course, their regional focus. For example, I was once WCPA, the World Commission on Protected Areas, regional young professionals focal point for Europe. So, yeah, so I think, indeed, yeah, so indeed, I think they can, of course, use that opportunity to mobilize more young people in different regions. And of course, it's also a give and take relationship, right? For the union to also be more attractive to young people and provide more opportunities.
Hi, thank you. I would like to make a comment, share my personal experience as part of the youth. And also, make a call for your contribution to one of the IUCN, actually, initiatives in the Western Indian Ocean. So I'm Denise Nicolau from IUCN Ezaro. So I'm working as the Regional Coastal and Ocean Manager in the Western Indian Ocean in Africa. So I'm here, and I'm super glad to see this panel. I just came, I was just passing by when I heard the voices, and I decided to see it. But it's just impressive, the way you position yourselves and the way you have been growing and the confidence behind these girls here. So it's really good. Congratulations for that. And I just want to add on Sandeep's point, in the Western Indian Ocean, we're trying to work under the Great Blue Wall Initiative. I don't know if you're aware about that, but it's a mechanism led by WIO countries. And we are trying to bring, and accelerate the coastal and marine conservation in Africa. And seeing you talking, I was feeling like Africa will have 42% of the global youth in the next years, right? And it's about to grow more than we can actually imagine. So I'm kind of thinking how we can actually, scale up this brilliant experience I have just presented here for the Western Indian Ocean and for the Africa entire. So I feel like having people from Africa, from the WIO region, definitely will be beautiful to sit here and discuss with you guys and share the experience that you shared on mangroves in the other side of the world that we also share in the WIO region. So I feel there's a good opportunity for the youth engagement with IUCN in different platforms, but I just want to highlight the Great Blue Wall Initiative in the WIO region. And there's a consultation happening on the 6th December here at the Namibia Pavilion, 4 p.m., and all youth is invited to join us. We want to frame better the Great Blue Wall and the way youth can benefit from that. We are already doing through entrepreneurship, support, and innovation on the blue economy sector under the Great Blue Wall Initiative, but we want to scale up. We want to learn from you. And I just want, before I pass the micro, I just want to share that I think the power of mentorship and the leadership is unestimable. We can't estimate that. I'm coming from an environment in Mozambique, I'm Mozambican, where since my early career, I had the opportunity to be in the spaces where I could be part of the decision. But not all Mozambican women and youth can benefit from that. So I think we need to create a space, promote the consciousness that, the different generations have to sit together and discuss this. So as part of my work before IUCN, I was working for a conservation trust fund, and I managed to get $2 million for a leadership program. It's a 5-year program in Mozambique that is actually engaging youth to work and experience the protected areas work in Mozambique. So we managed to get 200 young professionals living in protected areas, benefiting from internship, but also opportunities, as you said, seed funding for potential business. So it was brilliant. And I was part of the leading team that was designing that project 5 years ago. So that was a really good experience as youth, part of the decision-making in a conservation trust fund. So I think it's really important to have this kind of discussions that we go from, just speaking and talking points to actions on the ground. So thank you for this. Please, if you want to reach out for the consultation, talk to me. I'll be here till the end of the session. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I think we have time for one more question. Yes. And then I'll pass the floor back to everyone for some brief reflections, if any, according to the questions.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joyce, and I am from Kenya. I live on the coast of the country, and I'm so happy to even be here and to hear that IUCN even is considering young people. In my image of IUCN is over here, with a lot of knowledge. But I've been here since yesterday, and I attended a meeting over here. And I was so happy that I'm able to actually sit in such a space for young, especially for a young person like me, because before coming to COP, I've read so many documents about IUCN, and to me, it has never thought my mind that it could be a place where I could penetrate. But this discussion over here is absolutely amazing, because I'm a young person in Kenya working in the restoration of mangroves, a place where it had been degraded. I have my own organization, it's called Blue Earth Organization, and so far for the last 2 years we've planted almost 20,000 mangroves, and it is an impact that has benefited so many communities that live around that area. And I think one of the most important things, of course, is knowledge and capacity building that we as young people do not have. But to come here today and to hear that there is a place where we can find knowledge, there is a place that we can actually penetrate IUCN and get all that knowledge is absolutely wonderful. And I won't leave here before I become a member. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but please.
So before I will pass the floor back, I know we're short of time, so I'll pass the floor back for one sentence reflection for each of you. And at the same time, could our lovely technology colleagues show the final slide of the presentation? So there has a QR code where you can scan and join all the commissions. And also, if you stay tuned to IUCN social media, there will also be a really lovely video, I believe, made by CEC on how to join the commissions and why you should join the commissions. So one sentence, everyone. Go.
Join. Just join. There is space for everyone, and I trust that will be a beautiful journey for each of you.
Please. Oh, sorry. Lost. One sentence, I would say move with purpose. That's it.
That's a tough one.
I don't have a sentence, but thinking on top of my head, I think collaboration, if you come with the mindset of learning and doing, I think all you need to do is just come to us. It's an open space, not just for Yongo, but Gibbon, IUCN, all of us. Come with purpose, you can join us, and we can do much more together.
Yeah, and my final reflection would be just to acknowledge the questions that each of you have asked, and there's a common thread running through those questions, and that's to how do we take the the power of the union, including the power of youth engagement with the union, down to the regions, down to the national level, and so that we have best practices from your country connected to the best practices in your country and yours, so that we can have the power of the youth really mobilized across the union to the fullest.
Great. Just want to say big thanks to all the panelists and everyone, and I think it's super critical that, for those of you interested to join the commissions, and I think indeed it's your right and your opportunity to help shape the future of IUCN. So thank you very much, everyone.
Welcome to this session. I am Ali Raza Rizvi. I am head of climate change at IUCN. So, we all know that having integrated approaches are so critical. We are talking about having one solution and then there is a negative impact of that solution. So that's why, all the time we are hearing from scientific reports to anecdotal from communities and other that until and unless we will address both climate change and biodiversity, things will not change. Current status quo is not working, and many a time by design, we are strengthening the status quo by addressing one element and not the other. That's why it's critical, and that's why we are all here to share our experiences and other to this event, which is moving forward on NbS and ecosystem-based approaches for adaptation, lessons learned, and promising practices. So with that, we have the honor of having Minister Linda Tabuya with us from Fiji, and I will welcome you to say a few words. So over to you. Yeah.
Bulavinaka and welcome. Today I'm honored to join this critical discussion as a representative of the government of Fiji and also as a daughter of a Pacific island nation profoundly impacted by the climate crisis. Our blue islands, cradled by the vast ocean, are far more than just physical landforms. They represent dynamic ecosystems characterized by both resilience and vulnerability, rich in tradition but constantly adapting to change. As we confront the realities of extreme weather, rising sea levels, escalating ocean pollution, and ecological disturbances, the impact on our environment, our lives, and particularly on women and children, as well as our heritage, becomes starkly evident. As temperatures rise and ocean waters warm, the conditions for cyclone formation and intensification become more favorable. The Pacific Ocean, with its vast expanse and warm waters, has been a breeding ground for some of the most powerful cyclones in the world. Colleagues and friends, in these times of adversity, nature-based solutions emerge not just as strategies, but as bonfires of hope. Drawing on our deep ecological heritage, they provide a pathway towards balance, aligning the well-being of our communities with the health of the environment we depend on. In Fiji and across the Pacific, our people, women and men, have been guardians of an immense treasure trove of traditional environment conservation knowledge, a legacy handed down across generations. This indigenous wisdom, encompassing insights into our ecosystem, weather patterns, and methods for sustainable resource use, forms the very foundation of nature-based solutions and paves the way for resilient futures. NbS represents a comprehensive approach that utilizes the natural capabilities of the environment to tackle both climate change and biodiversity decline in tandem. It serves as an important link matching what our communities need and what our planet needs. In this context, revitalizing mangrove forests in Fiji is a prime example of community-led coastal protection and nature's resilience. These crucial ecosystems are being restored mostly by women and the elderly, using traditional knowledge. Fiji's NbS approach to seawalls also showcases a harmonious blend of traditional ecological practices and modern climate adaptation strategies, establishing a model for environmentally sustainable coastal defense. These innovative seawalls incorporate 4 natural elements: mangrove hedges, boulders, soapstone, and clay soil, and vetiver grass. The first partner to support this initiative was IUCN Oceania. Thank you. aiding 6 vulnerable coastal communities. This effort was further bolstered from the Asian Development Bank, the Adaptation Fund, and Fiji's pioneering Blue Bonds project. Last but not least, promoting Pacific Islands Nature-Based Solutions Initiative, of which Fiji is a part, demonstrates the integration of NbS into climate policies, thereby enhancing resilience and preserving biodiversity in Pacific Island nations. In conclusion, these commendable efforts must be scaled up based on lessons learned and receive the additional and adequate funding. The UNEP's Adaptation Gap Report for 2023 delivers a sobering message. Progress in climate adaptation is decelerating across the world. At a time when it should be rapidly accelerating to keep pace with the escalating impacts of climate change. Indeed, it is imperative that we must forge stronger partnerships and leadership to ambitiously increase global climate financing, supporting inclusive and gender-responsive climate adaptation. Fiji is firmly committed to passionately advocating for this cause with all of you. We stand resolute in our commitment to raising awareness, mobilizing action, and fostering international cooperation to tackle the urgent challenges posed by climate crisis. Our responsibility extends to our people, our children, and of course, our planet. Together and in harmony with the planet, drawing inspiration from our Pacific Island traditions, let us rise to the challenge of reconnecting with the earth. Vinakavakalevu, thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Tabuya, for your inspirational words. So now we will go into the panel discussion, and we will have Valerie. Can you come over here? From Principal Specialist Nature-Based Solution at UNEP WCMC. We have then Anela Andrade, Chair IUCN Commission on Ecosystem Management. We have Noorani Tahir, Deputy Director for Climate Change Adaptation Policy Instrument Development at the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. Tristan, okay, you're here, yes. Program Management Officer, Biodiversity, Climate Change, and Dry and Subhumid Lands at CBD Secretariat. And we have then Andrew Hurst would join us a bit late, I believe, or is he here? No, not yet. He is Executive Director, Climate Finance, Global Issues and Development Branch, Global Affairs Canada. So he's speaking somewhere and would be joining soon. And then we have our, Deputy Mayor, Vice Mayor Alfredo Coro from the Philippines. Please join us. Thank you. As we know, adaptation is not an easy thing. We've been trying to do it for so long. And as they say, climate change is a moving target. You prepare communities for flood management, and after a few years, there might be drought in the same areas. So how to manage this adaptation, which is becoming a pipe dream? We have been struggling to have global goal on adaptation. Is it something you do one aspect of adaptation, or is it whole lifestyle? Is it the way all the crises need to be addressed jointly? So no easy answers. So today we would like to ask our panelists, what are the lessons learned in this adaptation sector, and how could those guide the whole process where millions of dollars are going, but still impact is not at the desired level? How can we move towards that, where we have an integrated approach, where biodiversity could also not only remain a co-benefit narrative, but direct investment along with climate change, because that's critical. We have seen that, we have scientific reports are out there, but still, many a time investment is still siloed. Many a time our approaches are there. So how NDCs are a policy instrument to work on that? Are practices integrated? Are there other aspects of project implementation, monitoring, evaluation, all those are integrated or not? But one thing is clear, we need to get out of this co-benefit narrative. It must be direct investment into climate adaptation with indigenous knowledge, science data driven, and together with investment, which is not by design making the, us to fail. So I'll start with Angela, with you. Being part of ecosystem-based adaptation concept when it was born in 2009, and we have 12, 13 years of experiences, where you see where we are, what have we learned? So over to you, successes and failures.
Thank you, Ali. Well, part of the history of the process of the introduction, let's say, of the ecosystem-based adaptation initiative was because the Climate Change Convention in those days was mainly focused on mitigation, and people thought that just working on mitigation, everything was solved. But on the other hand, we started documenting the impacts of climate change in several places of the world, affecting the communities, affecting the provision of ecosystem services. So the idea of establishing the framework on ecosystem-based adaptation was really to address the main components of adaptation in an integrated manner, including biodiversity. In those days, the emphasis was on ecosystem services, on communities. We always talk about communities and ecosystem-based adaptation. People were saying that, well, let's work on people because the ecosystems will adapt anyway. That's not really entirely true, because ecosystems are also evolving, are changing. We are now at the moment where the IPCC and other scientists have reported that about 22% of the ecosystems, terrestrial ecosystems in the world are potentially not resilient. And that's because things are evolving in a very fast manner. So ecosystems, at the end, they change, they collapse and they change, and we as humans start navigating in a world of uncertainties. And that's what is really complicated, because that will cost lives, that will cost hunger, that will cost difficulties, especially from the most vulnerable, like as we heard from the case of Fiji. So I think that part of the problem is that we are not really addressing the problem as should be. We have theory, we have documented the importance of addressing mitigation and adaptation, for example, in a synergistic manner. But so far, as you, Ali, mentioned, for example, if we go to the finance side, it's completely separated. It's very difficult, and the percentage that is given to adaptation, I think, and you also mentioned the Adaptation Gap report is going down. So I think it's less than 10% of all the available money. And if we try to connect this with the biodiversity agenda, because these are the topics that need to be addressed in a synergistic manner. That's why we developed the concept of nature-based solutions, because we are really addressing different challenges. It's not just adaptation and mitigation. Of course, that's critical, but we need to address biodiversity loss, land degradation, human health, food security, water security, and these have to be addressed in a synergistic manner. And the only way is, and that's why IUCN developed the IUCN Global Standard on NbS. So every time we mention NbS, we refer to the global standard, because what we have seen in many places are actions that are not really NbS in our view. they are implementing activities that are harmful for the biodiversity, for the people. They are not considering safeguards on indigenous people. And these are the topics that we are addressing. So that is, I think, I wouldn't say the new approach because it's there. We have the ecosystem approach as the main framework, but I think these are the critical challenges. And so one is finance, one is what will happen when we have to address the life in novel ecosystems. That's something that is happening. So we have to have long-term interventions. We have to go beyond projects. Projects are lifetime of a project is 5-7 years, and what matters is the intervention, the complexity of the intervention, because what you do in one specific project may be affected by what is happening in the upper part of the watershed or in the area that is next to the project area. So that's why the landscape approach is so critical and is also included in the nature-based solutions. And the last point that I will mention is the importance of considering the mitigation element, but not just focus on carbon, because we call them in most of developing countries the carbon cowboys, and they are only looking for two ecosystem services that are carbon storage and carbon capture. But the rest is not, people are not interested in that, and the carbon cycle is embedded in the ecological processes. So if we don't do that, we are not addressing the problem in an integrated manner. We celebrate that in the last CBD SUBSTA, there were already voices claiming for complementary guidelines to what we have on ecosystem-based adaptation and disaster risk reduction on ecosystem mitigation. So, because otherwise we are increasing the problem, and we are, you said, we are solving the problem just for 1 year or for 5 years, but in 10 years' time, there is no way. There is no land. People are even in more difficult circumstances as we started. So, yeah, that's just to start the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela, for a very comprehensive background and also mentioning all these important and critical aspects. Without having those, we cannot have sustained adaptation. Biodiversity has been mentioned a lot. We need to have it, and we are lucky to have today Tristan from CBD Secretariat. What are efforts and what's your views on this? How to move forward with an integrated approach, and what efforts are being made at CBD Secretariat towards that end?
Thanks, Ali. And thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this panel. This is right in my eye, so I'm sorry, I'm going to have to... It's okay, I'll hold it down, otherwise I think it's going to poke me. So I think part of the issue is we're looking at this as just generally the way biodiversity is considered more broadly, nature, ecosystems, and looking at in the context of the CBD, if you look at the history of global target setting from the 2010 target through the Aichi targets, and you just see the level of, while there's been a certain degree of ambition and talk about, trying to address biodiversity loss, the reality is that the actions being put in place, whether it's financial commitments or anything else, how we're engaging with the broader society on this, doesn't lead to the kind of action that we need in order to change, to bend that curve. Now, within the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which was adopted about a year ago, we specifically now have targets relating to the link with climate change, both from recognizing it as a threat to biodiversity, but then, of course, also how we benefit through nature's contributions to people, through the adaptation and mitigation side of things. And it's a question of how we're going to actually implement that in order to bring this all together so that, certainly in the context of climate change, we're addressing these two very intricately joined crises in a way that actually leads to an actual effectual outcome. And so within the CBD, obviously the main avenue for that is through the NbSAPs, the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans, which are important government policy documents, but the reality is there's a process that has to be done in order to effectively develop them through consultation and working with different groups, both within government and civil society and communities, etc. But in reality, to a certain extent anyway, they've then been put on a shelf and it's sort of, oh yes, we have an NBSAP and we've submitted it to the CBD and that's a box ticked and all that. But in terms of the actual implementation of it, it's how does that link then to these other essential societal crises, environmental crises that we have to deal with. And so within the context of UNFCCC, the equivalents would be the NDCs or the NAPs. How do these policy documents actually link? And then how are they, that's just at the sort of superficial level, how are these policies recognized as being interlinked? And then through the implementation. And of course, linked to that then is the financial, the resource question. Again, within the GBF, we have targets relating to reversing negative incentives, subsidies, etc., and leveraging direct finance from official government sources and others, which obviously it's a negotiated process, asking for about $200 billion a year, but it's a fraction of what we actually need. The reality is we need about $700 billion a year plus. So it's still not enough. And if you look at it within the context of the Paris Agreement, the $100 billion that was committed for that, was supposedly committed for that, obviously we haven't even achieved that. So they're big financial asks being required. But one of the issues, especially when it comes to adaptation, is that it's seen, and nature is seen as a common good. And so who's going to pay for it, and why are they paying for it? And nature, given that sort of historical, nice-to-have sort of attitude that frankly, many of us have had towards, probably not us, but, you know, us in the broader sense, towards our relationship with nature. It's sort of, oh yeah, that's, you know, pretty pictures and stuff. But not necessarily recognizing the direct dependence that we have, frankly, on nature, and especially when it comes to adapting to climate change. And I think part of, in a sense, a couple of positive things that are coming out, positive in the sense that given how much we are seeing the impacts of climate change really happening on our doorstep now, that there is no question that we have to think about adaptation. We can't just focus on the mitigation side of it and looking at carbon sequestration, as Angela rightly said, but realizing that actually we need to take action ourselves in all parts of the globe, not just focusing on the global south, the Amazon, Congo basins, etc., but even in the global north, and recognizing even if you live in cities, that your local wildlife, your local healthy ecosystems are important. So that's one thing. The other thing was, within this process, is just the way nature is coming up the agenda. Building over the last couple of COPs, but some of the statements being made by political leaders, even just yesterday at the Nature for Climate event, very positive in terms of how they're actually finally paying attention. Now, of course, words are cheap. You know, you need to have the action that goes with that, and we'll have to see how that pans out in the negotiations here. And Angela also mentioned in our recent subsidiary body on scientific and TTA, I can't remember the rest of it. Anyway, you know what I mean. Our scientific and technical advice, that there's asked for this complementary supplement to the voluntary guidelines on EBA and EcoDRR to be developed under the CBD. The mitigation side of things is somewhat political within CBD. It's somewhat challenging to get parties to agree on the mitigation side of it. But of course, we're looking at how healthy ecosystems link mitigation and adaptation and disaster risk reduction. And so we need to be moving beyond the politics. We need to be recognizing that actually this needs to be taken forward. And hopefully now we'll see both here and then coming back into the CBD process, that recognition really panning out into something substantive. Thanks.
Thank you, Tristan, for highlighting the challenges and all this. And now let's see the how of it. You know, the science data needs to support indigenous knowledge, but still, end of the day, it's based on the resources, a judgment call, how to respond to all the vulnerabilities which are coming up. So the how, well, you've been working a lot, WCMC, working on research and also developing tools, the how of it. So would you share where we are and what is going wrong or right?
Okay, so disclaimer, we're not implementing EBA. We're trying to understand progress with ecosystem-based adaptation. And I think I would pick up on one thing that Angela said, which was about uncertainty. One of the problems we have in communicating this whole concept is that we still don't have, and I'm really tired of saying this, but we don't have good enough evidence about what does work and what doesn't work. But that ties up with the linkages question, because people tend to implement work on the ground with a particular purpose in mind, and they don't often think about the connected objectives. Sometimes they're there. They're there. Rarely are they as explicit. It's the co-benefit problem you're talking about. And I know biodiversity projects which are claiming adaptation as a co-benefit. So it's not a one-way street. And there is something about actually being able to take a balanced approach to assessing the outcomes of the interventions that we make to manage ecosystems. And whether we're managing them because we value the ecosystems themselves and the intrinsic biodiversity, the intrinsic value of the biodiversity within them, or whether we're managing them because we're actually, as we do for adaptation, trying to help support the well-being of people in a changing world, it still requires a collection of evidence that makes the outcomes explicit. And that requires thinking about why we're doing it in the first place and having those objectives clear. So I think the first thing I would say is that we're getting better and better at some good interventions that we know help to boost both the resilience of ecosystems and the communities that depend on them. But we're not very good yet at getting very clear evidence of how well that works. The ecosystem's still there, we did good. It's kind of at that level. And this is where the mitigation people have it easier, because the ecosystem, well, a little bit, because the ecosystem's still there, and we can see that it's still there, and we can estimate the tons of carbon in it. Adaptation's the tough nut, and biodiversity conservation is actually an equally tough nut. How well have we done on preserving ecosystem integrity so that ecosystems continue to deliver the services and the benefits that people depend on? So I think, and I'm framing this as a challenge, you wanted me to say, how are we doing? Well, I'm saying we're doing better, but we don't have, as yet, a systematic enough approach to understanding what our objectives are and therefore being able to monitor progress against those objectives, making them explicit, and recognizing that sometimes those need to be made explicit in terms that we don't necessarily think of, and sometimes those are economic terms. And I'm going to say the words inclusive wealth, and we can come back to that later. I'm not an economist, but I can still say inclusive wealth and mean it. And then the other thing I want to say is that as practitioners and as policymakers, we need to get a lot better at saying something about when things don't work. Because the only way we're going to be able to do it better is if we've set those objectives and we're able to say, well, almost, rather than, yep, done. And that needs a change in the finance community. Because the people who are financing this need to understand and need to accept it's complicated. Well, never tell a decision maker it's complicated. It's not helpful. But at the same time, we need to have an acceptance of that uncertainty. And that's something that the climate community has done, I think, better than the biodiversity community, is getting that uncertainty concept across and helping decision makers actually to get to grips with it. And I think that that's something that we need to be doing a great deal better, is speaking to uncertainty, recognizing that there's uncertainty, but to some degree making it our friend, because climate change is uncertain. It's fact. The fact that the climate is changing is certain. The impacts that will have are still uncertain, and the way we work with ecosystems, both for their own sake and in support of people, has to take account of that, and the way that we track our progress has to take account of that. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Val. Yeah, first, the step towards solution is recognizing there is a problem, and we are having problem in having a sustained adaptation. with all these challenges, how countries are responding. So we have from Ministry of Environment Indonesia, now, you are working on how to move forward, and at the policy level, at the implementation level. So, Noorani, Tahir, would you share how you are responding to the work towards adaptation? What are your experiences and challenges you are facing?
Thank you, Ali. Indonesia, we know that rich in biodiversity. At the same time, I think our population that we can say the most vulnerable to climate change depends on the ecosystem in terms of their services. So that's why we recognize this, and then in the policy level, for example, we put in our NDC target. If you can see in Indonesian NDC on adaptation, we put the key programs to achieve the 3 pillars of resilience is related to ecosystem restoration or rehabilitation. These key programs is to be enhanced. So we don't say that we will establish this program, but we said that we'll enhance this program to achieve the NDC target. Why we put it that? Because the program is already there. Ecosystem degradation is not merely degraded because of the climate change. It's already degraded before that. So that's why we put that by enhancing the program, and then maybe, why I call it maybe, because as we know that if we deal with ecosystem, very complicated thing, you want to walk in the ecosystem level or species level, or maybe it's more complicated for you want to work on the genetics. If we talk about ecosystem, it's very complicated. So we just try to enhance the existing program, and that's why we always require the climate rationale. If we want to claim that this activity or measure related to adaptation, is that we try to make differentiate the business as usual, because the program is already there. You plan, you restore the ecosystem, or you rehabilitate the degraded ecosystem. You want to enhance, or you want to enhance the healthy of the ecosystem. Why you do that? Because you want to maintain the ecosystem services for the good of the ecosystem itself. And then in terms of climate change, we want to ensure that all the services that help people to adapt to climate change is still there. Is that the main point? Why we recognize this ecosystem as a part of our adaptation strategy. And then moreover, in the note that these all key programs has potential synergy with other convention. So each program we put that this program can be achieved to achieve adaptation target as well as maybe for the CBD. But we acknowledge that it's not that easy. We know that. Then now with, in Indonesia itself, that we try to working closely with our college from the unit that in charge for biodiversity. We try to figure out what indicators that we can use together if we want to integrate between climate change. Because CBDs, maybe, they have their own target. For example, you say 20 by 20. So what does it mean for climate change? Is that enough? If you said that, so we have to agree upon some indicators that by measuring the performance or the achievement, we can say that it's already achieved the target for CBD, at the same time can contribute to the adaptation target as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing the country experiences, why and how you are bringing both climate and biodiversity together. Let's now hear the local voices. Koro, you mayor from Philippines town and network of 500 champion networks also representing. So what are your views? Can these two things be addressed jointly? What can be the integrated approaches and how?
First, I'd like to extend our gratitude that for the first time, COP is thinking local. In 28 years, they figured out that all the actions are local. So if we talk about nature-based solutions, talk about ecosystems-based adaptation, everything is local. And I also represent a group of mayors, the Coastal 500, that works around sustainable fishing. And sustainable fishing in the Pacific area is all about ecosystems-based development and nature-based solutions. Why? Because, again, if it's local, it means the communities have to work on their own. They have to figure out how to survive on a day-to-day basis. They have to figure out how to plan for the next generation. And to cite a perfect example is from my own town, from Siargao Islands in the Philippines. We have been working on our mangrove forest restoration for the last 10 years. And in 2021, we were hit by Super Typhoon Rai. And that the strength of the typhoon is a category 4 or 5, which for the first time in the Philippines, we have a category 4 or 5. Growing up, we only have a category 3 typhoon. And the strength of the typhoon was absorbed by our mangrove forest. Before, people had a hard time understanding why we were pushing to rehabilitate a very damaged mangrove forest and a very abused forest, because people were doing illegal fishing activities at the time with all types of illegal fishing practices that you could imagine. And in the process of trying to negotiate with them the opportunities that we could bring if we try to restore the mangrove forest, which is a nature-based solutions without the term first before, we were able to slowly convince them because it relates directly to the fact that they could experience the returns immediately and they could see it in front of them. There's now there's an increased fish stock, and that they could decrease the fishing time, and that there are other opportunities that we could create, like tourism. And in doing so, they realize that there's an increased income. The increased family income that they experience allows them to do other stuff with their families. This is what nature-based solution is about. To us, in the local communities with the mayors who are there in front daily, ecosystems-based adaptation is not an option. It is our only option. You know, if you work in coastal communities, we don't rely on many technologies. We rely on communities, we rely on people, we rely on our families. But we also understand that the value of the things that we are doing directly impacts our families. And I think the only problem in terms of making NbS work on a scalable platform is focusing on local governments, trying to make them appreciate the direct relationship of the act that they are doing, and collectively point out that your communities now that are working together, you have these results that are very, very visible to you and observable to you. So during the pandemic, we also had an influx of fishers because there was a lockdown, so you cannot move, right? So food was a very scarce resource at the time. It's more difficult to access food than the vaccine. So a lot of our community members move back to fishing. So from tourism, they move back to fishing. So you have suddenly an influx of 600 fishers, suddenly it becomes 3,000. But because we took care of our marine protected areas, of our ecosystems, we were able to absorb the 3,000 fishers, sustaining, because of the fish stocks that we have, we were able to sustain even the number of hours that they have to fish, which is a very critical component in understanding family dynamics of coastal communities. By reducing the number of hours you look for food, there's a lot of time that you could provide to your family to understand the needs of your other family members. And in doing so, we were able to increase our education reduce our education dropout rates, increase our literacy rates, because now the parents are within the family. So nature-based solution, if you look at it in a single stream, and ecosystems-based adaptation, you find it looks very complex, right? But if you go down to the local governments and all these coastal communities that we work with, it's very simple. It's your way of life, and by adapting it and by trying to simplify the science that we all have so that it can be replicated easily, not make it complex, allow the articulation to be absorbed by any members of the community, I think we could scale it up in a faster rate. Then we can have the NDCs that we all want, all the metrics that we are trying to achieve, just localize it. And I guarantee you have a success. We were able to do it, and I don't think without much intervention from national government, and I'm pretty sure every other coastal community can do it as well.
Thank you, Koro, that locally led solutions are sustainable if we have an integrated approach. Now let's come to Andrew Yu. There are, donors, we say, okay, we talk about integrated approaches at global fora, but then again, we have different windows. Okay, this is for biodiversity, this is for climate change, this is for mitigation, adaptation. Canada is one of the few who is walking the talk. Why you come to and how and what's going on where integrated approaches have been employed in Global Affairs Canada Climate Finance, that biodiversity and climate and women and inclusiveness and feminist approaches, they are so much integral part of it. So over to you for your reflections. Okay, what challenges, what benefits, and how it's going?
Thank you. And apologies for being late. It's quite far, the distance between some of these pavilions, as I'm discovering. So thank you for inviting me here today. I always feel a bit sheepish as a donor to come to these events because the really interesting things are from the people who are actually doing things on the ground. But to give you some of our perspectives on generally why we've taken this integrated approach. I mean, when we looked at climate and adaptation in particular, integrating nature-based solutions had very obvious climate benefits. But beyond that, we recognize that there's all sorts of other benefits as well: ecosystem services, biodiversity protection. Our climate funds are also are part and parcel of our overseas development assistance, which has a poverty mandate. And so, it's local communities are often where you have people highly dependent on access to local resources. And finally, there's also the sort of spiritual and cultural importance of the kinds of services and landscapes that we're talking about here. So it was one of those things that, for us, just made a lot of sense. And in fact, of the $5.3 billion that we've committed in the 5-year period for climate finance, fully $1 billion of that has to incorporate nature-based solutions that also generate climate co-benefits. Just a bit of context, the IUCN has a project with us that's from an envelope, a $300 million envelope that's supporting NGOs and other organizations who are doing adaptation using nature-based solutions, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. There are 16 projects covering about 25 countries there. They recently got things rolling, so we're really interested and excited to see what will come out of those projects, including the one we're doing with IUCN. So the benefits are fairly clear. There are always challenges. I mean, I think you were alluding to this when I just came in. Bureaucracies don't like to do things in simple terms, right? What one person would do in a bureaucracy, you have 15 people doing. It just seems to be the nature of the beast. We are governed by things like logical frameworks and performance-based management frameworks. Every time you add in additional objectives, that complicates the kind of theories of change that you have to come up with and the performance measurement systems you have to put in place. On the partner side, it obviously also can complicate things because it means there are more stakeholders involved, and that requires more time for consultations and dialogue to come towards a common understanding of what it is you're actually trying to do and how when you get multiple objectives, there are often going to be trade-offs required, and the processes that you need to negotiate those trade-offs and how that happens is going to complicate things as well. Having said that, we do think it's the way to go. As we hear the lived reality of people on the ground, they don't make the distinction between these things. This is all part and parcel of what their livelihoods look like and how their communities work. The one question I would throw out to the group, as much as a lot of action has to be local, the connections across localities, and particularly between rural areas and cities, complicates things. And so there is, I think, as much as we have to prioritize the local, we can't forget the regional and national and indeed global in that context. And that, of course, that's as much part of integrating our approaches to these things as anything. So,
thank you, Andrew. Yeah, it's critical, and after working almost 30 years, been realized, unless and until we have socio-economic and ecological, all three construct of human well-being and ecosystem well-being are addressed concurrently, we cannot achieve these objectives of sustained adaptation. Poverty reduction is a key, together with adaptation or investment in ecological. Otherwise, you might have seen in some of the developing countries, biodiversity hotspots, the pristine ecosystems, poorest of the poor live there. So what's going on when our economists tell us that wetland has millions of dollars of ecosystem services and still poorest of the poor are living there? So who is gaining the benefits? Are there equity issues? Are there market issues? Economic issues? So all these need to be integrated, and that is your point. We need from local level to policy level at the subnational, then national, and then global. Whole Europe, for example, can go carbon neutral. Would that mean that Europe would be safe from climate-associated challenges? No. It is a global issue. The solution lies in global cooperation. So that's the tricky part of it, that we cannot do it alone. We all need to work together. And that's the challenge at policy level, investment level. But great to see, because there are donors coming along who are talking about NbS, but their criteria still needs to be guided. So it would be great if Canada can take lead in educating our other donors also that this needs to be further integrated. I'll stop here, and we have lots of experience sitting here also with us. So you're not just that, some experts are, you're all experts also. So I'll invite you some reflections, questions, or any statement, or even opposing the views over here. Open to you all. Yes, please. Do we have any mic to go there? Julia, could you help with that?
Sorry. Hello, everyone. I am Akrut Dokas. I'm from Uganda. I work under Agape Earth Coalition and Plus One Tree. Mainly Plus One Tree, we are trying to also restore nature by planting trees and some other activities. But my addition is just a concern. I know where I come from, it's the Pearl of Africa. And if you're talking about ecosystems, I really understand what you're talking about. We have a huge biodiversity in my country, from chimpanzees, so many species that probably most of you haven't been able to interact with. But in most of the sessions I've seen in this building, I don't see Black people, there are few. I feel we need to incorporate them in more, and we need to get their perspectives, especially the youth and women. We need to actually involve them in these local activities that you want to put on ground. If you're making such policies, and everyone who's involved in making all the policies is not actually from a continent that has one of the biggest levels of biodiversity. It is a concern. But this is a very nice session, and I've really learned a lot, and I understand all the difficulties concerned with making policies and intersecting all the different sectors. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Bonnie Beniwal. I am from the U.S. I work on accelerating nature-based solutions in California, particularly. I've really appreciated all of the perspectives here. And it seems like one issue that's been woven throughout everyone's comments is the issue of finance. And I think, Tristan, it was you that mentioned that there is a huge gap. There's been a big increase in investments, but there's still a very big gap. So I am posing a really big question for you. What is the future of financing nature-based solutions? And I'm sure that varies quite a bit on the context, but if you can just talk about a couple of different approaches.
Thank you. Any other reflection? Yes.
Hi, Carol Tan. I'm with the Asia Philanthropy Circle. We're a membership platform of philanthropists across the region and very interested in many of these approaches. I had a related question to the lady before me because I think one of the biggest questions that we are facing is how do we scale a lot of this, and how do we scale this in a way that takes into account the financing approaches? So if you could also address that question. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, on these three, one, I would say, surely, yeah, we. Poverty reduction, how that relates. On the ground, okay. So these four, who wanna take or answer that? All, yes, please, Andrea.
I can start. So which one should I address first? So maybe to the woman from Uganda. I mean, your point is absolutely correct, and this is partly why we are funding with our climate finance. We have a whole theme on climate governance, which is about increasing support for grassroots organizations, in particular women's rights organizations and other community groups, to become more involved in policy making in their countries, and to be more involved in and engaged in and provided space and resources to put forward the kinds of solutions that are often to adaptation issues that are often being led at the community level. We know what the figures are. They're risibly low, the amount of funding that goes down to grassroots organizations and the community level, and it absolutely needs to be increased. And so I guess making the segue to the future of finance on this, I might say something that's perhaps not very popular, but part of this is we've done this to ourselves. We have a climate convention and then we have SDGs. In my mind, adaptation is about good development. If we don't do development properly that doesn't incorporate adaptation and nature-based solutions, because ultimately everything is based on nature, like we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for nature, we're gonna be horribly off the rails. So I think if we, how we get there is another question, because we have these sort of siloed international conversations. There's a focus on, funding for climate has to be new and additional. Absolutely take the point, but I think there needs to be more of an interconnection between how are we going to address the SDGs in a climate positive and nature positive way. And for me, that's got to be the next serious conversation. We know we need to increase the resources that we're bringing towards all of these challenges, but if we don't do so in an integrated way, back to the initial point of the panel, it's just going to be wasted money, in my opinion.
No, you're so right, because that's where things are. Unless and until we have integrated approaches, and adaptation end of the day is ad hoc mechanism. It is ad hoc. There are challenges which will keep coming up, and we need to continuously adapt. So that's why SDGs, sustainable development is the key. And we can just maybe say climate smart, because it's not SDG 13 only, but all other SDGs can't be achieved without having climate integrated part of it. Angela?
Thank you. I will add that another potential, well, I wouldn't say source of financing, but we have large amounts of domestic funds and investments, and in many cases they contradict completely with a project that is labeled ecosystem-based adaptation or whatever. So we need to make sure that all the domestic funds that are being implemented by the different sectors, so that's the big challenge, that we need really to engage them and make sure that any action that is promoted in the agricultural sector, infrastructure, everything is aligned. Because you can have beautiful projects, but as I mentioned at the beginning, what we would like to have at the end is interventions that are sustainable. And that's, you see it at the community level or landscape level, but usually that goes beyond the projects. So we need to make sure that all sectors are in the adaptation mode with the same view, with the same approach. And because we have every time thousands, and we are increasing the number of trade-offs across the sectors. So if that's a way, special planning that is also proposed by the CBD is one of the targets. That would be very useful, very interesting if that is aligned with adaptation, with climate risk, ecosystem risk, all these kind of things. But I would go also to the domestic level, at the internal level, because there is where you have all these funds, and we have to make sure that we are all aligned. Otherwise, we are increasing the problem in the long term.
Thank you. And I trust that answer also to your scaling up. We are mostly project oriented, when the work is done. And unless this is mainstreamed into all policies and sector development, things won't be sustained. Donors are giving money to pilot test an idea, and then you need to scale up with domestic funding. And the private sector is coming because it's a business case for them, but domestic and local level. So local level, Coro, that question that poverty and together with adaptation and conservation, how you see, what's your reaction to that?
Let me first respond in terms of the planning. In the Philippine context, climate adaptation is already part of our planning process. So when you plan for local governments, if you plan for the cities and municipalities, provinces, everything is already attached to climate adaptation, climate mitigation. Why? Because we are the #1 now in terms of disaster issues in the world. And if we do not plan that way, then there's no way for us to survive. That's why NbS and Ecosystems-based Adaptation are already part of the process of how we think about our future for ourselves and our families. And because it is part of the planning process, it gets funded domestically. From the national level to your local government, you understand where you have to put your money so that you will have a process of developing your community to be ready for the next 30 years. It may be different from town to town, yes, to see your point, and how it integrates from rural to the city, to the provincial level, to the regional, to the national level, because you need to integrate all these plans together. And it goes from the bottom top and top to bottom. At the end of the day, it is still local. No matter how you see it, all this integration is still very local. So in terms of scaling, the funding that we are all trying to look into, there is domestic and there is national and there is donor funding. And of course, when you scale it in the process of policy. Because now there are pilots that people and local governments would believe to that works on these particular local governments. And if it works on one, why can't it work on the other? And that's where I think the scalability comes in. It's about understanding that the planning process works for them. So that's why if you make it into a policy, then you have to scale the policy as well, not just the solution, because the policy sustains the solution. Donors will give you enough funds to pilot, interesting programs, because you do not have that risk factor as a local government. You do not have that capacity to try to experiment on people's money. That's where donors comes in, and if it works, then you translate it into a policy, then you scale it up by telling other local governments that this works for us. You might want to consider and remove all the risk because we already took that risk. And you can now scale it up. And that's what we're trying to do with Coastal 500. These different local governments, not just in the Philippines, but globally, to try to see what works in this country, maybe tweak it a bit, it will work for me. And because they see the impact, which is, to answer your question about poverty, in our experience from 70%, we're now down to 25%. Family income from roughly 2,000 pesos, that's around what, $300? They're now earning $40 initially. 10 years ago, they're now earning what, $300, $400 a month as a family. And all of those relationships can be built because we were able to scale. And the other towns across us and other communities around the Philippines are looking at the program that we have built based on nature, based on the community, because now they are looking into, okay, can we replicate it? We said, yes, it's a process. It's not a one-day event. You go through a process, and the process may take you at least 10 years. In our experience, it took us 10 years to be able to see the transformation. It takes long. You don't plant a tree now and see it grows tomorrow. You wait 10 years for the whole tree to actually be beneficial to everybody. So that long wait, you have to have a plan, right? In between the 10 years that you're waiting for the tree to grow up, what do you do in between? That's, again, it's a part of planning. And all of this data that you need is already available because a lot of studies have already been done. And this data just needs to be, again, if I may say it again, articulated in a manner that local governments can actually appreciate. Not something you put on the shelf, something that we can really actually read, a one-pager, guide us how to do it, because political systems have a timeline. Your mayor will only be there for 2 years, 3 years, probably in other countries, 5 years, and they be re-elected. And if they see impacts like this, then you're guaranteed to have a good leader in your community. But if they don't see impact, there's always an election to find the next leader that can actually lead you to a more adaptive future.
Right. Thank you. So that also leads us to, final 1 to 1.5 minute intervention, that how to plan that we can ensure, I'll come again, how to ensure this is sustained. If we have started talking about integrated approaches, financing integrated approaches, do you think in this changing world, let me put another caveat, would the next government, if Canada would they sustain your current efforts? Can there be policy coherence in Indonesia when, there are mutually contradictory policies at times? You have water irrigation, then you have coastal development and forest, and then put dams, and then mangroves die. So how to have this big challenge with this changing world where popularism is replacing rationalism? So can we think all these aspects? Can this be just a pipe dream? I know there is no right and right answer, but you're just reflections. So maybe let's start with you, Andrea.
Okay. Probably, I can't say what the next Canadian government, who it'll be and what they will prioritize, but I can say something that will be relevant for whoever gets elected and probably for many other governments and other organizations around the world. I think there's a huge need for translation and knowledge intermediation, to use a very fancy word for what basically means how to figure out how to talk to each other. Because a lot of this terminology, it doesn't carry across the different domains that governments work in. I mean, it certainly probably doesn't carry down to the local level, and people look at you and say, "What are you talking about? Nature-based solutions? This is how we live." So, you know, we had a new minister about 3 months ago. We had to, in providing him a brief on some climate finance, we had to send up a glossary of four pages long of terminology that, you know, he's a citizen. He's not, doesn't, you know, live in this world, and we had, because of the terminology that we use, it's not something that's part of daily parlance. So figuring out how to talk across communities, how to talk across you know, different political groups, because at heart, often the interests and values are not that different. It's just the way we talk about them is different. So I think if you're looking at how to sustain attention on this, it's figuring out and investing some time in translation. You know, finding new ways to talk about the same things that are going to be accessible and appealing to as many people as possible. The only other thing I'll say is that there's always going to be a need, and particularly so when it comes to integrated approaches, for cooperation at the international level and knowledge sharing and learning opportunities at multiple levels. Because, you know, I've heard a lot since I got here about how we can't do, can't do business as usual. That means that lots of innovation, lots of experimentation, and that will come with success and failure. And if we don't capture that and share it, we're not going to be able to accelerate action to address the multiple crises we're facing in anywhere near the pace and scale that we need.
Thank you. Any other reflections? Well?
I wanted, I think, to pick up on the translation thing, to go a little bit farther and to say we actually need to translate across sectors. And you can only have an integrated approach if your approaches want to be integrated, which means that we have to be communicating the benefits in sectorally appropriate ways and indeed in ways that are appropriate to the scale. So absolutely, local people often know what they're getting from nature-based solutions, even though they're not being told they're nature-based solutions.
Yeah.
That's fine. But in order to communicate that progress up the scale, we need articulate people who can make that link and who can then make those links for other sectors and up to government and donor level. And that means, back to data, it means actually having some level of quantification of outcome, both positive and negative. And I'll stop there.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah.
I will just add to the communication element, empowering the local communities, the youth, the women, that are the ones that are invisible in many cases. I think if you empower them at the local level, you have, well, governments have to listen at some point, you know. So I think we are all facing these problems, political issues at national levels, no? From one extreme to the other one. So I think if you work locally at that level, no, empowering and making them more, leaders.
Okay, yeah. I'll go back to your question. Can you pass? Yes, please. Then I'll come to other. Maybe your answer could be there.
Thank you. I'm Stephanie Lang from the Legacy Landscapes Fund. We just had a discussion in the morning, and Valerie was also there, and we were talking about how we can show impact. But what I think was also said here is on what time scale. And so far, we have been too rushed I cannot hear the word piloting anymore in my life. I have been in conservation for 32 years, and piloting is just not doing it anymore. But why do we do piloting? Because everybody wants to try something new, and then, oops, it doesn't work after 3 years. Well, let's try something else. But conservation needs longer time spans. Adaptation needs longer time spans. Ecosystem-based adaptation and working with people needs time. And I think that's what has come out here a little bit, because what I really like about your example from Philippines, that is immediate. It's working quite well, and then the local people also see an immediate effect. With other ecosystem services, it's not as local and it's not as immediate. So I think what we need to also integrate into that, be it talking to local people, gaining the trust, having results, is time. And that is also, again, not business as usual, because business as usual is piloting and thinking in between 3 and 5 years, which is not doing the trick.
No, you're right. And maybe election cycle should be 10 years or 20 years to sustain the policies and investment planning. Just very quickly, any last minute? We have 4 minutes. So Nurani, if you have any intervention, reflection.
Thank you. I think all level intervention have their own roles. For example, we still need for the national level as well as for the subnational. For example, Indonesia, we have provincial government, we have district and municipalities, and then we have sub-district, and then we have village as well. And now in Indonesian policy, the planning processes start from the village itself. So they can develop the what they want to do at the village level, and then their idea will go to the district level, and then which what the idea that should be addressed at the provincial level, and then at the national level. And also in Indonesia, we have, I think I have to introduce our climate-friendly programs. I think similar with Philippines, but our program is the first time when it started in 2012 is actually is a voluntary-based program. The community itself that declared their village as a climate-friendly village. So first they identify what the action they're taken that can be used to respond to the climate change, and then to solve the local problem from the household or the group of the community, particularly for women that facing the daily life problems related to climate change as well as for environment. And then they try to initiate themselves to expand the action, and then we provide just like a registry system. So we know that the action already there, and then our staff or the local government will try to just like not help them, but maybe advocacy them or give them capacity building what they need. And then we try to facilitate the private sector if they want to help, give them some kind of program related to climate change. And then we will acknowledge the role all the stakeholders from the government, from the champions, from the location itself, and then from the local government. And then it's that we do to encourage them to just like maintain the local. I think I agree that from the national level and then from government to create the planning, but the most important thing, how to implement the action. And then if we can convince the site level to do that we've already planned at the district level, I think it's that we don't have to say that you have to do the landscape, whatever, but they know what they do because the problem is already there. And then from us as a government, if we can identify that certain aspect that we have to address at the district level, is that the role of the district.
Right.
I think
Thanks.
that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Yeah. We are in the last minute, but maybe your reflections? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
My name is Eric, and I have a tech company called the Scubaverse. We build games to help connect people to ocean, nature, and biodiversity, and we use Web3 tech. I'm also a board member for Earthchild Institute, which develops climate curriculum globally, and I lead the digital transformation efforts. And I'm wondering, to echo what you guys said a little while ago, why don't we just use plain language when we talk so that what you say around biodiversity doesn't have to be translated for the climate people and then doesn't have to be retranslated for young people or for adults who aren't experts like you guys are. Is there anything going on in the international community where they think that it might be a good idea to just speak plainly?
I think currently we are lost in translation, but so hopefully we'll go. I'm sorry because so maybe after the we can have some discussion because other event will start. But last any thought? 30-second, Tristan.
Thanks. So interesting what you were just saying there, and I think it actually links to what I was going to say anyway. Just a bit of an anecdote. Years ago, there was the TEEB, the Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity, and the man who was leading it stood up at one point and said, I hate this TEEB thing. I just want it to be called 10, the Economics of Nature, because at least when I go in and do my elevator pitch, the word nature is more translatable. And maybe that's one of the benefits with nature-based solutions is that it's the kind of language that helps to kind of break some of these language barriers, this loss in translation.
Thanks.
There are some concerns, but there, it does help to at least overcome some of these hurdles. But actually linked to some of those hurdles was, I just wanted to mention one thing, Val, you mentioned about sectors and crossing over sectors. We haven't really talked very much about the private sector in this discussion. And this year was the launch of the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures and the complementary equivalent to the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial. Just the fact that businesses are now looking at their own risks and dependencies, as we're talking about here, whether it's local level communities right up to national governments and the international sphere, it's the same thing. We're trying to understand how strong is our resilience and the need for adaptation. And I think it also factors in then to the private sector now. Obviously, you have to be wary to a certain extent and ensure that it's all above board. But thinking specifically about the insurance industry, they're looking at trying to hedge their financial risk. And so just coming back to some of those discussions about where's this money going to come from, and not just relying on national governments and ODA and things like that, because the reality is, even if you look at it in the GBF, it's 30 billion per year by 2030 out of 200 billion per year that's supposed to be flowing. Where's that other 170 billion coming from? And it could be from philanthropy. I think she's left. But also the private sector from all sources. It's how it's captured within the wording. Right. And we need to recognize that. Thanks.
Koro, last 30 seconds, please.
If I may challenge and request everyone, train the mayors. They're the person in between all of these things, from the private sector to the national governments. But when we elect officials, many of which don't understand a lot of these things, right? But they make the decisions locally. So if we capacitate them, then and they will be in these rooms, in these forums, then you get everything that you would want. A lot of the local leaders fear that if they make certain decisions, it's not the right one because they're not knowledgeable. So if we have the opportunity to train and support the local leaders, then I think there will be a lot of changes before the next COP.
Right. Okay. So thank you, everyone. It's rich discussion, but to be continued, I would say, maybe. But thank you, everyone. And let's have a group photo.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Good evening. The time flies by here, so I can't believe it's already evening time. Before we get started on our event, Catalyzing Investment and on Responsible Ocean Climate Action or Solutions, I just wanted to thank our partners who are showcased on this slide, both of our speakers and also our coordinating partner, Ocean Visions, who helped bring in the international aspect of this event. So we have a little change of plans. We're lucky enough to have all of our invited speakers join us for the full panel discussion. So we'll get started right away with our technical overview, which I'll provide now. So to introduce myself, I'm Dr. Gabby Kitch. I'm with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, fondly called NOAA. I'm the carbon dioxide removal lead at the organization. Our international body of scientists have spoken. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, has highlighted that carbon dioxide removal, or removing carbon from the atmosphere and putting it in other reservoirs, such as the land, the ocean, or perhaps soils, is needed to meet our climate goals. That being said, we also must steeply reduce carbon emissions. So this graphic here shows time on the x-axis and gigatons of carbon, so a measure of carbon on the y-axis. You'll see that we are currently headed for more of a business as usual situation, and hopefully at this conference, at this COP, we're making a difference to move away from carbon-based sectors, so reducing our carbon emissions. That, like I mentioned, is very strongly needed to meet our climate goals. On this graph here, that is the navy blue line called net zero. In addition, we have to remove carbon. So we're reducing carbon, moving away from carbon in terms of fossil fuel usage, in terms of increasing energy efficiency. That could also mean increasing carbon capture. But what we're talking about here today is carbon removal as a climate solution. So removals are needed to continue to move us towards that net zero goal. And what is the ocean's role in removal? Well, the ocean currently absorbs 1/3 of our emissions on a yearly basis as an average. We can potentially use the ocean because it is a huge carbon reservoir for our planet. It has the potential to hold 17 times more carbon than on the land, with land vegetation and soils combined. So how can we harness this potential of the ocean through carbon dioxide removal strategies? We have a wide variety of strategies that can make up a marine CDR portfolio as part of a climate mitigation portfolio. This ranges from more of restoration strategies like blue carbon, all the way through more engineered removal through chemical methods. So we won't be focusing too much on blue carbon today, because many of you are probably aware of blue carbon, and we are focusing on more emerging carbon dioxide removal techniques in the marine sphere, such as those that can enhance natural processes that remove carbon from our atmospheres. We talked about how carbon is absorbed by the ocean on a yearly basis, and that is both through marine biota and through chemical processes. So we can enhance those processes through the names listed here. So chemical processes, we can use ocean alkalinity enhancement, basically increasing the basicness of water to be able to absorb carbon emissions. Or we can use things like macroalgal cultivation, so growing seaweed in the ocean, and also things like fertilization that could increase the amount of biomass produced in the surface ocean, which would travel to the deep sea. Lastly, we have electrochemical approaches. This is where we're actually stripping carbon dioxide off of water molecules, either through chemistry or through membranes. And I promise this is not a super technical panel. This is about as technical as we will get. But I just wanted to highlight the range of marine carbon dioxide removal techniques, and also highlight that these could be used in conjunction with one another. So with that overview, I wanted to introduce our first panelist, Kate Guy, who is the Senior Advisor and Managing Director on Cross-Cutting Climate Issues in the Office of the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. So Kate, please take it away with your remarks. You'll have about 5 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next panelist. I'll introduce our panelists as we go through and come back up here to the podium.
Thank you, Gabby. Thanks so much to you, for NOAA, for organizing this. It's glad that we don't have to keep all of the oceans events on Ocean Day. I feel like this is the second or third ocean event I've already done, so it's really awesome to see the ocean topics, particularly the topics that are sort of the cutting edge of the frontier being discussed throughout the entire COP. That's exactly what we need to see. So as Gabby said, I'm Kate Guy. I'm the Managing Director for Cross-Cutting Climate Issues on the Special Presidential Envoy John Kerry's team. What that means is that I get to work on all of the fun nexus issues where climate meets some other part of the global sort of environment or sectors. So I get to do and lead all of our climate and oceans work, but I also get to work on some of our climate and science work, some of that next generation technology work as well, as in addition to a host of many other topics. So from the oceans perspective on the team, we have really been excited about thinking about the whole host of ocean-based solutions that are here for the climate crisis. So that includes many things that we talk about frequently, from greening the shipping industry to ocean-based climate solutions and offshore wind and different sorts of renewable energy. But certainly within that bucket of ocean-based climate solutions is also MCDR. I think that those conversations are certainly less evolved than the rest of them, which is why it's really amazing to see them starting here. And as you said, it is clear, the science tells us, the IPCC 1.5 report first told us that to meet our goals, to meet our 1.5 goals, technologies like this will be necessary, right? And of course, that's a full spectrum of capture, from starting with blue carbon, which we certainly care a lot about, finding and restoring and conserving blue carbon sinks everywhere that we can and as much as we can, and all the way up to the spectrum of interesting new technologies that we need to experiment with and figure out what the future and what the economic potential of these technologies look like. So I will say that this is actually a pillar of work that is in our Ocean Climate Action Plan. The U.S. released its first Ocean Climate Action Plan just last year. And in that Ocean Climate Action Plan, we do look at the full range of ocean climate solutions, as I was talking about. But there is a specific sort of section of that plan that I encourage you all to read on MCDR and on whole of government approaches to MCDR. I'll say from the outset that within that plan, we know that before large-scale deployment of CDR and emerging technologies happen, they need to be guided by the science, right? That is exactly what NOAA is doing here by looking at and developing and testing and investing in these technologies. They are investing in the extensive research that's needed to understand the potential and the costs and the benefits, of course, any unintended effects, but also the benefits for these technologies too. For CDR, that includes effects on the global carbon cycle and the permanence of carbon removal for sure. These are tough questions that we need to figure out. And it also includes how can we sort of implement CDR in the ways that are the most safe and the most effective, and make sure that we're continually monitoring the impacts of them and the effectiveness of them. This is why sort of investments in this research are so important, because we need to mitigate anything bad, but we also need to understand how can we get sort of the most bang for the buck out of many of these technologies. And so when it comes to marine CDR and in the Ocean Climate Action Plan specifically, there are a few specific policies we set out for ourselves to guide the sufficient knowledge about the efficacy and trade-offs of different methods into a few key roles. So first is sort of pursuing setting policy and regulatory standards for MCDR research and implementation. Second is implementing comprehensive federal research and scaled testing and monitoring programs for MCDR. That's what we're talking about here. Third is ensuring that robust, sustained, and adequate ocean observations are in place around all of this work. Next is evaluating the environmental and social impacts of MCDR approaches. And the last is maybe one of the most important things that we can say, incorporating environmental justice and equity into all MCDR research and implementation. So with all of that sort of in mind, that this is how we need to safeguard our approach to these technologies, I also think it's really exciting when we actually get to learn about the technologies and think about them. I've really enjoyed my time getting to meet with the different companies who are innovating these technologies, the investors who are saying, you know, if we can just scale this a little bit more, maybe we can figure out what potential benefit it has. I was just talking earlier this morning, we actually have an assistant secretary from the Navy here at COP this year. For the first time, an incredible sort of contingent from the Department of Defense who is here to talk exactly about the technologies they are investing in that are climate solutions. And our Navy is saying, how can we work together with NOAA to sort of figure out, both from their perspective and from NOAA's perspective, what are these technologies that maybe are a little bit further down the road. You know, these are not necessarily going to be scalable until after 2030, but are that next generation tech that, from a naval perspective and from a climate perspective, have real benefits. So I'm excited to learn more about them. I'm certainly not NOAA, so I don't know the cutting edge of all the research, but I will say, obviously, it's clear we need to keep the 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement alive. That is what we are all here to do. And it's been made clear by the science that we need to find creative, safe, and effective ways to do that. And hopefully MCDR within the entire sector promises us a lot more solutions there. So thanks, Gabby. Over to you.
Applause is welcome for each panelist as we go through remarks. And thanks, Kate, for highlighting the full ocean climate portfolio as well. We will move over to Dr. Sarah Kapnick, who is the chief scientist for NOAA, so she'll be able to highlight a lot more of what NOAA is doing on the topic of marine carbon dioxide removal. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. So we get up the slide. So the climate challenges facing the globe in the next century require science-based action, including consideration and increased understanding of emerging climate mitigation strategies such as marine CDR, as Kate just mentioned. So NOAA is pleased to lead and be a part of this event because the agency does have substantial equities in MCDR research, and the agency views as critical for understanding these techniques can be effective and implemented safely. In June of this year, NOAA released a CDR research strategy that identifies the areas in which NOAA's expertise and capabilities are suited to reduce areas of uncertainty and support the development and evaluation of marine CDR technologies. So this pulls together all the science across the agency and put it into a concrete plan of how the science strategy could advance going forward. It outlines 4 major areas in our contributions to understanding the feasibility and impacts of CDR techniques. Number 1, putting in the 4 up there. Number 1 is the observing networks. NOAA has the largest network of marine carbon observations in the country. Leveraging and expanding this network to ensure robust, sustained, and verifiable ocean observations is critical to understanding the efficacy of marine CDR. Number 2, it's not just enough to have models or to have observations. We need to have models. We need to scale these models, include projections of CDR pathways. So our Earth system models that we've been developing are currently being expanded to include the impacts of carbon dioxide removal on the global climate, as well as to examine the effects of ecosystems from scaled MCDR development. That brings me to the third point. We need to evaluate environmental impacts. So it's not just enough to measure the carbon, model the carbon. We also have to see, with these technique deployment, what would the effects be on marine species and ecosystems? So this allows us to really evaluate the impacts of those marine CDR approaches. And then number 4, it's not enough to just have the observations, the models, and know what the impacts are. You actually have to support decisions to use all of this information. So that's the 4th major area. We have ongoing conversations around building tools specifically for marine spatial planning, data management, synthesis, doing these test cases. So across all of this, our equities lie across many of our different laboratories. Our Global Ocean Monitoring Observing Program and OAR's Ocean Acidification Program take all those measurements. Through marine observations are also made at our Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory in Seattle, as well as our laboratory in Miami. All these investments that we already have of doing these types of measurements can be expanded to support more innovative technologies. For example, autonomous gliders that are going across the ocean. Most of our funding so far in ocean acidification program for carbon observing budget is actually sustained funding for buoys. With the modeling sense, we have that at the Geophysical Fluid Dynamic Laboratory, which is a traditional climate laboratory, but also the Pacific Marine Environmental Lab at the smaller scales of carbon and how it's moving through the system. Additionally, through fisheries, NOAA's fishery science centers have the capabilities around ecosystem monitoring and modeling and laboratory experiments to really understand ocean acidification and how it could be used for marine CDR work, but also to have benefits on fisheries actually in an increased carbon environment. So with all of these products, we also have pathways for distribution through NOAA's NESDIS as well as through the National Ocean Service that have fundamentally historically supported critical data management, spatial management tools that could be expanded to be able to deliver all of this great research and fisheries understanding out to the broader public for greater use by decision makers. Next slide. And so with that, I'm excited to talk about in 2023, this summer, we led the National Oceanographic Partnership Program funding opportunity on marine CDR. This complements another one that we had that was originally internal in 2022. We are pleased to announce from this, we funded $24.3 million in MCDR research, leveraged from partners all listed on this slide as well. This funding supports research that expands our understanding of MCDR approaches, risks, co-benefits, including ocean acidification, mitigation, and science needs to build also those regulatory frameworks for testing and scaling of marine CDR. It's also the first major large-scale public and multi-partner investment of research specifically focused on various marine CDR approaches. Knowledge from this research will assist in assessing the potential of CDR, marine CDR, as a climate mitigation solution. I want to highlight that we had 17 projects in this, 47 unique institutions, and 79 unique PIs, including 5 NOAA laboratories. So this is a really large project across many different groups. It's supported in large part by Supplemental Inflation Reduction Act funding. And while it is a start, we need to have sustained funding to support the growth of the marine CDR landscape. Overall, NOAA has been leading marine CDR research space in the United States. The recent U.S. Ocean Climate Action Plan recognizes this leadership that we have. Close to 75% of the marine CDR actions in the Ocean Climate Plan place NOAA in the lead role of advancing the science and technology in this space. So we're really excited to open up the conversation about marine CDR in the international space today, particularly given our global carbon observing assets and our success with building scientific capacity around the globe. So we're really excited to be here. Thank you. I send it back to you, Gabby.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kapnick, for the overview of NOAA's capabilities and also highlighting how widespread within NOAA we are well poised to take on marine CDR. With that, I'll move to Dr. Anya Waite, who is Vice President of Oceans at Dalhousie University and also CEO of the Ocean Frontier Institute. Anya, really excited to hear what Canada has in store on marine CDR.
Yeah, thanks, Gabby. And I have to say that NOAA inspires the world. They do currently more than half of all the ocean carbon observations in the surface ocean. And if every nation stepped up per capita to do as much as the US is doing, we'd be in way better shape. We'd still need to lift an order of magnitude or two, but NOAA is really blazing the way there. I'd just like to start with just a couple of bits of math. So it's important to remember, and The Economist just put out an article last week on this, mitigation or pulling carbon dioxide out of the air is 100 times more expensive than not emitting it in the first place. So the first cab off the rank in all of this is simply not to emit. And if we don't focus on that, we've missed the boat completely. However, we're already way overshot in what we're seeing, right? So we know that we have so much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere that we simply cannot we're going to way overshoot our 1.2 or 1.5 goals unless we do something. So that's where mitigation comes into place. And that's where marine carbon dioxide removal, or MCDR, is a good solution. But it's really important to take that first step and say, let's not emit, because it costs 100 times more, according to The Economist, and I haven't checked their numbers, 100 times more to pull carbon dioxide out of the air once it's in there than it does to stop stop it from getting there in the first place. So that's just the first piece of math. The second piece of math is about blue carbon, and I think it's a really important one to remember. When we think about blue carbon, we think of mangroves, seagrasses, and seaweeds, and the beautiful coastal ecosystems that are so rich and that support communities in our coastal zones. Underneath those blue carbon reserves are thousands of years of stored carbon that are really a fossil carbon resource that must stay locked down. Otherwise, we're just no better than an oil company. We're going to dig up the coastal zone and release that carbon dioxide into the air. On the other side, however, coastal blue carbon ecosystems are not efficient ways to pull carbon dioxide out of the air on an annual basis because it's a trickle. So a mangrove just pulls a tiny thread of carbon dioxide and then stores it for millennia. So there's 10,000 years of carbon stores underneath a mangrove, but if you really want to suck carbon dioxide out of the air, you need to go to the open ocean. So it's important to keep that in play, not that we don't want to conserve blue carbon reserves, which we absolutely do, but that we want to focus, if we're going to do MCDR, it needs to be big scale and it needs to be offshore where we can do that big work. So, and there's a great overview of the number of ways that we can do ocean marine carbon dioxide removal. So I'll just take the next slide. So one of the ways that Canada is stepping up, and I'm really proud about this, maybe we could just click until all those little, there, yeah, stop there. So we've just invested $150 million into a new research program on carbon absorption of the North Atlantic, and that's the natural baseline. So we're looking at how does the ocean mechanistically absorb carbon already, biologically, chemically, and physically, and how does that really set the baseline for all carbon dioxide removal? Because if you can't measure the baseline, you can't measure the uptake of carbon dioxide into the ocean against that baseline, right? So I think before we even get into any of the technologies on MCDR, we need to have a really well-observed ocean baseline, and that means a huge boost to ocean observation a la NOAA, right? So, and that's where we sometimes get confused. We put cart before the horse, and we're more worried about the technologies of ocean carbon dioxide removal than we are about really crisping up that baseline, because you can't actually measure carbon dioxide removal unless you measure it against that. So it's two numbers. It's the original background uptake that the ocean already does, which is most of the world, but when we say 30% of the work of uptake of all the global carbon. And then against that, it's whatever your technology does, which pumps carbon in, alkali material or whatever. And then you have to measure that on top of the background. But the background is complex, changing, and oceanographically very, very different in different parts of the world. So this kind of research where we're looking at reducing uncertainty in that ocean baseline is where Canada is focusing its attention. I'm so proud that NOAA is our top collaborator, so we're going to be working together with NOAA. And then the mitigation work we're doing will be against the baseline that we create from the reduction of uncertainty. And again, we have a lot of focus and equity. And I'll just show you one more slide. Ultimately, to get to this baseline and to really enable marine carbon dioxide removal, we need to work more carefully towards getting that ocean baseline right. And what we're suggesting is that we start in the North Atlantic where we're working and where many wealthy nations are already doing a lot of work, and do like a little test bed where we say, how do you get that baseline right? And we need to do that through perfect design. And design needs to be done by the Global Ocean Observing System, which is the repository of expert knowledge around the world for ocean observation design. So we're working on a project called Ocean Observation Co-Design with the Global Ocean Observing System, where we're going to bring together those experts to design the critical pieces to support MCDR and also to support our nations getting themselves to their climate targets. So we'll do two things with this work: improve climate forecasts and enable really responsible MCDR. Now, many companies are already trying to be very responsible, and they actually don't like us using this term, enable responsible MCDR. They're already being responsible. My answer is you can't be responsible unless you are measuring the ocean baseline to a plus or minus 10% and then measuring your perturbation against that backdrop. You are not being as responsible as you could be and as we think you should be based on the global consensus through the Global Ocean Observing System. So that's the critical piece that goes on top of the research work that we're going to be doing in terms of reducing the uncertainty in this ocean baseline. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anya, for highlighting the very important baseline measurements that are needed. I'm going to grab my clicker to introduce our next panelist. So here we are in the IUCN Pavilion, right? So I am thrilled that we could have an international partner who is the director of marine parks and reserves talk about what Tanzania thinks and feels about marine CDR. So we have Dr. Asware Semisi from Tanzania to talk to us about that today.
Thank you very much, Gabi. I'm from the Marine Parks and Reserves, Tanzania. I would like to identify ourselves as a living lab that we face the consequences or the impacts of climate change, while at the same time we've been given a mandate to manage the coastal and marine resources of Tanzania. We are sitting at the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries. Many people are wondering why, but I call ourselves the nurturers of the fisheries sector within the marine setup. So what we do, basically 4 main areas that we are working on in addressing the climate change, but in very baby steps, no impact per se. So that's why we need to have the marine CDR to boost as a hybrid. So our number 1 role is conservation, management, outreach, research, as well as consultancy. And then we do the co-management aspect, because some of the marine park areas are sitting within the local community areas. So what we do normally, in addressing or working on around climate change, we do have monitoring sites on ocean to measure the ocean acidity. We do monitoring as well as restoration of the blue resources, coral reefs, mangroves, and seagrasses, etc. But then, the ocean is not a silo. So you have a patch of meter squared of a marine park or a reserve, but then you have all this connectivity within the ocean. So it's like dropping something in the wider area, and then you don't see. We are still affected, even though we work so hard in conservation and managing the marine resources. So far, one of the examples of CDR is the seaweed farming, macroalgae. We produce a number of metric tons, 10,000 or so. But then, as I said, looking at the space of the ocean, in Tanzania we have around 200 and something kilometers squared of the ocean, and then the marine protected areas only cover less than 10% of that. We are in the working of ensuring that we reach the 30 by 30. But then what is our contribution in mitigating? Because we depend on the coastal and marine resources for the local livelihoods, as well as the fisheries sector that's contributing to the country's GDP. So what is the role of Tanzania in this? We see that there's vast opportunities in partnering, in capacity building, in research. So that's why I said in the beginning, we are a living lab. We are ready for this. So we are doing some baby steps in contributing to the mitigation, but then there is an opportunity and we are ready for it. We have the supporting policies, we have the research institutions that we work together in partnership. It's just early this year with the partnership with Ocean Visions. We are going to be a base or supporting the Youth Climate Change Innovation Hub. So let us see what goes on from here. It's an honor to be here today because it's like opening a door that we are ready for this, and we will need support and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sware. We're thrilled to have you here. We will move over to Captain Francisco Arias, joining us from Invamar in Colombia, where he is the director. So we're happy to hear what Colombia has been working on in regards to marine CDR.
Hello to everybody. I'm so happy to be just one man in this. We are in good hands. There's hope for the planet. I will put a little bit on the perspective of a research institution. That's the things that we do at Invamar. We're the National Marine and Coastal Research Institute. And so we're focusing mainly in the issue of marine carbon dioxide reduction on the blue carbon perspective. That's how we've been working. Now we know that it's not enough. It will help, but it will be not enough. And especially because we have been seeing only mainly the, let's say, the good part of it. You were just explaining on the issues around doing things around blue carbon and the danger that still exists on that. And fortunately, we have actually been progressing on this. We are launching in this event here the first blue carbon project in the world in mangroves that managed to sell carbon credits in the voluntary market of carbon, which is a very interesting advance that we have reached, and mainly because it was focused on coastal communities who are benefiting from this opportunity. And we not only reached a very good price for the carbon bonds, but also the perspectives in terms of scaling these examples to other communities, not only in Colombia, but other regions. It's very interesting. But just focusing on the issue here. So I guess we have a very good experience on that. We were able to prove that mangroves were not producers of greenhouse gases, as it was thought maybe 20 years ago, something like that. But also that they're very efficient as long as we keep them still, as we manage and conserve them. So that's a very important, let's say, reach that we have done at INBEMAR. And second of that, it's the value that we had here in this project, the opportunity of putting, let's say, hard science. I don't like to say it like that, but it's how it explained, and traditional knowledge. And the merging of both, let's say, ways of understanding how the environment works was actually the success that we were able to reach in the project. We had the history of hundreds of years of work of the indigenous people and the black communities that lived in these areas, and the science that we came to put together to define, have the basic knowledge to move into the establishment of this project. So that's something that it's worth to be seen in a way of getting from that. Second thing, and I would just take the two pillars from the left, which are the areas where we are working in Colombia, in the biotic, mainly on blue carbon, and in the abiotic, let's say, pillar, mainly in the observations of carbon cycles in our ecosystems, both in the Caribbean and the Pacific, where we work. And I agree, we still lack a lot of information around what is going on and the, let's say, the cycles, the geochemical cycles of the realities in different regions around, not only in Colombia, but around the world. And I had a map here, finally I dropped it out, maybe, I don't know if it's at the end, on the, let's say, the density of observations that we have in the North Hemisphere and the scarcity of observations in the Southern Hemisphere. And that can be solved only by partnerships, the transfer of knowledge. And I know that, as we were just saying, we are ready to work with other countries that have maybe a little bit more of experience, resources, into balance that lack of information. That's going to be crucial. And also with that, the transparency of the data. There's been a lot of discussion about how do we reach the data and how it's open to everybody, but more important, how can we all use the data? And that goes through not only having the access to the data, but also the training to understand and to put the data in the right way to make decisions to both governments, local communities, the industry, of course. So that leads me to the next slide, and I would say that our interest and our priorities will be first to implement comprehensive research all around the needs of information in our coasts and in our regions. That's something that's crucial. To ensure that the science that we make, it's robust, it's really trustable data, trustable information, trustable analysis, and that needs a lot of training. It's not only buying equipment, but also to use the equipment and to interpret the data. And third, which is, and this first part will be focused on the, what I would say, the science part of this, to develop the standards and the ways of gathering this data that can be shared between all the users of this data. The second part, and these three bullets, would be to evaluate the social impact of these technologies and the social impact of marine carbon dioxide reduction. Second, to incorporate these views in terms of environmental justice, something that our government has brought up in Colombia in this moment, something that we maybe didn't have in the past. And third, to provide the knowledge to establish the legal framework of how to use these technologies and to make profit to them. And of course, like I was saying, to reach everybody in terms of what we would say the justice of the environmental opportunities for everybody. How can we do this? Through partnerships. I believe that that's crucial. I heard from a very fine lady, partnerships are the modern leaderships. So we have to actually go beyond of what we've been doing separately. Second, I was talking about the open data opportunities. It was mentioned here, there are a number of international platforms that are promoting this. Actually, we have one of the challenges of the decade of ocean science for development is the opportunity to have data sharing in an open way, in a way that we can all actually use it. The financial support, and this is instrumental. And we were, I was part of the executive planning group of the decade, and we found out that most financing for marine research comes from governments. Almost 98% of the real investment in science in the oceans is from the governments. Where are the other, let's say, users of the oceans? We have the people in the oil and gas, we have the people from fisheries, we have the people from tourism, we have the people from cable communications using the ocean and gaining from the ocean. What's their way of giving back what they are gaining from the ocean? Just in terms of information, they keep the information for themselves. Sometimes they think this is information crucial for their business, but at the end, maybe their business will be much favored if we have more sharing of information. So we need to put also the private industry in a very, let's say, open way to be part of this. The decade has mobilized philanthropies, which is interesting, but it's like a favor, and it shouldn't be a favor. And last of all, to develop the capacities in our countries. In a north-south communication, south-south communication, we are just talking how can we do it. We have maybe the same challenges, which are different from the north, so that will help a lot. And finally, Colombia, what can we contribute to this? Well, first, to declare our interests. That's important. That's, of course, the way of getting in. We want to share the experiences in blue carbon. That's something that it has worked in our course, and I believe it may work in some other parts. To establish joint research and monitoring activities. We do have some capacity, so we want to maybe also participate in training our neighbors, in training people around tropical systems, which are not everywhere. INBEMAR, actually, it's one of the Ocean Teacher Academy's Center of Training for the UNESCO IOC strategy in ocean science, technical development for Hispanic Americas. And finally, we need to put the science that we make in the proper language and the proper time to decision makers. And that's a challenge, mainly for us scientists and for decision makers to ask the good questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francisco. Your remarks were spot on for opening up our panel discussion in many ways, but especially in highlighting, the difference in priorities and perhaps, investment, as we've heard, between the global north and the global south. So we're really excited to open up this dialogue here today. So my first question for maybe the North American group here, so the US and Canada, 2023, a landmark year for investment in carbon dioxide removal, and specifically marine carbon dioxide removal, as we heard from Anya and Dr. Kapnick. Going forward, given this growing research portfolio, what are the remaining priorities? I mean, we heard a few points here, but where do you see these research portfolios going, and where still remain the critical gaps?
Happy to start, though you probably know the research side better than I do. But despite that investment, I can say that we know that CDR must still scale 30 times its present capacity by 2030. Right? That's not even until we get to the sort of longer-term technology build-out that we would need. By 2030, we need to scale the technologies 30 times. And that will require an investment of about $1.13 billion of investment per year for research and development to meet that. So yes, it's been a remarkable year of investment, but we have so much further to go to really get a handle on the development of these technologies. That is sort of the meeting of those two goals of the scaling and of the investment is actually what is represented in the carbon management challenge that we sort of are part of, and the goals of that. Of course, that's not just MCDR, that's CDR broadly, but I think that we all understand that the M in the CDR technologies are the ones that maybe could scale fastest and biggest, as we heard from our colleagues. So I think from my perspective, what I'm the most interested in looking at in terms of research are some of the things that our colleague from Dalhousie highlighted in the baseline, and making sure that the assessment of how good we're doing is really strong, and we can really speak to that. I think from the State Department, there's a lot of research and better legal understanding that needs to go into how do we create regulatory regimes around this that can be domestic or international. Obviously, within the London Convention and London Protocol process right now, this is already being discussed, and how we as countries even define what these technologies are, define what is good and what is bad, define what is safe, define what is effective. All of that is sort of up for our jobs of sort of negotiating and understanding that. But we can't really do that without really good research into everything that we've just heard about. So I find myself sort of frequently waiting on the science to catch up, but when we're in these international negotiations and perspectives, luckily there is now a sort of working group, a working track under LCLP to look at these topics, and we're engaging there, but we sort of have to move on both of these at the same time and as quickly as possible, the investment, the research, and the sort of governance discussions too.
That's great. Yeah. London Convention, London Protocol, for those who are
sorry
with LCLP. No. That was great to highlight. Any other comments? Yeah.
I see it as us needing to really measure and quantify the efficacy and safety. And so for the financial people that I see in the crowd, that is our key performance indicators of being able to do this, that it's not a binary thing of it's good, it's bad. We actually need to know how good, how much impact are you having. And so for I see that as improving our observations, especially in the global south, because the ocean is all connected and we need that information through that full network. And really excited about the new technologies around that, and we'll get to those sensitivities that allow us to do that. Then it's the models to bring all that data together to get the whole ocean together. And then on top of that, it's also investing in those ecological measurements so we can also measure the impacts on ecosystems. And so that is the other key performance indicator that we really need with this, besides knowing how much carbon is, where is the carbon going, how well is it doing, how long is it staying. We also need to have those measurements of ecology to be able to know what the environmental impacts of this are.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Kapnick. Anya, do you have any last thoughts?
My view is that we're still in complete denial about scale up. So many CDR companies are working in a teacup, and now they're going from a teacup to a tank, and the tank has worked, and then they go to a little bay, and the bay sort of works, but maybe it's a little harder to measure. Maybe they haven't measured, maybe they just modeled. And so I think as we get up and scale up in these technologies, we know less and less about the actually how to measure the impact of MCDR, let alone the measurement of impact of MCDR on other things. And if you can't measure where you're doing MCDR, you can't decide its impact on ecosystems or anything else. So I think getting the observation right, again, is very important, but also confronting those questions early. Let's use models to decide at what scale can we actually... Right now, you cannot measure the concentrations of carbon dioxide that are being put into the ocean by any single MCDR technology. It's all inferred. There is no sensor that is sensitive enough to actually measure the change in carbon. And until we confront those things head on and say, what do we really know, we're still talking to companies that have an exaggerated sense of confidence because they know that the teacup works for sure. And so they're confident when you scale it up, they're going to get it right. And I think that scale up is both in the regulatory sense and in the oceanographic sense very challenging. And you mentioned the London Protocol. Right now, all these technologies can actually be tested because the London Protocol has made an exception for MCDR. There's 4 technologies that are allowed to be tested under the London Protocol, but only for research. So no technology is currently scalable as a commercial venture because the London Protocol, the London Convention prohibits it currently. And most coastal and nations struggle with the balance between municipal, provincial, federal, state regulation. It's a regulatory mess right now. So scale up, let's get it right, but let's confront those issues early so that we can get them sorted out by the time these companies find a way to measure carbon in the ocean.
Great, thank you. So we heard about potential legal priorities. We heard about, increasing baseline observations, modeling ecological impacts, also sensor development, as well as your last point there. And so, Francisco Suare, my question for you is how do these priorities and the existing research portfolio really align with the priorities in your countries? You touched on this a little bit in your presentations, but how would you expand on those priorities?
Thank you, Gabi. The MCDR, the nature-based solutions are in aligns with the research priorities in Tanzania. Number one, as I said, I'm sitting within the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries, so our research is focused on the fisheries, sustainable fisheries management. Our researchers are addressing and are trying to promote the blue economy, coastal resilience, improving the coastal and marine biodiversity, through research and how these are affected, or there will be a tool for mitigating the climate change. So, as I said earlier, the regulations, the policies, the tools for management of the coastal and marine resources are in supportive of these kind of interventions and research. So what we'll need for this to be a reality for us, we'll need, of course, the support in terms of capacity research activities and so forth, partnerships, to have a platform where we can link and engage. So we move together as a, not in silo, but we speak together, have as an initiation, you need support, intergovernmental support system and so forth in order to make this happen. Yeah, thank you.
Francisco, did you have anything to add?
Maybe on the issue of scaling up, we have talked about the legislation and the regulation of the technology, but we haven't talked about the incentives to develop the technology, to scale it up, to bring it to real business for those interested. Maybe that should be something that we maybe looked at, because that would be like it has been in some other activities, in commercial activities, the incentives, sorry, or regulatory in terms of tax reductions and things of that kind would be helping to scale up the technologies. The second thing I would mention is the possibility of synergies between the biotic blue carbon actions and those from the technologies. Maybe that's a field that we have to explore also. How can we put together both, let's say, lines of work into mitigation and carbon uptakes in order to make it more efficient. That was it.
And that is a perfect lead into our next question. So I just wanted to highlight, though, and capture kind of the points here and a call for maybe the investing side of this partnership to really focus on more capacity building, to focus on those community development projects, but also to focus on those incentives, which sounds to me more like carbon markets and those types of things. And Francisco, I know you mentioned the mangrove project that Colombia has led around carbon credits and has been using those for carbon credits. So my next question for anybody on the panel who wants to contribute is that, as we mentioned, nature-based solutions, especially blue carbon, has been a growing part of the global kind of climate mitigation and adaptation portfolio. And a number of people, I think almost everybody on this panel, highlighted blue carbon work today. And so I was wondering if we could dig in a little bit more, and Francisco, you alluded to this, but what are the specific synergies? What are the specific points of overlap that we can take away from blue carbon work going on now globally that can be applied to the marine CDR space, and where do those lessons not necessarily apply?
Sorry. I mentioned the one very important thing in our project was actually the possibility of putting together the hard science and the traditional knowledge. That's very important. We always tend to forget about the history of life. Actually, in the area that we work, we had more than 1,000 years of interactions between the communities and the ocean and the coastal zones. They knew how to manage the water, and that's how actually the mangroves are today one of the most, let's say, flourishing mangrove area in our Caribbean coast. So that's because the people there knew how to keep the mangroves, how to make profit from them, profit in the good term, providing goods and services, fisheries, coastal protection, well, a number of things. Wood for their furnaces because they had no access to energy, to the classic electricity or natural gas, whatever. So I believe that that's an issue. So we have to listen what they had, their knowledge, their traditional knowledge is important. We have to translate it also. And then we have the opportunity to put these things together to develop new ways of making the ecosystem work for sustainability, carbon sequestration, keeping that carbon there. And I also mentioned these systems are not only mangroves. In terms of our vision, it's a social system. So there's people that live from there. Their wellness are directly dependent from them. But also, this is systems that are connected to seagrasses. So a good deal of that, and we need a lot of research into that. What are the connections between one of each, and also the coral reefs in front of them? And how much of this carbon is being exported to the open ocean and sent to the bottom of the ocean and kept there for centuries or millennia? So there's a lot of science that we still have to do to understand these processes and how to put them together in order to have these synergies between blue carbon and the technological possibilities. So that's it.
Sounds like a research portfolio in itself to understand blue carbon and marine CDR connections. Anya, it looks like you wanted to say something.
Building on that point, it's a wonderful one. And it struck me, I was at a Marine Protected Area conference in Vancouver, Impact 5, which was quite an amazing conference. And most of the talk about was 30 by 30. How do you really lock down marine protected areas around coastal nations? And they were all advertised with these beautiful dolphins, flying out of the water and manta rays flying above the ocean surface and whatever. And you realize, though, when you actually took even a minute to think about it, that those MPAs were not servicing those animals. Those MPAs were servicing mangroves and seagrasses. But when you actually think about the big marine mammals, they require a completely different approach. And they also require carbon absorption. So it immediately made me think, well, why don't we think about a way to have MPAs mandate part of the marine protected area actually be set aside for carbon dioxide, MCDR. And now that will put the cat amongst the pigeons, right? Because very often the people who are advocating for MPAs are quite politically and for understandable reasons opposed to MCDR at any cost. And so in a way, bringing those two conversations together and saying, well, you can't actually save your manta ray unless you're absorbing carbon in the ocean and saving us keeping us to 1.5 degree warming. And then just asking that question and seeing how it plays out in the research. I think that would be wonderful.
Let me say that birds come to our area. You know, the birds that from the north hemisphere to the south hemisphere, they stay there. And so the energy that is being captured by these mangroves are actually exported to the North Pole because these birds are actually moving from north to south. So
beautiful.
This is part of the connections that we oversee now.
Dr. Kavanagh, it looks like you had something you wanted to
Yeah, there was
add?
something I wanted to follow on to what Anya said was around this question of interest in the conservation. We're seeing in the coastal resilience space, the conservation space, that there's interest now in quantifying what is the carbon as the money goes into those projects that are mainly biodiversity based or they're adaptation based coastal resilience. There is interest when we're talking to the people that are actually doing those projects that we're now funding that they are trying to start quantifying the carbon, even if it's small in the blue carbon space, to be able to have that as one of the metrics of outcomes that they have, because they do have hopes that they may be able to somehow either monetize it or figure it out. And we're seeing these new financial structures around how do you quantify all of the ecosystem services of the conservation efforts, the MPA zones. And I think as I said in my beginning remarks, that as we develop out all of those metrics and that science, I think it will enable that type of work to take place. So even though blue carbon is an order of magnitude smaller, many more than our hopes for gigaton scale ocean CDR, it is still an important potential piece of the overall accounting we need to do on carbon dioxide removal that can happen in marine zones. And so it depends on how it's being packaged into the different projects that will take place going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And did you want to add something?
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say I think this is really important, and this dynamic is really important because when you think of the international conversation and the finance conversation and all of that, being able to say you are a conservation project or you're a climate project or you're both kind of matters, right? For where you go and seek funding, for people that want to invest in you, all of that. So I think some of the synergies we were talking about is if you can find projects that group some of these different dynamics together and maybe are investing in the research, investing in the conservation of the blue carbon, but also trying out some new techniques and then assessing the impact of that on the ecosystem. We need to find better packages that are maybe more important to investors, because the other synergy here is also sort of the competition for funding potentially between the two types, and it's something that I see and I worry about, right? Where you say no, invest in blue carbon, it's better, it's easier, it's more proven, it's safer, it's important for adaptation and things like that, or invest over here in developing these technologies which are much more expensive, but certainly need to be invested in to scale and to bring that cost curve down. And the finance picture right now is, still in terms of ocean, in terms of climate solutions, ocean is still such a small fraction of that investment, right? So then you sort of have those communities fighting for the same piece of the pie. So the first thing we need to do is increase that pie and get anybody who can to commit better public and private finance to investing in these solutions. But then we also need to make sure that they can work synergistically and not at odds with each other.
Yeah, I'll add, and that's why about a year ago, the United States, we announced our goal towards a nature capital strategy where we would actually create those accounting principles. And it is a tremendous amount of work also on the academic side to actually produce what those accounting principles are, and it's across all of our different agencies across government, with the hopes within 15 years that we would be able to do that, to be able to measure all these different pieces. There are other efforts on that happening around the world of this frontier of accounting for nature, and carbon is one important piece of it, mandated because of these carbon quantifications and the stock take for every country. But that really, as those accounting principles take hold and become standardized, that will become a foundation for the investability of a lot of these types of projects.
Excellent points. I do want to move on to a few other questions, if that's okay.
I just wanted to add on the overlaps that we should be heading towards the integrated approach. You have the people, you have the leaders, you have the research, you have the capacity in terms of funds and, you know, and the human resources into that. So it's not like something new, but it's one of the ways or means of speeding up in mitigating the climate change, because it's all about mitigation. So it should be all integrated, all inclusive. First, we have to have a buy-in. So it's from my perspective, I work directly with the local communities. So once you have a buy-in, then you go towards decision-making levels, and then you have the policies on integrated policies or regulations that are either from the national level towards the international agreements and, yeah, and mechanisms of making this happen.
Yeah,
yeah.
Really valuable points, thinking about you know, the capital you already have in communities and, the actual human capacity. I do want to get to some audience questions, so I might suggest this be a very quick round with the panelists contributing short answers. So this event highlights climate investments, right, and current investments in marine CDR. And we have now addressed kind of priorities or a wish list, per se, moving forward. But research doesn't happen in a vacuum. I think all of us are aware of that, right? So what are the other factors at play here that need to progress in order to allow marine CDR research to happen and consider these strategies as, you know, a climate mitigation tool and part of the portfolio? Anybody can speak up?
Yeah, for us, it will be a collaboration platform. This is the start for me. So I think we can move forward from here, where we have a platform where we can reach out and support, and, you know, where to get the assistance in terms of capacity, the funds, the research, the areas in an agreement. How big do you want to start? How are you going to get the go ahead and start? So we need to have that collaborative platform where we can all link up with. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, most people think that it's an issue of money, you know, to get money to do things, but in my sense, it's the willingness to do the things, and that's something that it's not easy to move people into it. And second from that, it's, I would call it the proper training to do the things. So we train people, scientists, we have our universities, the research centers, but what is the real purpose of doing the research? What is the reach out of doing this research? And that needs motivation and to finding what are the things that we want to solve and how we want to solve them, and who will we reach with the solutions that we might propose. I guess that's something that we have to work in.
Absolutely, yeah. Dr.
Yeah, as a national example, I would say for us, we've been working really closely with the EPA, who's the permitting authority in the US on these things, and figuring out how do we expand those research permitting capabilities to be able to do testing and to do the science that needs to take place. And so I think other countries, as they undertake some of this work, will also find potential challenges of national strategies around permitting as well. And so developing the science and developing that all out at the same time, so that we, particularly if our research dollars are going to last 1 to 3 years, but the permitting process takes a different time scale, then you need to make sure that all that is working synergistically to make sure that you can actually do the testing that needs to take place.
Yeah, Anya, which kind of speaks to your point about scaled testing and investments, and one of those, that being a priority. Did you have anything to add to this question?
I would just say we really need to work on public understanding and acceptance, and we need to understand what the concerns are of the public. That is the single biggest risk to MCDRs. It's going to get shut down by a public outcry. It already has been in some areas, and so it's really about making it clear to ourselves and to others, and working with communities to understand what their concerns are, and making sure that they can hear from us, are those real or are they not real? should they have those concerns, and then proving to ourselves and to them, yes, this is okay or it isn't. And I think in many cases the jury's out. We don't know what the total impact, because we haven't yet scaled. And so that public acceptance and understanding piece, I think, is going to be critical.
And the last thing I'll add, even beyond that, which I definitely agree with, is the sort of hesitancy of, if we start moving and investing in this direction, that means we're sort of taking our eyes off the ball of lowering emissions. And you spoke about that earlier, and I think it's important for us to understand we need to do both, right? We need to both, in order to meet our goals, as the IPCC tells us, that's going to require carbon capture and removal. So we both need to do everything that we can to lower emissions globally on the timelines that we have set for ourselves, and we also need to start scaling and investing in the solutions to bring us down and keep us within reach of 1.5, as we all so desperately need to do.
Great. We probably have time for one audience question. I saw your hand first, so I'm sorry. But I'll have to come to you with the microphone, though.
Thanks. I'm Raphael Flint. I work for the Philanthropic Foundation of Donna Battarelli. And I'm hearing the marine carbon removal quite a lot in a few presentations, a few events at the moment. So my question is, I can see that monitoring and reducing negative known and unknown impacts of the technology might be a tricky one coming up. Can you give us a sense of what the thinking is around that, what the methodologies you see coming up might be to reduce these impacts on biodiversity, secondary effects, that sort of thing? Thank you.
I'll just say really briefly, one of the ways is to pick the right technology in the first place. So ocean alkalinity enhancement, for example, adding antacid to the ocean, is in some cases actually reversing damage of acidification. So if you can start with a technology like that in theory should be improving your ecosystem up front, you're much less worried about the negative impacts. Not to say that there won't be any, but at least in theory, if you have an area that's been dumped on acid, like in Nova Scotia, in Canada, for example, we've had acid rain for 3 or 4 decades, 100 years maybe, from the US coming up from the southwest. And now putting antacid into the coastal and river waters and rivers is actually reversing that damage. So if you can start from there, it makes it much less likely that you're going to cause ecosystem damage, because you're actually reversing damage that's already been caused in the past. So that's one way to start.
Yeah, and as a technology in the testing in our portfolio right now, actually one of them is sewage treatment that leads to cleaner water that actually ends up in the ocean. But then also the alkalinity enhancement is co-located in a place of aquaculture. So we've actually removed the pollution problem, but then we've also changed the alkalinity in the water, which is also dealing with our acidification problem, which has reduced our aquaculture productivity. And so with this specific project, the carbon dioxide removal technology that we're going to be testing could actually be a local solution that improves and reverses the damages that we're starting to see in our productivity of our aquaculture. And so these things could be solutions to problems that we have in ocean acidification, but then there's also, by doing the overall modeling, the larger scale modeling of the ecosystems, there is understanding what are the various impacts to be able to do this. And I would say the reason we think it's so important that we include these ecosystem analyses, as we continue to have climate change, fisheries are responding dramatically to climate change. They're responding dramatically to marine heat waves, to the ocean acidification. And so we have this backdrop of a changing ecosystem, the locations and health of the fisheries. And so if we don't include that modeling with the marine CDR technologies and the experimentation that may take place, we may not know what the effects of the fisheries were. Was it climate change or was it the experimentation? And that is why the overall modeling and observations to make the best science requires this holistic view of how we develop it to understand the system, not just at the surface, not just in one location, but then how all of this is connected in.
Yeah, just to add, because we've been working now for a number of years with the International Atomic Energy Agency, and there's a number of good technology that can be applied using isotopic technologies which is very promising into that. Second issue, and you were talking about the holistic view of everything, it's the possibilities of big data analysis in this moment. We never had in the past such capabilities to look at different things in the same time, almost real time in the ocean. So that's something that's maybe a way of moving things forward in a safe way. I would believe that. We have the satellites, we have the SUVs, we have a lot of things that can we connect them and use all this power that we have in the systems technology that can be helpful. And finally, I believe that artificial intelligence, used in a good way, might be a way of also moving forward. But that needs training. We need the people to do that. You can have all the equipment taking data out in the ocean from the satellites, but you don't have the right and train people to analyze and to convert into not only data, but knowledge, information. It will be useless. Yeah.
Thoughts? I think this is a really important question, especially for us being here in the IUCN Pavilion, right, and thinking about conservation of marine life and understanding the risks to marine ecosystems, especially at scale. And it's also important to remember there might be a lot of risks in not employing these solutions as well. So we are dealing with this risk scenario and being really intentional and mindful about how we approach quantifying the risk on that one side, which we can control, right, of understanding risks in marine CDR is important. We have about 3 minutes left, so I might come back to the question, and it might be our last thought here, and maybe one panelist can contribute an answer.
Thank you. So this question is regarding the regulatory and legal aspects you guys touched on when it comes to EEZ and the high seas. So just to set the context, I mean, we know the pathway for MCDR deployment goes from coastal to EEZ and most likely in the high seas. And the current laws are not well suited to govern MCDR. And that has massive, massive implications right now. So one of them is, of course, it impedes deployment of private capital into MCDR. There are many other reasons, but that's definitely one of them. And it's not because they don't know what the regulation framework would be, is that they don't have a line of sight into how will that get solved. And the BBNJ example and what's happening in London Convention Protocol is not that's giving them comfort, because the BBNJ, even though it's a big win, took 10 years, and the MCDR industry is already moving. And the other related aspect of that is there's inherent risk-taking involved in MCDR, because there will be no MCDR pathway that will have 100% of the upside and 0 downside. So the question becomes, what is permissible risk? What's acceptable risk? And who makes that decision, right? And so just curious about, from a regulatory and legal policy framework in EEZ and high seas, how do you see that unfold and be solved?
It's a big question for 1 minute left. No, I just think I'll say it's the central point to our international discussions on this. I think I don't think we have the answers yet of how we move beyond that. I think different countries see it differently. I think different parts of different governments see it differently, and we are very much still in the process of working through that. I think that's why I am glad to see things like in the LP process, there is specific dedicated places to discuss that and to start bringing science in and talking through it and coming to common definitions and all of that. Like that is certainly progress in itself and creates a pathway. But you're right. I mean, these efforts are slow. They are slow, particularly when you need to build consensus with countries and governments that see things differently. I certainly understand that's not the ideal way forward for the private sector, but I personally have been having so many conversations with businesses and others about this, and we're also having a lot of conversations internally about ways forward. There's no silver bullet, though, and I think it's just things that are going to have to be worked through. What will help that, again, is the science and is the research. Mm-hmm. And in fact, it's kind of a chicken and egg problem, right? Because you can't figure out the international picture until you know what impacts are and you have baselines and things like that. So I understand that it's hard to do that research without then having the system in place, but you sort of need to advance both together.
Well, more coordination overall, it
Certainly,
sounds like.
Yeah.
With that note, we will wrap the panel. Thank you all for joining us today. please give another round of applause to our panelists. And enjoy the rest of your conference.
Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to this gathering, this panel. It's a little bit sad that all the people left, but you know, it happens that we have some IT problems, but that's totally fine. We thank the Sherwood Company thanks our friends of CIMA Cordillera Azul who have organized this panel and have invited us. They are such a great partner. We have entered into a long-term partnership with them for something that we will explain during this panel. And I think we have Eric Pajares, the executive director of CIMA, who will do the introduction. But I have my fellow panelists here. Ignacio.
Thank you all. Good evening. I'm Ignacio Roncaliolo, Human Rights Officer of OECHR, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights of the United Nations, and thank you for the invitation.
And we have as well our friend Eric.
Hello, Juan Carlos. Hello, everyone. Eric Decker from the AXA Group on the investment side. So we've been partnering with various projects providers over the past few years, and we have, at AXA several ambitions. One of which is to invest our general account money into nature-related projects, and we want to share with you why we're doing it and how we're doing it and how we happen to be on this particular panel. Thank you very much, Juan Carlos, for the invitation.
I just want to check probably if Eric, people from Peru are connected or will participate. If not, we can probably just put the slides on, please. So as a brief introduction, the Sherwood Company have been founded in 2021 by three founders, myself, Laurent Valiergue, and Clément Chenot. We founded a company in France with having as cornerstone investors AXA Investment Managers, AXA Group, and NG. And we are now including another partner, Gravis Capital Management, which is a UK infrastructure fund into this family. And we have entered into a very long-term partnership with CIMA. CIMA is the Center for Research and Management of Protected Areas in Peru. They manage the Cordillera Azul National Park, which is 1.3 million hectares of national park that has been under their administration since 2008. And they have funded the project at the initial phase from 2008 to 2013 through grants, mainly the US government, and then through carbon finance. Until now, thanks to carbon finance, CIMA has raised more than $100 million and have been able to set up, actually much more than $100 million, have been able to set up a conservation trust fund for the park that is capitalized right now at nearly $70 million and is expected to be capitalized by the end of 2024 with $100 million, which actually this money is invested in stocks, bonds, in different financial instruments. And just the interest of that money, when CIMA gives back the park or when its administration contract gets renewed, it will be financed forever, the park operations, through the interest of that trust fund. This financial mechanism, which is super, super innovative, we are replicating it right now. With CIMA, we won
periodo de 5 minutos. Adelante.
Muchas gracias. Cambiamos a español. Y muchas gracias por este evento. Nuevamente agradezco la invitación para hablar de, bueno, cambio climático, pérdida de biodiversidad, contaminación. Lo que está aquí, y lo sabemos todos y todas, lo que está aquí en juego es crítico y es una emergencia. La triple crisis afecta al disfrute del derecho a un medio ambiente limpio, saludable y sostenible, mientras que los daños ambientales tienen repercusiones negativas, directa o indirectamente, en el disfrute efectivo de todos los derechos humanos. Es decir, los derechos humanos están interrelacionados entre sí. Y vale destacar que el año pasado, sabrán muchos de ustedes, la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas reconoció el derecho humano a un medio ambiente limpio, saludable y sostenible. Y entre los elementos, aun cuando no hay una definición exacta, precisa, de todos los elementos de este derecho, sí se entiende, sí está reconocido que entre sus elementos se encuentra el clima seguro y una biodiversidad y ecosistemas sanos. En conexión con esto, por supuesto, hay una serie de tratados y acuerdos existentes que nos plantean metas para abordar la triple crisis, los cuales, por supuesto, tienen que ser implementados y es parte de lo que acá en la COP se está discutiendo. Y en atención a la invitación de este evento, quería destacar particularmente uno de esos, que es el convenio sobre diversidad biológica. Y específicamente la COP15 de ese convenio, el año pasado, finalizó un acuerdo histórico para orientar las acciones mundiales en favor de la naturaleza de aquí al 2030. El resultado fue la adopción, sabrán, del Marco Mundial Montreal sobre diversidad biológica. Y este marco tiene como objetivo abordar la pérdida de la biodiversidad, restaurar ecosistemas y proteger los derechos de los pueblos indígenas. El plan estratégico, no da tiempo, no voy a entrar en detalle, pero incluye medidas concretas para detener y revertir la pérdida de la naturaleza. Incluía la protección del 30% del planeta y el 30% de los ecosistemas para el 2030. Y asimismo se incluye una propuesta interesante, activa, para aumentar la financiación destinada en estas materias a los países en desarrollo. Desde nuestra oficina cabe destacar que el Marco Mundial de Biodiversidad incluye un lenguaje expreso directo en materia de derechos humanos, incluyendo referencias a al enfoque basado en derechos, al derecho al desarrollo, al derecho a un medio ambiente saludable y también a los derechos de pueblos indígenas como a la igualdad de género. En consonancia con estos asuntos, cabe reiterar y resaltar que los Estados deben proteger particularmente el acceso a la biodiversidad de las comunidades que dependen en gran medida de la naturaleza para disfrutar sus derechos a la vida, a la alimentación, a la salud, a la educación, a la cultura, entre otros. El cambio climático y la pérdida de biodiversidad pueden aumentar los riesgos que grupos como los pueblos indígenas, como las comunidades locales, campesinos, mujeres, pueden verse expuestos a más vulneraciones de sus derechos. Y en ese sentido, quisiera enfocarme particularmente en la situación de pueblos indígenas. Muchos pueblos indígenas se encuentran entre los más afectados por la triple crisis debido a su estrecha relación con la naturaleza y su dependencia de esta. Al mismo tiempo, suelen encontrarse en la mejor posición para proteger la biodiversidad, gracias a los conocimientos tradicionales, sus normas consuetudinarias, el uso sostenible de los recursos naturales y sus prácticas relativas a la gestión colectiva del suelo. Hay datos que nos muestran que los territorios indígenas tradicionales representan aproximadamente el 22% de la superficie del suelo mundial y coinciden esas con las zonas que albergan más del 80% de la biodiversidad del planeta. El papel que desempeñan entonces en la protección de los entornos con biodiversidad, el mantenimiento de la salud de los bosques y para la mitigación del cambio climático por medio de su conocimiento ha sido estudiado y documentado ampliamente por Naciones Unidas. Y en ese sentido, la conclusión es que los territorios de pueblos indígenas tienden a conservar mucho mejor las tierras adyacentes. Por eso es necesario involucrar a pueblos indígenas en la gestión de estos territorios. Apoyar la adaptación basada en sus conocimientos tradicionales es vital para este esfuerzo. Y vale destacar, por último, que la tendencia a generar zonas protegidas y zonas protegidas donde estén pueblos indígenas es algo que puede parecer comprensible dada la deforestación o el empeoramiento del cambio climático. Pero hay que atender a que este planteamiento también genera preguntas y desafíos. Aumentar el número de áreas protegidas no sirve para abordar efectivamente o necesariamente las principales causas del cambio climático. En particular se requieren otro tipo de medidas mucho más centradas, por ejemplo, en la reducción de emisiones. Entonces, mientras tanto, y con esta idea les quiero dejar a lo largo de esta conversación, es que no se debería hacer que los pueblos indígenas paguen el, comillas, costo de estas medidas. En la búsqueda de la conservación sostenible y eficaz, no puede haber atajos en definitiva. Hay que procurar que ese objetivo, junto con quienes han protegido estas áreas de biodiversidad única durante miles de años, sean las personas que estén en el centro y participen activamente en la toma de decisiones. En las iniciativas de conservación que se emprenden en sus tierras y territorios, los pueblos indígenas deben ser reconocidos no solo como partes interesadas que uno podría invitar, sino como titulares de derechos. Y hay que preservar entonces y proteger su modo de vida y sus conocimientos junto con las tierras que habitan. Esto beneficiará sin duda al planeta y a sus pueblos en general. En honor al tiempo, lo dejo por ahí, pero feliz podemos intercambiar más ideas. Muchas gracias.
They're gone?
voy a hacer referencia. En realidad, yo recibí una invitación.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. 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 So what Ignacio was saying, it's certainly a big issue while we implement nature-based solutions activities. We know that we need to pass to 30% of land under protected areas. We are 17 right now, so we hit the target. But how well implemented are these protected areas, right? Are they financed or not? Actually, are we putting the right safeguard system? So we need now to scale up almost double, right? And for that, we need safeguards human rights, and that's super important. But also on the other side, the financing, Eric. How we, in the context of COVID, in the context of a macroeconomic turmoil, how we do and how the private sector can contribute to reaching this 30% on land under protection. How AXA Group is engaged on that.
Okay, so we are an insurance company, worldwide insurance companies, but we also have a very large amount of capital to deploy and invest. This is linked, the way we do it is also tied to the various ambition that the AXA Group, like many other corporate, may have. So as you know, we are part of various coalitions, and one of which is tied to the group own ambition over time, is to decarbonize the portfolio. So we have concrete objectives to be net zero 2050 like many others. That's number one. Number two is doing so, we know that we need to stop financing fossil fuel, but we also need to protect nature. And in doing so, we need to make sure that as we are decarbonizing the portfolio, we redirect investments towards nature-based type of solution. So we have a second objective, which is to deploy up to 1.5 billion in forestry timber-like projects but also projects generating carbon credits. So now, in the value chain, from €1 invested at the top to seeing concrete results with community all the way down at the project level, then we need to make sure that we have the right actor all the way down this value chain. We at AXA, we have the capital, but we don't have the expertise to adequately develop projects and making sure communities are involved. And to do so, we need to make sure that we call on the various actors that do know how to do that particular job and arrange the use of this financing over time so that it does, number one, protecting the areas as it's supposed to, because in the end, those projects are generating carbon credits. So we need to make sure that we do need to meet the objective of the projects so that the carbon credits are generated. But then we also need to make sure that the ecosystem around this particular topic of generating carbon credit is also served as it's supposed to. And so, you know, so how do we deploy this money? We have created a specific fund which in turns invest in various project developers, one of which is Sherwood Company, and therefore we are part of the equity as a shareholder of the company, Sherwood Company. And then we will also go along all the financing needs that the company may need over time as they are working on particular projects. So I think it's really important that everyone understands that not one person can do everything along the chain. It's what's going to work is that over time we make sure that all the various pieces of the puzzle, you know, are put together well. And this is why we're here on the panel, because we believe in our work together with Sherwood Company. So thank you very much, Juan, for being part of the story.
No, and Ignacio, for example, Sierra El Divisor, and this is just a little preview, but this project will be officially launched at the Peruvian Pavilion next week, on the 11th. So in partnership with CIMA and CEDIA, which is the Center for Development of Indigenous Communities in the Amazon, we have between Brazil and Peru, right? How do you see, Ignacio, the challenges for this kind of operation, but also the opportunities? Because it's the Minister of Culture in Peru that is in charge of protecting these uncontacted tribes, but they don't have money. We visited with Eric. Eric was there. We took him for 13 hours in a little river, and that Minister of Culture have one checkpoint, nobody there, and completely destroyed. So the idea is that carbon and biodiversity assets will help to finance this, but how do you see the challenges and the opportunities of this kind of operation, Ignacio, in terms of human rights?
Well, thank you. I couldn't refer to this specific project that I don't
but in general,
have the details, yeah. But in general terms, is regarding to indigenous people in voluntary isolation, there is, struggling with this cable. There is one relevant idea to start the conversation, that we need to protect them, and we need to protect the idea of their isolation and not to contact them. Therefore, the question is, as a challenge, how these projects or any other project could operate in that area. The first idea is that it shouldn't be there, right? And then, as an opportunity, I would say, or more as a way to address the situation, is to work or to talk with the other communities that many times are functions as barriers, as protections to those indigenous peoples and communities. It's relevant to engage with them in order to understand. All stakeholders should understand that those indigenous peoples and communities are to be protected by states and other actors. And in general terms, maybe not related to indigenous people's involuntary isolation, is the question that I formulated before in my initial statement. Understanding the value of the knowledge, the rules and values of indigenous people to protect our biodiversity is the first, and I would say, best way forward to engage in this situation. If we understand, if we take into consideration this data that says that most of indigenous territories are among them where we have more biodiversity protected in our world. So we have to respect their rights, we have to respect their right to participate in actively in the decision making, also respect their right to access information, and also their right to access to justice in environmental matters.
Thank you, Ignacio. And just to clarify that the people in isolation live in the park or in the park area. They are supposed to be protected by law, but you have illegal logging, you have illegal mining, you have coca, right? Community have protected land for so long, so timber is good there, gold is good, actually things are pristine, we can destroy it. And so the idea of a kind of biodiversity project to get into the help of the social agenda of the Minister of Culture is something that we're trying to do. And I know that Access is big on biodiversity. You guys are trying to push the biodiversity agenda. Can you talk a little bit about that, Eric?
Sure. So one thing we need to make clear, and that is when we are investors, like many other corporates, No, but I think it's a good, in a way, it's what happened is, shows what's behind credit, carbon credit, the carbon credit market. If I just want to make that, the comment that when we invest money as institutional investors, basically the money needs to come back. Because for insurance companies, for example, this is the money that backs claims. So when you're a client of an insurance company, at one point in time, if you have a claim, we need to pay you. And the money comes from premium that you've paid upfront that we invest. And when you have a claim, we take some of the money back from our investment, and then we pay your claims. So we just need to make sure that our investment are somewhat liquid. And second, that we cannot lose that money. So we are very careful in the way we invest that particular money. So we dedicate part of that global fund, to longer-term projects, which brings much more than just an investment return. Those communities, you've mentioned that earlier, those communities need a lot of help, for them to develop. So this needs to be taken into account in the various projects. And this is what we call co-benefits, or this is what we call then high-quality carbon credits. And I think this is where we are also going to AXA. We just don't want to be in the carbon credit market. We want to make sure that we invest in projects that are bringing co-benefits. And sometimes that gets lost because we just look at the price of a credit at the time of the business case. But there is so much more that we somehow need to also take into account. So the human rights topic somehow needs to find its storyline, in the pricing of credits. Biodiversity, so it's not just sequestrating 1 ton of CO2, it's also what else is being protected by the projects. So you're right, there is today a lot of discussion as to how to monetize, the biodiversity side of a project on top of just being able to sequestrate 1 ton of CO2. And then how do we price it? What is the unit that an eventual corporate buyer would be buying, and at what price? And I think that we need to see how the market develops. We need to work on that, because maybe there is a lot more value behind the projects than we think that there is.
Yes. Do you want to complement something, Ignacio?
No.
Yeah. So it's a pity that we could not have our friends in the buffer zone of Cordillera Azul, because they have been living there before the creation of the park, where many illegal activities were actually daily currency there. A lot of narco traffic, a lot of violence, political violence, as you know, Peru had the shining path and very difficult decades. And people right now, thanks to the park that is protected, there's this in the buffer zones is a quite dynamic agricultural landscape with cacao, with coffee, with different crops that people do. And what we wanted, what the organizers, what CIMA wanted, was to actually provide them, a space to also tell their story. Because as you said, Eric, many times we talk about carbon, but we don't eat carbon, we don't see carbon. Many of us don't understand what it really is, but it's just a way how a corporate can engage into a climate agenda, and we can, from the South and in Peruvian, raise funds, in a voluntary basis to alternative to the government. And I hope that that people like you, Eric, in AXA, right, and with you, Ignacio, in your job, we'll keep pushing, this nature and human agenda, because you can see, so Sierra del Divisor, it's overlapped with these indigenous territorial reserves, right? But this indigenous territorial reserve, nobody respects it, right? Because the Minister of Culture don't have the means to put the checkpoints and the guards. And we are trying, through a corporate voluntary contribution, put in place a biodiversity project, but that will bring social benefits. I don't know if there's a little question from our numerous numerous participants.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, and this is the comment that I've made earlier, that it's finance with co-benefits. So we cannot lose track that we absolutely need to make sure that the business case makes sense. So obviously, what we discuss with the project developer, is the baseline. What is the project about? What are the finances that you need? But not only for the project itself, but also for the co-benefits. So maybe, I will take a few seconds to speak about, my trip, to this particular area. And it's true that when we met, because we did meet, these communities, they want to help, but they are asking for help. They say, we understand you want to protect the park, but we also need to make sure that we can have a living, out of what we do, and we'll help you protect the park, but help us then develop a livelihood around our village. So when we go and visit those teams, those communities, we look at trying to understand what the project developer will bring to those communities on top of the business case. The numbers are numbers, and we'll see the numbers through the Excel and then the final price, and then we'll see if the market is there, for the price and the quantity of carbon credit that the projects will generate. But then when we choose projects, when we choose project developers, we will see what type of projects they want to do. Is it protection? Is it reforestation? In which particular country? What are the level of co-benefits? So there is, at our level, very humble, in a very humble manner, we will try to make sure and invest with those that are providing, the most co-benefits for the amount of money that we would invest. And this is kind of the equilibrium, because there is no price for the co-benefits. It's only, an MOU on top of how much money, one would need for the particular project. So I don't know if I'm answering the question, because it's very qualitative. But, and we want to see whether or not there is a change after the project. It's not only going along and bringing money to the community, because a lot of time there is a debate on, what is the share for the local community. Well, for them to have a share is fine, but we want to see how that sharing the pot, brings them in terms of changing their way of life on a daily basis. I think it's more that we are looking for, rather than it's more that we are looking for. How much change is that going to bring to the day-to-day, to the communities? And it's very co-benefits and community driven, because the other topic of biodiversity and carbon credit, I think it's something that it's more for the market, because what is part out of a global credit, what part of it is carbon, another part is particular biodiversity. That's an ongoing debate that needs to mature. But then on top of that, you have local community. How much are you bringing? How much of a change or an impact are you bringing to the local ecosystem? And this is what we look for when we choose project to finance.
Ignacio, something to complement. Diego, we have Diego from Colombia, who is a reforestation. He's reforesting all Colombia right now. So I think we still have 1 minute. So in this little minute, I would just to say that I'm sorry that our friends from Peru couldn't join. It's a matter of technology, but the important is that we have a little preview of what we'll be launching with our friends of CIMA next week at the Peruvian Pavilion. So if you by any chance you are here on the 11th at 1:30 in the Peruvian Pavilion, we are launching this Sierra del Divisor National Park Carbon and Biodiversity Reserve project with the support of AXA, NG, and Gravis. Long-term partnership with CIMA. In my previous life with the Altila Climate Fund and with other companies, I have been working with CIMA. In my previous job, I helped to enable the transaction that make possible this trust fund that CIMA has for Cordillera Azul. So we're doubling down, and now we're going to another park. Just keep this name, CIMA. Right now, they are administrating almost 3 million hectares of Amazon forest in protected areas in Peru, which is quite big. We have a target of going to 5 million hectares under management by 2030 through this joint venture with CIMA, and restoring 50,000 hectares of community land through forestry and agroforestry activities. We are launching 2 reforestation projects next year, so stay tuned, and we will be able to share about this. Thank you, Ignacio. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
to our International Cheetah Day celebration. My name is Liz Georges. I'm the Senior Director of Communications for Climate Change for the World Wildlife Fund in the United States. So after 3 whole days of high-level meetings, lots of announcements about fossil fuels and food systems and oceans and health, you might be asking yourself, why come to a climate conference to celebrate the cheetah? And I may work on climate change for a living, but I work at the World Wildlife Fund. So explaining why wildlife and climate are connected is something I have to do an awful lot of. And so on one level, it's very simple. Climate is big, it's systemic. There really isn't any problem that isn't in some way a climate problem. Climate is like a toddler in the grocery store, it touches everything. And we don't fix the climate, and if we don't fix the climate crisis, then everything else that we do is going to become a moot point. Everything we're trying to do to save the cheetah will fail. That means it's imperative that we phase out fossil fuels and end the fossil fuel era with all deliberate speed. And it means we need to rapidly expand renewable energy. And in the swirl of all this phasing out and phasing in, we must place at the center of our efforts a just transition so that the new energy economy does a better job than the old one of making sure that everyone has access to its benefits and is protected from its downsides. But I'm going to let you in on a little secret here. If we expect to solve the climate crisis, we are going to need the cheetah. Because what we know is that we don't just have a climate crisis. We also have a biodiversity crisis. Last year, WWF US released its Living Planet report, which says that on average, we have seen species loss across all species of nearly 70% since 1970. And we know that for cheetahs, that percentage is so much higher because there's really only about 7,100 adult and adolescent cheetahs left in the wild. And cheetahs are pretty much extinct over 90% of their historic range. They're embroiled in conflict with local landowners, their habitat is fragmented, and they are subjected to trafficking via the illegal pet trade. Losing nature, whether it is wildlife, habitats, deforestation, is contributing to massive biodiversity loss. And that is also a problem for the climate crisis. Because nature has been the great carbon balancing system for this planet for thousands of years. If we support nature by fighting habitat loss, by fighting deforestation, nurturing key ecosystems, we are making it easier to reestablish the carbon balance, the proper balance of storing it in the ground and in the ocean and in the atmosphere. Having too much carbon in the atmosphere is what's causing global warming. And so we need to reestablish where we balance our carbon in the ecosystem and in the atmosphere. And if we don't support nature, without that natural balancing element that comes from nature as a carbon storage system, global warming gets much worse, much faster. More wildfires, more floods, more disasters, more destruction. And with that more destruction, we have even less of nature's protective elements. And so it just keeps getting worse and worse, faster and faster. The cheetah matters in the climate crisis because saving the cheetah means addressing the nexus between people and nature. It means caring about the whole community that exists around the cheetah, the habitat that it roams, the livelihoods of the people who live alongside it, and the cheetahs themselves and the other wildlife in its ecosystem. When you're doing that, you're also doing the things that help address the intertwined crises of biodiversity and climate change. So yes, a celebration of the cheetah and the efforts to conserve them does in fact belong here at a climate conference. And I'm so proud to welcome you all to the celebration for International Cheetah Day. And thank you all for coming. And I'm going to turn it over to Vance Martin. Thank you all.
Thank you, Liz. Welcome, everyone. I've been with Lori and the Cheetah Conservation Fund since before there was a Cheetah Conservation Fund. I started and built out the Wild Foundation, based in the US, for 40 years. And when the Cheetah Conservation, when Lori gave me a call in my office in 1991 and said she was going to Namibia, she didn't want to handle things in the States. Could I help? Well, of course. So we started to help, and it lasted for 12 years. And we were the Wild Foundation was the fiscal agent in the States, and I was very privileged to be with Lori since day one then, but of course I knew her when she lived in Oregon, for goodness sake, at a safari park in one of the most rainiest parts of America. It was lovely. So I've been very privileged to work with her all this time, and I wanted to dig a little bit deeper into what Liz was just saying, and talk about some very recent in the last 6 years, research into the role of wildlife, especially apex predators, in mitigating carbon. The concept was developed by Professor Oswald Schmitz at Yale, and he coined the term animating the carbon cycle. And all the initial research was done, you may have seen some of this on the whale, the wildebeest in Africa. I'll use that example. The wildebeest in between Tanzania and Kenya had a population crash, about 12, 15 years ago. And the population plummeted because of the introduction of cattle. Grass grew, wildfires consumed the Serengeti and the Amara, and the ecosystem could not absorb the carbon anymore, because the grasses have these long roots. People talk a lot about forests, and I'm a tree guy, but grasslands have an amazing role to play in mitigating, storing carbon. So when the wildebeest began to bounce back, there began to be more management between the community's needs for their cattle and the wildlife's need for the ecosystem. Suddenly, the carbon sequestration increased. And by returning, what all the initial data shows is that by returning wildlife to levels comparable to not pre-industrial, but 50 years ago even, right? Before World Wildlife Fund did its real studies. The wildebeest, for example, because of a healthy population, that ecosystem now can draw down carbon equivalent to the whole nation of Kenya. And that's one species. So this is a very interesting concept, and it's not just land mammals, but it's apex predators, such as this lovely cheetah, which is the most persecuted of the big cats, preyed upon by the other big cats, kicked out of most of the game reserves by the other big cats, and then the subject of human-wildlife conflict. So it's not just like the cheetah, but take, for example, the crab. In its ecosystem, most crabs are apex. Sometimes they will get eaten by a larger fish, but within the lower, what's called trophic, jargon, the energy cycle in an ecosystem, crabs are considered an apex predator. So there's been a lot of data done on that as well. So it's not a fanciful thing. One of the other organizations I work with, called the Global Rewilding Alliance, started to work with Professor Schmidt a couple of years ago, and we raised a bunch of money, and we've just developed and put into practice about 4 months ago a computer model to begin testing So we're testing the forest elephant, we're testing a couple of aquatic species, deploying this computer model to quantify the amount of carbon mitigation by healthy wildlife populations. We're going to talk about this on December 11th. If you're interested, I'll give you the time and place. So animating the carbon cycle, apex predators, cheetah, responsible for drawing down and sequestering a tremendous amount of carbon. I love the name animating because it suddenly brings to life this very dry subject, you know, so laden with jargon and, you know, climate policy and all of that kind of stuff. Let's protect the animals so we can animate the carbon cycle. So thank you and welcome. We have Lori here somewhere, I think.
Yep, she's going to be beaming in just a second.
Hi, I'm Dr. Lori Marker, and I'm the founder and executive director of the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Happy International Cheetah Day. I had the opportunity and privilege of arid landscapes throughout Africa and Asia really are the icons to learn how, indeed, we can work with the communities, have habitat, have prey base, protect our livestock, and look at livelihoods and incomes. So communities play a very key role for the survival of the cheetah because over 80% of them are living outside of protected areas on lands with people. These very arid lands that need a lot of management and care. With this, looking at livelihood development, education programs, and ways of living in harmony with the cheetah, with livestock, is going to be a very key part of the saving of the cheetah for the future. I hope that you enjoy the reception, and we're very glad to have you for International Cheetah Day at COP28.
The General Manager of the Cheetah Conservation Fund. On Cheetah Day, we want to not just celebrate this marvelous cat, but also talk about its problems in the habitat and talk about some solutions to the problems that all species face in the environment. Here at our Namibian field station and throughout much of the cheetah's range, a problem it faces is a change in the woodland savanna where it normally lives and hunts. Due to some poor rangeland management, but also due to climate change, the woodland savannas are becoming thickened with the native thorn bushes. The savanna should be a mixture of bush and grass. But due to these negative effects of poor rangeland management and climate change, the woody components, the bushes, are achieving superiority and thickening out the grass. This makes it harder for the cheetah to hunt. It makes it harder for the prey species to find the grasses they wish to live upon, and therefore all species suffer somewhat. One of the solutions we're looking at is to thin the habitat somewhat in a sustainable fashion, because these are native plants that should be allowed to thrive, but we're just trying to bring some balance back to the system. So what we've done is establish a process of harvesting the bush under the guidelines of the Forest Stewardship Council and wildlife-friendly enterprises, and turning some of this thickened thorn bush into a saleable product, an extruded wood fuel briquette known as bush block. Bush block is just one of the potential products that can come out of this thickened thorn bush. The bush can also be used for animal feeds, it can be used for woody products, solid products, it can be used to fuel generators, even to make electricity. And we're currently prototyping some of that here at our field station in Namibia.
Ethiopia is one of the important range states for cheetah populations. Cheetah primarily live in open savanna plain and the grassland. Cheetahs benefit the ecosystem by maintaining a balanced and a healthy food webs. Moreover, cheetah has economic importance, especially in tourism sector, by creating job opportunity. However, the principal threats to cheetah in Ethiopia include habitat loss, decline in prey base, illegal trade, the impact of climate change, and the conflict with the local community. To address this challenge, Ethiopia has been working closely with Cheetah Conservation Fund, among others, especially emphasizing on awareness raising, monitoring, and research, so as to help ensuring these arid ecosystems are resilient and healthy for the future of both cheetah and the people. Therefore, we should all cooperate to save cheetah from extinction. Thank you.
Hey there, Lori, the CCF team, and I invite you to join us in celebrating International Cheetah Day. We do need to pause and celebrate. The work that we're all doing is hard, it's long, but it's important. And we just need to celebrate it and celebrate these critters that we share the planet with. But you know, there's a bonus to protecting the cheetah. The cheetah, as all apex predators, help to maintain the ecosystem. And by doing so, by hunting, by breeding, by living within this ecosystem, it's strengthened. In the cheetah's case, their arid and semi-arid grasslands are strengthened. They throw down bigger roots, longer roots, and they absorb a tremendous amount of carbon. So we call this animating the carbon cycle. It's a new and growing area of science, and it's all about understanding the role of these apex predators and how they're not just lovely species. They are agents of change, agents of combating global climate change. So protect the cheetah, the shyest, the least harmful of all the big cats, right? So protect the cheetah and combat global climate change. By doing so, we create a movement of people and nature. Please Please join us as we join you. Let's get on with it. Thank you.
Greetings from Somaliland, friends and partners of climate action, especially those protecting the fragile biodiversity under climate change. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation to Cheetah Conservation Fund, to Dr. Laurie Marker and her exceptional team for hosting this event in honor of International Cheetah Day on 4th of December, to raise awareness of endangered cheetahs and other wildlife animals, and for inviting me to share one of the key aspects of Taiwan's climate action in Somaliland. In the last 100 years, the world has lost 90% of the wild cheetah population. In fact, many of the factors threatening the survival of cheetahs are worsened by climate change. Therefore, Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund, Taiwan ICDF, with the support of Taiwan government, signed a volunteers agreement with CCF, facilitating dispatching the volunteers for work with CCF in Somaliland. Taiwan Representative Office in the Republic of Somaliland has also been contributing to the Cheetah Conservation Initiative. And the Forestry Department of the Ministry of Agriculture continues to fund CCF on the annual basis. While biodiversity is only one aspect of climate change, many of its global issues are intertwined. Therefore, reversing the cause of climate change would require all nations to cooperate at the top level and at their full capacities. To make sure we come up with a holistic approach, Taiwan has to be actively involved in the discussion. We need all COP participants and potential climate partners to contribute to joint climate action for our future generation and the generations to come. Taiwan supports climate action in Africa and the countries that are facing severe climate challenges. And we are ready to navigate the path of cooperation with like-minded partners for building climate resilience. In closing, I wish you all have fruitful discussion and outcomes at all COP site events for joint climate action. I thank you.
Hey, this is Davey Harris sharing a quick note about the song Running with the Cheetah. It's released for International Cheetah Day and the Cheetah Conservation Fund. I'm really excited to share the song. It is paying tribute to the wonderful animal that is the cheetah. And it's also sharing the warning that this animal may be going extinct if we don't do something about it. I hope the song resonates with you and you enjoy it and it inspires you.
The glorious cheetah, playful and proud, prowls the grasslands with eyes that understand. Near extinction spotted, one we must protect. Before it is too late, we shall act now to shield your fate. Save the cheetah, change the world. Save the cheetah, change the world.
The cheetah running, gliding through daylight. Oh my, oh my. And when you flash through the savannah, hiding in plain sight, bobbing up like a kite, from Namibia to Zimbabwe, fastest in the animal band. Kenya through Somaliland to Ethiopia, Tanzania, cheetah's purr is grand. Don't need a roar to command. With the cheetah, running with the cheetahs, running with the cheetahs, running with the cheetahs. The cheetahs speed up, hiding through dark cheetah makes more sense to me. We will find a way to stop the end. Through the cheetah we will be safe again. Overnight, coalition takes its stand. Running forward, running with the cheetah, running with the cheetah, running with the cheetah, running with the cheetah, with the cheetah, running with the cheetah, running with the cheetah, running with the cheetah.
So I think with that, we'll turn it over to Bruce and Lori to.
Anatolian Shepherd and Kangal dogs, and they are a large breed that comes from Turkey. And they are a protecting dog. And what they do is they actually grow up with livestock, and then from there they protect the livestock. And we have donated over almost 800 of these dogs in the last 20 years throughout Namibia and into East Africa. So we see between an 80 to 100% decline of livestock loss if the farmers have livestock guarding dogs. It's one of the tools. It's an old tool that the old world used to use for thousands of years, which many people have forgotten about. So the dogs bark loudly, they mark territory, and predators don't want to come in near where their livestock is. But with that, we always say that it is an integrated program because where the cheetahs living, and as we've said, they're outside of protected areas, they're found in about 20 countries in Africa. Our world population of cheetahs today is about 7,000 cheetahs only. And of that, 50% of them are found down here in Southern Africa. Namibia is the cheetah capital of the world. Into Botswana, where we have, as I said, about 50% of the remaining cheetahs. From that, then, 20 of the remaining 31 populations are under 100 individuals. So we're in a pretty big crisis right now. And that's why working with communities and working with them on livestock management is a critical component.
But that means we also look at the grazing, and we have to reduce the impact on the land, on the grazing. And if we can have higher health of those animals that are on the land and not having predators kill them, then farmers will kill less cheetahs. But then we also want grasses for the wildlife because the predators do need to have prey. And so in Namibia, we also work very closely in what are called conservancy initiatives. And these conservancies are where communities are actually managing their wildlife, their rangelands, and their livestock in an integrated program. And predators can live within the system because their livestock is protected and there is wildlife. So the dog program has been very successful, and people from around the world are looking at this program. Even in America, where there are wolves and mountain lions, the dogs are being used, as well as in South America. And Europe is continually looking back at the successes that we're having in Southern Africa. You also mentioned that of the illegal wildlife trade. There are cheetah cubs that are coming from the Horn of Africa, which are pulled out of the bush and then sold into the illegal wildlife pet trade. And we've been working actively on trying to stop that trade, and have now had to set up a second entire center up in Somaliland, where we're working together with Somaliland and Ethiopia to try to stop the trade coming out of that area. And that's also in some of the poorest countries in all of the world and most arid landscapes, which are where the cheetahs are found. And so that's why we have to continually look at, again, livestock management, but also livelihood development. And when we're working with some of the poorest people, we're continually looking at alternatives that can find other solutions. So not only having better care of their animals, but secondary industries that look at potentially markets around their camel milk and their goat milk products that could be a benefit to them and their communities. Working with the women who are the livestock herders, and also helping develop educational programs. We call it Future Conservationists of Africa, as well as that of our Future Farmer of Africa program, which is working with the farming communities throughout the cheetah's range in these very, very rural and pastoral areas.
What would you say is the biggest challenge you're facing? Oh, there's a question in the room. Okay. There's a microphone right here.
Laurie and Bruce, thank you very much. This was a great presentation. Oh, sorry.
Please identify yourself.
Yes.
Yes.
My name is Lucy Durham, and I'm at IUCN. I'm the head of the partnerships unit. Thank you for your presentation. I actually visited your center about 4 years. Sorry. I visited your center about 4 years ago with my family, actually, and we were amazed. Just one question in terms of, the GBF and the 30 by 30. And I was wondering whether in Namibia, you're working with the government on the NbSAPs and whether, this could be integrated into the NbSAPs, making sure, at least in Namibia, in terms of cheetah conservation, whether, that could help increase, if there's a target in there in the NbSAPs.
A target I'm aware of, we do work with the relevant ministries. There's been a change recently in the ministry that handles forestry and therefore biomass. And we need to get back to them and see exactly where we're going in this regard. We're pleased to report the gentleman who's become the director is someone who has worked through our system as an intern years and years ago. So education at the beginning levels definitely pays off, and we look forward to getting further in touch with the relevant ministry to see how we can work together on these programs.
And I guess, there is a growing interest on these big commitments on the 30 by 30. So I think I assume there's great opportunities too for cheetah conservation. Anyway, thank you very much. Fantastic presentation. Wonderful work.
Hi, hello. My name's Ian Stewart. I'm also with IUCN. Sorry, it's a bit strange. I'm looking at you, but the audience is behind me here. But anyway, so I'm really interested about your Cheetah Conservation Fund. Interested to know how long you've been around. It sounds like you've had some successes. I don't know if you've got a really nice sort of case study success example that you'd like to share. And then the other one is where you think the hotspots are, where you can have the most impact going forward. Thanks.
We set up the Cheetah Conservation Fund in 1990, and so Vance is there as one of our partners who worked together with me for so many years and is still on our board of trustees. And so over those years, I moved to Namibia in 1991 at Namibia's independence. And from that, we've got a lot that we have worked on. We have published hundreds of papers, I think, around how best to go about trying to save the cheetah and what its problems are, mostly around that of human-wildlife conflict. And as our hotspots go, we have definitely looked at where those are. And one of the things that we are doing in the end of January in 2024 is we are going to be holding a global cheetah summit in Ethiopia, bringing together think tanks to talk about where our problems are and what solutions there are. So we know where the cheetahs are found, and we know that they are outside of protected areas, which is why we need to develop alternative strategies on mitigating conflict and also looking at the habitat issues, but looking at livelihoods throughout these ranges. And the livelihoods of the people that we're working with, again, are the people are very, very poor. And we believe that we can actually look at scaling up some of the programs that we have. For instance, like the bush block program or our biomass program, our dog program, as well as our training programs with the farmers and the children. But along that line, we have to work very closely with the governments and try to also implement policies that are going to affect the survival of the cheetah and the wildlife that they are needing in order to survive.
We should point out too, if you want to learn more about us, that guy sitting up there and bought up the relevant domains early on, and you can find us on the web as cheetah.org. So again, thank you, Vance, for getting on that in the very early years.
Yeah.
So we welcome people to go, please.
One question I have, so, you know, things are not necessarily where we like them to be at this point in the world. When it comes to the cheetah, what gives you hope?
Oh, well, I think the cheetahs maybe give me hope because they look at us and they're, I think, trying to figure out how they can live through all these challenges that we are living in today. The hope, I think, is from the people that I work with and the communities that I am working closely with, who, as they learn more about the cheetah and what its challenges are, become part of the solution. So although we know what the problems are and we've worked years on that, we've developed tools and there are solutions. So I just hope that we can be solution oriented and we can get these solutions to fruition and scale them up to the scale that we need to be at in order to not only save the cheetah, but all of its ecosystem and the other species that are within it. Because there's a huge amount of biodiversity within these dry land ecosystems when you do have top predators, and we are maintaining and managing them a little bit better than they are being managed today.
I'll just add one thing to Lori's comments there, and of course Bruce's. When we first started in Namibia, the cheetah, which is the cheetah capital of the world, it's essentially half the wild population. There was no understanding of the role of the cheetah. This was, too long ago, 30 years ago. They were persecuted. They were predators. They were trapped and they were killed. And one of the first things that CCF did in the very early days was they started programs with the farmers' children. And lo and behold, the kids would go home to have their dinner, and they would tell their farming fathers, "What are you killing the cheetah for?" And that began, and Lori went around knocking at each farm. And now the attitude towards cheetah in the highest population density of any range country is completely changed. And it's remarkable because it didn't exist. And so many of those young kids, whether they're farmers or the communities, these people are now in political positions, and it's just a fantastic thing.
We talk a lot about and what community-led conservation is basically meeting communities where they are, looking at what their needs are, and not coming in saying, saying we're going to solve all your problems for you. Lori did a lot of listening in the early days, which I think is one of the things that makes what she's done at CCF very different, and has made it so successful, because she's approaching the problem of saving the cheetah from the perspective of what do we need to do to make sure these farmers are successful so they don't need to kill the cheetahs. And I think that's a thing that Lori was very much a pioneer in.
Yeah. Goes back when called community-led conservation.
Yeah.
So it was a very pioneering thing. And it's a real success story. Yes, the cheetah is in great trouble, but it's not in as much trouble as it was, because this consciousness is growing. And this work that CCF is doing in Somaliland is absolutely, again, pioneering, to breaking right in the middle of that supply chain of the illegal pet trade. It's amazing. So I get a lot of inspiration. Thank you, Lori. And
well, thank you. Well, and it's been wonderful working together with you two as well. So Liz, you're with WWF, and WWF has been a huge partner in Namibia for the work that's gone on with our community-based programs. And Namibia is a leader, I would say, in Africa, and I always say throughout the world, in the work that's being done with communities, and showing that people can live in harmony with nature, and at the same time is that nature brings income and resources. But we do need to take care of our nature, and we need to be much more caring about what the effects of, I think, climate change are into these poor nations, and especially our arid landscapes that are important to the world too. And Vance, working with you for all these years has been just great. I'm really sorry that I'm not able to be there at COP with everybody and meet everybody, but we celebrated International Cheetah Day here in Namibia, and people around the world today and tomorrow are celebrating it at all of the different range countries. As I said, there are 23 cheetah range countries. The last of the Asian cheetahs are in Iran, where there's only about 25. And last year, we actually were able to bring cheetahs back into India, one of its range states that they became extinct in the 1950s. And this is a first type of a reintroduction type program, transcontinental, and very, very important. And we're going to be seeing, we hope, more of these kinds of reintroductions as the few years go forward, to try to actually retake some of the ranges, and working very closely together with the governments. And again, in India, the cheetahs were brought back in to help maintain the grassland ecosystems, which they're called dead ecosystems. because there is no biodiversity. And as we bring back the grasses and the wildlife, then we can also see the predators, and we're going to see a huge amount of other biodiversity. We study biodiversity here in Namibia on the grasslands and the areas that we're looking at for habitat restoration. And here we've seen an incredible change in the 30 years that we've been here doing these kinds of long-term studies and research projects around the biodiversity within these systems.
Lori, we've got about, I'd say 3 minutes before we have to wrap things up because the tech crew's got to go home. Absolutely.
We thank you, everybody.
Well, Sarah's got one more thing to say.
Yeah. Is it working? Oh, yeah. Hi. I just wanted to interrupt just before we close because you very generously provided some drinks and a little bit of food and a cake for us. And we're very disappointed, Laurie and Bruce, that you can't be here with us. But in order to celebrate International Cheetah Day, we've got this cake. And we thought it would be a shame for you not to see it being cut since you're not here. So I thought before we close, perhaps Liz, as the moderator, you might like to go and cut so that you can watch it and at least try and participate with us in that.
Yes.
So, yeah. I don't know if
Well, I'm glad that things arrived there. So thank you, Sarah, for all of your help. And thank you, everyone, for joining us on International Cheetah Day. Save the cheetah and change the world, everybody. And over there, you all can. So we're sending you all the best wishes from the cheetah to save the world so it can survive.
It's beautiful.
Let them eat cake.
Yeah, let's move a little bit this way. Move this way. Okay, so in honor of International Cheetah Day, and with a big thanks to Laurie and Bruce and all the work that they've done in Namibia and around the world, I hereby celebrate and cut the cake for International Cheetah Day. Yay! Look at that. It's gorgeous. This is a gorgeous cake.
No, this is like, this is trouble, this cake. This is great trouble. This looks really good.
I invite all of you to please come have some more